I'm gonna get in trouble from Bree. Oh well.
Hello there, welcome to the show. 2 channels here, now you know. Like and subscribe, it's all we need. Alternature, we're here to speak. And defense, let's take a peek. Collaborating for your eyes. Sharing content, no surprise. Together we shine brighter than one. Join our journey, it's just begun. Like and subscribe, hit that bell. Enjoy the show and wish us well.
Good morning.
Hello! That song grows on me every time I hear it. We shine brighter than one.
We are we're bright and shiny this morning.
Welcome.
Yes, welcome.
Welcome.
I'm also
Hi, Bree.
That is Jody.
I'm the
That
defense
is Bray.
and this one here is Mr. Brightbear.
Good morning.
Bree.
Where's Miss Gabby?
I don't know. Well, she left a
She's in
message.
chat.
She was. Because she put that in there. Then you booped her.
You did.
Did you
Huh?
boop her right
I did
out?
boop her. I did. Yes, straight away. Morning,
Good
Carmen.
morning, Bree. Good morning, good night. She just got off work.
Oh, same as you, Bri. Night
Yep.
shift twinsies.
Yep. Bree used to be that too.
Team night shift.
Yay. I'm hoping she's not that
Yay,
way
not-
for long. Because she does better when she's not on night shift.
Yeah, I don't that well with night shift. About
So,
5 o'clock, you start to wane.
Yeah. Well, Carmen's worked nights for so long, but then she didn't for a while. So now she's like, I don't want to work nights anymore. I don't blame her. So, I don't know that we'll get a verdict today. He talked about resting tomorrow, the defense did. That was last week, but that was before Friday happened. And that hearing with their expert, was the state saying like their domestic or their DV expert was not actually an expert? Is that what their argument was? Or was there, excuse me.
No, the
I do this
defense
every
wanted to bring in
time.
their own.
Or is the argument that he just shouldn't be allowed to come in because they don't want to talk about domestic?
Yeah, pretty much,
DV?
I think.
I'm going to get it in my head here. So
pretty much, especially because I think he specializes in the battered wife syndrome in particular.
He seemed to. He's very knowledgeable about it. He had
he's got so much experience. Yeah. Yeah.
The Duluth wheel of whatever it was.
Yeah.
I was like, don't want to look at the wheel anymore.
No.
So
I
Brian,
looked at the wheel and went, I'm not reading that.
No.
I'll just
so Brian,
listen.
you said you listened to the hearing. So what do you think?
Yeah.
What did you get out of it? And what do you think is going to happen today if he calls him?
Well, I think about 85% of what this gentleman testified to on Friday at the Daubert hearing, the judge is not going to let in. I think it was he is the counter to all of those text messages that were read into the record over the course of an hour and a half.
Do you know on what grounds he's not letting them in?
Well, a lot of it is either the domestic violence or the battered woman syndrome. One or the other, they've got the judge has got issues with. He's not going to let it in. This guy seems to be very knowledgeable and an expert a whole range of things.
Yeah.
One thing that also came up during that hearing was this guy never, according to the defense anyway, never actually evaluated Ashley. He's just going by what the records say, because the defense argued that, hey, if you're bringing this guy in, we didn't get discovery. And the defense's point is, well, there really wasn't anything to discover because he didn't actually see her or evaluate her, which I thought was quite interesting.
The state was fighting him the whole way right up till now to not allow him to testify, which is why we had the Dubbett hearing. But maybe I'm wrong.
So, at the very end,
why can't you defend yourself though?
The judge never did say,
yeah,
he's in, or no, he can't.
Yep.
He just said, well, when do you think you might want to call him? And Taylor said, first thing Monday. And the judge said, if that's your plan, but never specifically said my ruling is.
We got a couple more defense witnesses.
Back and forth about the domestic violence stuff, whether it could come in or not. So,
well, because I think if this guy does testify, then that, he's going to go this way with this case. And if he can't testify, then he's got to go this way with his case. So, but I agree with you, Jody. I sat there and listened to that part of that hearing, and I listened to some of it yesterday, and I thought, what's the problem? If you guys are so confident in your case and what you have presented, what's the problem with him countering?
This is the stuff that needs to get out there.
Yes.
This is the stuff that people need to know.
And I was so, this morning, I was thinking about it again, and I thought, if these two prosecutors have never been in those shoes, good for them.
Yeah.
But if they have, and they're doing this, shame on them.
Ashley's case aside, this is stuff that the people need to know.
Absolutely.
Knowledge is power in this instance, and that's what I've always taught my girls.
I'm gonna just.
I don't know what else Taylor's got on his agenda, but that was sort of the very last thing that they were going back and forth about. When is he going to rest?
Yeah.
And
so it could be later today, could be tomorrow.
The judge was like, you were talking like Monday, and then he said, well, no, Tuesday. And then three sentences later, he said, well, I'll really be pushing it if I could do it by Wednesday.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm not sure if they wouldn't go till Friday today. So
yeah, I don't know. She looks.
Hey, Jules, she's in the background there.
A little better today. She still looks really tired. I don't know.
Well, I bet you getting that testimony behind her was quite a relief.
But now you know that
I can't believe how hard they went on her. That's just cruel.
I can't either. And I can't believe they made her reenact what she did.
That backfired on her big time.
It did. And I can tell you, the whole time we were listening to her testimony, I literally had chills. Morning, Gabby.
Yeah. Hello. Good morning, Gabby.
Good morning, Gabby.
Hello. I was making my breakfast.
Where's ours?
Yummy.
Yeah, what you having?
I'm having a bagel with cream cheese, hash browns, sausage, and eggs.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Usually on Mondays, I make a big breakfast.
And you never tell us the time to be there.
Today's Monday.
Well, Bride could probably come, but I mean, it would take you guys a long time to get here.
All right, let me see what's going on here.
There'll be dry, shriveled up sausages by the time I get there.
Exactly.
There'll be hash fungus.
There's no sound coming from the courtroom, but because I don't want to blast you guys' eardrums out, I get so many complaints. My sound's either too high, too low. It's never just Goldilocks in the middle. So
it was fine last Friday. It's fine now.
Yeah. Carmen said that I was blasting it when we were doing the the songs. She texts me. She's like, "That's really loud." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I cannot win. I cannot win." So
did you hear them, Bri?
I have a volume control on my computer, so I can turn it down.
Which everybody does, and it's a weird thing. You can turn things.
Did you hear the
down,
songs
you can
though?
turn things up.
Oh my Lord!
Yes, the songs were awesome.
We let George pick the words. Say no more.
Yeah, I went to Suno yesterday, but then decided not to play with it because then I got a Discord account. So now I'm trying to learn that.
Woo! We saw you in
when
there.
you learn, tell me.
I would do that first, and when I get that under control, then I'll start making some songs.
You might want to turn your notifications off on Discord. We've had some people be like, "Oh my gosh, the notifications from your Discord are annoying." And it's like, well, turn them off.
Maybe I didn't turn them on because I'm not annoyed yet. I don't think I got
it. You'll have to email us the Discord link.
So I'll have to go check that out.
Well, I mean, I just leave it alone.
I started it, and yours was the first site that I went to, and so I'm still not even really sure how it works yet.
I don't
know how it works.
But I know there was a lot of messages going back and forth in there yesterday. So if you weren't getting notifications every time somebody was putting a message or replying, then you're probably good. But I mean, I know it can get annoying.
You got the Gavel Drops Discord link, Gabby, for Bri? That's a good one, Bri.
Yes.
Okay.
It's awesome for research and stuff. They've got links to, like, they've got the each court hearing in calendar order, and if you click on each court hearing, it then takes you to the link to that, and every hearing, every document pretty much that anyone finds links it to that case in chronological order.
That's a lot easier than what I've been doing. I go to every county.
Oh yes, but sometimes you can't find things.
Well, I don't know what county's what, so that's why I go to Discord.
Like sometimes it's hard to figure out where they're at. Like this, So there, she put it up there.
Thank you. Sometimes I go to Discord just to find what county they're at and then go further from there because they've got the documents there to show that it's, Florida versus blah, blah, blah or something. And I'll go, okay.
Oh, look, they've got a high school student doing IT stuff.
As you would.
Yes. Who else does it?
Absolutely.
The judge spilled cocoa on his keyboard.
Like it's really sticky. Can you fix it? Oh my goodness. I did Jules
is in her assigned seat.
Yes. My dad and I were talking about that the other day of what creatures, humans are such creatures of habit. You'll hear the judge say these seats aren't assigned to jurors. And I said, Dad, they go in there and sit in the exact same spot every time because once we sit in a spot, it's ours.
Yeah,
we just
got my bum gems on it.
Yes. And he goes, well, in school, we were taught you walk in the classroom and you sit in the same spot every day. And I said, I never even thought about it that way. So do you think
she normally dresses like a housewife or she's been told to dress like that?
I think she's been told because it was either Court TV or Law and Crime. I didn't watch it because I just get tired of people getting picked apart. They were like the changing look of Ashley Benefield.
Oh, really?
Thought, good grief. Who cares? Everybody does it. Everybody does it. If you're a man with long, shaggy hair, you cut it. It's just, you want to look your best for court and you try to look to be, sympathetic.
I do it as a juror. When I get called for jury duty, that's not what I wear every day.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like, I don't know. I mean, it's like I've told you guys, reading just the comments. Oh, she's smiling. She's trying to smile at the jury. She's smirking.
Oh,
She's,
Lord.
it's like, it's just everything. That her testimony, I think DG came back and said they were over there saying she was faking. She wasn't really crying. Like, you cannot fake that. You cannot fake that. If you can, go to Hollywood
Yep.
because you'll win everything. So I don't
But
know.
that's the world.
That is the world.
There's always going to be haters. Always.
Well, and then
That's why we have jury.
somebody on
That's how we
one
have
of
what?
That's why we have juries.
Yes, but if they go in with the mindset
And mods.
if they go in with the mindset of those people on those other channels of everyone is guilty, I don't want those people on my jury. They're
No.
never going to give me a chance ever.
I don't want those people on my channel. Stay there. Stay on Court TV.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why you also have a choice. You can have a bench trial instead.
True
Yes, but there's a woman.
Hello, darling.
Bree, I don't think that message is going to be allowed through, Bree. Good morning, Alicia.
Hello. Good morning, Alicia.
There's Julie Grant, I think is her name, that she hosts something on Court TV. She says innocent people have a bench trial and guilty people have a jury trial. And I thought, and she's
right.
Like, all you courties know this, and that's what she put out there. I was like, that is really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
So no wonder they think all these jury trials we watch, they're guilty. You're just
Hey,
telling
you
me
have?
when they are.
Yeah.
Good
Morning.
morning. How are you doing?
Come on in. Gabby's
Bree, I don't know
scoffing
if
her
you're still
bagel.
Yes.
I think I once heard if you're the facts are on your side, you go with the jury. If you have to rely on the law to win, you get a bench trial.
And there's some judges I would rather have a bench trial in front of than have a jury, because I trust that they will follow what the law is. But the law too is open to what they interpret to
Interpretation,
be.
yeah.
So it's different for it's like, here's the same law applied 1,000 different ways. And because of interpretation. So I don't know how you fix that, because that's just humans. It's what we do. And
that's what appeals are for.
Appeals
But
are for
still.
losers.
I don't think she'll get convicted.
Well, if you win, you
despite-
don't appeal.
I'm just saying, it's like that.
Yeah, that's
is,
true. You'd have.
it takes so long, and generally, it's really hard to get a jury verdict overturned. They just don't. They're not going to step on that jury unless there's really something bad that happened. And it's like I was saying.
Well, yeah.
The other day, we watched a hearing from.
Yeah, you get hit by a Lexus.
A few months ago about a guy. He'd been in prison for 34 years. He had appealed to everyone, even the state Supreme Court. And he finally was able to get a hearing, and they overturned his conviction. But 34 years it took for him to get out of prison.
Are you talking about Llama?
Yeah, I'm talking about Mr. Llama Johnson. His name is Lamar, but I forgot the R one day.
Gabby never lets you forget anything, does she?
She sent me a text and she was like, "Who's Llama?" And I was like, "Oh." I was like, "You let me go 5 hours?"
He's from the deli.
I'm sure he would give up the R to get out of jail.
I mean, in my defense, I saw it 5 hours in. But the best part was the next day she put a little llama looking into the For her thumbnail.
Mm-hmm. Llama llama.
And Gabby and I were probably the only two people that got it. Everybody else was probably, why is there a llama on her
Need to know
thumbnail?
basis.
Oh, the creepy brother was on our local news channel this morning because they did a brief thing on this case, which I
Really?
thought was
Oh.
interesting.
That's interesting.
This morning's the first time that I've seen it on our local news,
Huh.
but they had the creepy brother on.
Do you have much to say?
About how guilty she is and how they're making up stories about his brother. And
Here we go.
All right. Good morning, everybody. We're
Sound.
back on the record in State versus Ashley Benefield, 2020 CF 3014. Thank you for your patience as we've gotten started this morning. First thing, we had early this
too
morning, a
loud?
juror call in that there was some car trouble. Juror was running late. My understanding is all the jurors are here and they've been brought up. And then obviously I've had computer problems this morning. So we'll just get going.
Mhm.
Anything you need to bring up before we resume with the defendant's case in chief?
Judge, the clerk notified me on Friday that we had not actually
you.
entered states 103 and 104. So I would like to go ahead and enter those. I don't know if the defense has an objection. We can do it in our case in rebuttal if we need to, but we did talk about them during testimony. I just didn't say the magic words.
I just don't know what 103 and 104 is.
It's
I don't
the
either.
modeling picture and the mugshot.
Oh my
Actually,
God.
yes, we do have something to say about that.
I bet, because it's pointless.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you're just going to save that until your rebuttal? Okay.
Yes, and then just to put on the court's,
There's a discovery issue with respect to those two photographs. We were never provided them.
well, the mugshot.
All right.
certainly.
So I'm making a note that we have to have a Richardson hearing on that issue then.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
And also just to, for scheduling purposes, at some point, hopefully before, right at lunch, I would like to have.
Hi,
a discussion
Alicia.
about whether,
Hi, Christine.
The court would allow
Hi,
the
Christine.
state
How you
to
doing?
introduce evidence from Dr. Broder that we had previously talked about before. I just wanted to get a ruling from the court so I know whether to get him here or not.
Okay. I don't know what evidence it is, so I'll just wait for you to bring it up.
Okay.
Defense, any issues before we resume?
No, sir.
All right. State, you ready?
Yes.
All right. You said ready.
Yes, sir.
All right, just want to make sure. Are you
He's like,
feeling all
let's
right?
get this shit show on the road.
I felt a little cold, but I'm good.
Same here. So I understand. Okay.
I love that look from the judge. Whatever.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Like,
I'll just wait for you to bring it up.
yeah, whatever. I'm done. People have been
Another
annoying.
Richard hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, and another hearing. He's like, yay, hearings.
And the juror using an old car trouble excuse.
You overslept, admit it. Thank you for quieting that down, Court TV. Appreciate it. Don't need to hear papers rattling. He either needs a graduation cap on or he needs the
Yeah. I feel like
the-
he's used to
the
do
priest
this.
thing. Yes.
All right, you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Good morning. I don't know who had car trouble, but I hope everything worked out and you've had time to kind of calm down from that. So we're going to get started. As when we left on Friday, the state was presenting its, the defense was presenting its case. I do need to ask you though, before we get started, because we just had a couple of days off, did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves in any way? Did anybody discuss the case with anyone outside of this jury? Did anyone do any research or watch any coverage at all about the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about? All right, everybody says no. Mr. Taylor, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Bruce Ferris.
All right, we'll see what happens because this is the dude that we were watching on Friday,
Yeah.
and he did not rule. So
The Dolbert dude.
I don't. Is he lost? Ferris, Bueller, Bueller.
But he's a bit like Groundhog Day.
That would be funny.
The testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Thank you. Morning, Judge.
Morning, sir. My name is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over this case. Just have a seat, make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get yourself about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It's pointed straight up, but it does adjust down, left, right, up, down, whatever you need. And if you just speak directly, a loud, clear voice into the microphone, it should pick up everything.
I will.
He's like, okay,
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you tell us your full name, spell your last name, please?
Bruce Eric Ferris, last name Ferris.
Mr. Ferris, what type of work do you do?
I'm a licensed mental health counselor.
And how long have you held that position?
I've been doing that for 14 years. I've counseled individuals I just recently counted 1,000 clients, not including group work I've done. I also am a consultant in domestic violence and testify as an expert court witness in domestic violence.
Let's talk about your education for a minute.
Okay.
Please enlighten us.
I have a Bachelor of
Leaving
Science
in
degree
tonight.
in civil engineering. I graduated from the Police Academy in Gainesville, Florida, and I have a master's degree in mental health counseling.
And do you have any specialized education or training in a specific field?
Yes. Been to a lot of trainings, seminars, and certifications, and various
I know.
conferences.
I know,
In
Bob.
my curriculum vitae,
Hi,
I'll call it
Bob.
CV, my resume. There's about 100 items listed of trainings that I've been to over the years.
For what specific field?
In domestic violence and mental health and trauma to children and trauma in general. And I could go on, but that's the general focus of all my work.
Let's talk about your work experience for a moment.
Oh, okay.
Like an hour.
Tell us about it.
So as a counselor now, my day is spent seeing individual clients. I specialize, like I mentioned, in domestic violence victimization, both men and women.
Good morning, Dad.
Generalized
Good
mental
question.
health issues and typical things that a counselor would do, but I have a
Like why
focus
I've
on
asked.
domestic
Heard all
violence and
this.
I'd like
family
to buy a
problems. I
bow.
also counsel adolescent boys, most of which
Bring it
are
there.
going through the foster care system or adoption or divorce of their parents, etc.
All right, and
All the
what
hearts.
position did you hold prior to that?
I was a police officer in Gainesville, Florida, for 20 years. I graduated the police academy in 1993, got sworn in 94, and I retired in 2013. The last 10 years of that career, I was a detective, uniquely running. I was a lead detective of what's called the Domestic Violence Unit of the Investigations Bureau at the Gainesville Police Department. Over the course of that time, when I retired, I looked back and did a little search, and I had arrested or filed charges or got warrants on 500 different abusers over those years.
Mr. Ferris, give us an idea of
Oh,
your
Brian, I thought you put a
professional
robe on. I thought you put a judge's robe on.
Likely.
Sure. I have, I'm licensed with the state of Florida, like I
You did.
mentioned, as an LMHC or licensed mental health counselor. I have to keep up with education, et cetera, keep my license active. I'm certified as a batter's intervention program
You keep the
facilitator.
gimp mask in the
case
attic.
anyone doesn't know, batter's intervention, which I'll refer to as BIP, is a 6-month class given to abusers who are found guilty or on probation or could be part of their injunction order. And it's a curriculum based upon the Duluth Power and Control Wheel. And it's a psychosexual type, not sexual. It's a type of therapy that involves some counseling and some ownership and learning. And also was a certified police officer, I mentioned. I also have certification as domestic violence danger assessment and level of danger scoring system developed by Jackie Campbell out of Johns Hopkins University. And I also have a certification as adoption competency training, mental health professionals out of Rutgers University. I'll stop there.
And briefly, have you been the recipient of various awards and recognition?
Yeah, I have.
Give us a brief idea.
Okay.
Brief.
The Alachua County Board of Commissioners had nominated me to Governor DeSantis to be part of the Children's Trust Fund of Alachua County. I received the 31st Annual Martha Varnes Award for outstanding achievement in prevention of domestic violence against women. I had recognition for valuable contributions in what's called crisis intervention team. I train officers how to de-escalate confrontations with citizens. I did receive the 2010 Distinguished Victim Service Award for recognition of outstanding contributions to crime victims for National Crime Victims Week by State Attorney General Pam Bondi awarded that to me, and Governor Scott at the time was there for the presentation. I'll stop there. There's a few more.
Morning, Sharon.
Have you been recognized as an expert on domestic violence in various courts of the state of Florida before?
I have.
Approximately.
So I've been involved in 60 some cases as either consultant or expert witness. 50 of those I've been recognized by the judiciary as an expert in domestic violence, mental health, batter's intervention, effects of DV on children.
Good morning, Regina.
Say you've appeared before approximately 60 times as an expert witness. Was it for any particular side in a dispute? That is to say, for example, in a criminal case, was it always for the prosecution, always for the defense?
But both. I worked for the state attorney's office and worked for defense. Yeah. And a majority of my cases have been in civil court, though I have worked in criminal court also.
Would you, Mr. Ferris, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what another definition of domestic violence is?
Well, so there's the criminal statutes of domestic violence, which are typically, we all know it's battery, ag battery, assault, ag assault, false imprisonment, sexual abuse, et cetera, person crimes involving a family or household member against each other. And that has another definition, that's spouses or family members living together, or it could be a couple that had a child together that have never lived together. Doesn't include, let's say, cousins who've never lived together and aren't intimate in any way. But through my experience, I've realized that there's a greater, that's umbrella, and that has to do with power and control. The abuser needs to control their victim. Now, they'll use the criminal things, hitting, et cetera, all those things. But in a greater sense, there's also this, I referenced it earlier, the Duluth Power and Control Wheel that DCF's accepted for the BIP class. I'd like to explain the power and control wheel, if that's okay.
He did say something about cousins. He said it Friday too, and I'm just kind of
not being intimate, but that's not on Game of Thrones.
Well, and it's not on the. It's like it's not on the wheel or something. Like they don't acknowledge it. It's weird. So yes, he did say something about cousins.
And Sharon, I just getting back to you, I actually thought it was the other way around. I thought they didn't let the defense get much in.
I
But
kind
that-
of I agree. It's been a fight for the defense to get a lot.
It's been an
of
absolute
in.
poop show, that's for sure. Both sides.
Oh
But,
yeah.
And he keeps reading from something. I can't believe the state's not
Yes.
objecting.
It's his
Well,
CV.
he's reading from his CV. They've already seen it because remember the judge had it Friday, or the judge didn't have it, and then they gave him one. And when they gave the judge a copy of his CV, he said to the judge, "I usually get to see that too, to make sure that it's mine, that it's accurate."
Yeah.
So they know it's theirs, but I know what you're saying.
But as soon as he said, "What's the definition of domestic violence?" he immediately looked down to read something.
Yeah.
So, but anyway,
I'm just curious what they're going to do if they're going to fight this testimony every step of the way.
They haven't yet. But this is the first real question.
We've had brother, sister, cousin before in trial, so it's been, I don't think we're going to get that here, but maybe we'll follow this guy and see where he goes next, because maybe brother, sister, cousin will be there. So, never mind. I don't want to follow this guy.
In fact, with the court's permission, we could perhaps have the screen come down and the lights dim.
Oh, the wheel.
Mr. Ferris, you have a laser
At the wheel.
in front of you, the little star.
Duluth
red.
Spin the wheel.
Okay. Judge, may I stand here and pay attention to the mic as I talk?
Any objection?
He did on Friday.
Okay.
I've got my important pointy thing.
It's about 12 to 15 inches.
As I mentioned, there's the criminal definition.
Was
And
there a question? Objection. Was there a question?
Go ahead with the question.
Yes. What is it that's on the
Right.
screen?
so what
Mr. Ferris?
okay,
Mr.
so
Ferris,
yes, sir,
would you please tell us what is on the screen?
I will. So this is what's referred to as the Duluth Power and Control Wheel. And so there's physical violence and sexual violence. Those are the criminal things I talked about. And then there's these power and control aspects. And the nature of the power and control is repetitive. It's a way to get control. So up at, we'll call it 1 o'clock, using intimidation, making her afraid by using looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying her property, abusing pets, and displaying weapons would be an aspect of intimidating your partner, again, to gain control. Using emotional abuse, putting her down, making her feel bad about herself, calling her names, making her think she's crazy, playing mind games, humiliating her, making her feel guilty. Then isolation, controlling what she does, who she sees and talks to, what she reads, where she goes, limiting her outside involvement, using jealousy to justify actions. Then a big one that I see often is minimizing, denying, and blaming, making light of the abuse, not taking her concern seriously, saying abuse didn't happen, making shifting responsibility for the behavior, saying she caused it. Another one is using children, making her feel guilty about the children, using the children to relay messages, using visitation to harass her, threatening to take the children away, male privilege, testing, treating her like a servant, making all the big decisions, acting like the master of the castle, being the one to define men's and women's roles, using economic abuse, preventing her from getting or keeping a job, making her ask for money, giving her an allowance, making her ask for money, not letting her know or have access to family income. And the last one is coercion and threats, making her carrying out threats to do something to hurt her, threatening to leave her, saying that he'll commit suicide, reporting her to the government, making her drop charges, making her do illegal things.
That's a link to this wheel in chat.
Now, I have a couple of
Okay.
questions I'd like to ask you about that wheel that you demonstrated.
Sometimes I just
for
want to
us.
throw that wheel.
Is this something that you created?
No, this was created by, up in Duluth, Minnesota, there was a domestic violence advocacy group and also researchers, and they looked through police reports, they interviewed victims of domestic violence who come through the shelter, and through a period of time, they developed these 8 items and created the power and control wheel. This wheel is used around the country and actually internationally. Like I said, it's the base curriculum for the Batteries Intervention Program class I talked about, and it's taught quite readily all across America and by use by domestic violence shelters, et cetera.
How long has this wheel, if you will, been in existence?
Yeah, probably, I'm guessing 30 years or so, could be a little more.
Are there any agencies within the state of Florida that predicate their decisions upon the Duluth Power Wheel?
Yeah, the DCF accepted the power and control wheel for the curriculum for the BIP class.
That's the Florida Department of Children's and Families.
They were the ones who were controlling the BIP class when it started up. Also, a lot of federal money, domestic violence, against women act, things like that have always promoted the power.
I hope you're wrong, Adair.
And also,
I really do.
Giving out grants and education money.
Are the majority of abusers male or female?
Majority are male, but there's certainly a percentage that are female. I'd say it's at least 2/3 male at the least. And in my practice, I have male victims.
And what about on the other end, the victims of domestic violence? What's the percentage of males and female?
So again, there's some different statistics. Somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 are men, and
are men as victims of domestic violence?
He's CV, Brian.
Abusers. So that on the other side of that, they're 1/3 to 1 to 25% male victims. And I just got a male victim this past week.
Okay, so
okay, I'm done.
I want to make sure we're clear on this.
Sure.
You've told us that the percentage of abusers that are male is approximately 2/3. Is that
At least
correct?
2/3. There's some statistics to make it actually higher.
Would you tell us, please, what percentage of domestic violence victims are female?
Somewhere between 2/3 to 3/4.
All right. Now, I want to ask you if you would educate us, Mr. Ferris, about whether or not there are common characteristics that abusers share.
And I certainly can do that, Mr. Cheller. Can I make one closing statement about the Duluth wheel? And
Sure.
Power and control. So I think it needs to be said, and maybe I didn't say it, that the whole idea of the use of the wheel is to get compliance by the abuser with their victim. So they're looking to control them, and either they use those criminal, the battery, or they use emotional abuse or intimidation or these different techniques to try to control them. So the victim of domestic violence is placed with.
I had myself muted because I do. Thank you, Jim.
You're welcome. Who got it?
Thank you so much, Charles.
Yay!
Thank you for the
Congratulations,
membership.
Charles.
So congratulations, Charles. Thanks to Jody at the Defense Rest. I
Welcome.
appreciate it, Jody. Thank you. Yes. Yay. All right. I will try not to pause before I unmute myself. All right, let's go back to the wheel. The wheel of doom.
Wanting to have the least harm to them. So they get into a compliance, I call it an equilibrium type of status mode, where they seek to get along, to go along. They don't want to poke the bear. They don't want, they believe that this is certainly a danger to be involved with this person, their mate, their spouse, etc. So they comply, and they in this compliance mode, and they can certainly appear to society as nothing's going on, but there actually is, and they're afraid to display that because of the retribution that might happen. So
All right,
I'll go on from there.
This wheel then is the product, if you will, of the science of domestic violence over the past 30 years.
And throughout my entire practice.
Congratulations, Kim.
Oh, Kim got it. Yay.
Yay.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. And congratulations, my OG of OGs, Kim. Hopefully she'll be able to pop in here
Surprise!
and see that. That'll be a nice surprise for her. And yeah, she's my original. She's been here for a long time. Thank you, Brian.
People that I've counseled and even the 500s I arrested, I see this repetitively to be true.
All right. Now, would you please tell us?
Oh, I do. Thank you.
I need you to make sure you keep your voice up so that
Yes,
others
sir.
can hear you. Would you now tell us, Mr. Ferris, whether or not there are common characteristics that abusers share?
They can be anyone from all socio-economic stratas, and that's been my experience also. And I said, like I said earlier, predominance men, but also females.
What's the motivation for their behavior, abusers?
They want to control their partners. I find often an ownership type attitude. They want to control them.
How do they treat generally pets in the household?
Pets. So statistics have shown that abusers abuse pets well above average, more than average citizens would. And so I have two theories about that. One is that they're missing some empathy, or they tend to see things as objects. And so, okay. Can I explain why they abuse pets?
No, it's been an objection.
So if the pet is belonged to the female or their partner, the victim.
Well, it took
He
longer
just
than
completely
I
ignored her.
Yeah, he's like, okay. I don't
I was
care.
on the spiel.
Did you not see where you were on the wheel, woman? Like, get in your place.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't believe it took this long. But it took that
Where's
long.
your
to
dog
see
at?
his TV. Yeah. Where's your dog? I'm going to knock it out. Sidebar. Good one, Adair.
Yeah.
You've been paying attention.
Sidebar.
All right. Well, a
Okay,
few is
okay.
it's like 3. So
Make sure you see.
9:36. Yeah, do not do that. I'll send Bree after you. We all know what you're doing, Gabby. You're not hiding it and fooling anyone. I guess I can fast forward because we are just a touch behind.
Oh, I wasn't going there. I was going. Penny drop, Jody. I was going. There.
All right, come on.
L.
Mr. Ferris, would you describe
Bloody hell.
I love L.
term
I love L.
control means in a domestic
Oh,
violence
Brian.
relationship?
So coercive control, acts of aggression, assault, threats.
You go first, Adair.
And harm, punish, frighten the victims.
Have fun with that.
That fits in with creating fear, and it fits in with this whole continuum of power and control, a pattern that is developed to control the victim.
Do offenders always behave violently, or does the abusive behavior happen in cycles?
They don't always act violently in what common term of a battery or an assault. It can be accomplished just by threats and fear. And in terms of a cycle, there can be a violent or emotionally abusive state, and then a honeymoon side of state, and then it cycles back. In the field, we talk of a model of kind of like rain and sunshine. And,
All right, and let me ask you, Mr. Ferris, does the victim always appear to be afraid or act like they are afraid of the offender?
Definitely not. Oftentimes the motivation is to hide the abuse from friends, family, law. There's lots of repercussions if if it's disclosed. One could be fear that the oppressor, the abuser, the husband, the boyfriend, the wife, whoever is the abuser, will harm them. So they're very scared. The other is they might not even understand that they're victims of domestic violence. Quite often, when I get clients, people don't know those definitions.
How common is it, Mr. Ferris, for a victim of domestic violence to smile and act happy in the company of the abuser?
Very much so, and also in terms of even in public or with family.
Why?
Because they're afraid. They found this least resistance. They're trying to not poke the bear, as we'll say, or we've all heard the term walking on eggshells. They're trying to avoid aggression by their partner because they've grown to believe that there's a threat here.
So could we characterize that as an appeasement?
Totally appeasement. It's something I see quite often. And
what is the victim trying to accomplish by engaging in the appeasement behavior?
Not encourage him to be abusive to herself, or if there's children involved, she's putting up a front to again create a type of stasis or minimum amount of aggression. So they don't want to again poke the bear. They're afraid of the repercussions.
All right, now give us some insight into this, if you will. Does the introduction of a child change these dynamics at all?
Yes.
Tell us how and why, please.
Okay, so it definitely ups the ante, we'll speak.
Objection. I have the same objection at the bench.
I'll overrule on this one.
So yes, definitely, if someone is single and they're being abused, certainly they want to incur least amount of abuse. But when a child's involved, now they're concerned, and if they have a strong maternal instinct, now they're concerned about their own safety and their child's safety. And abusers will use a child as a manipulation tool to try to get at the victim. So the victim, that's even a further degree of way to pacify. Oftentimes women will stay in marriages because they want to protect the child, even though it's detrimental to themselves.
A couple of questions about abusers, if I may. How do they generally rate on the scale of ability to charm and deceive others?
Quite highly. Those 8 years I taught domestic violence crimes, I got to know quite a few, and some were individual therapy clients also. Many of them, I used to say, have the gift of gab. They were very personable, friendly. Yeah. Not all of them, but a large percent definitely were very much the charmer. They'll hide the abuse, and they use it as a strategy to influence or control their victims.
Is there a pattern? Excuse me.
Get some water.
Is there a pattern, Mr. Ferris, of denying, rationalizing, minimizing, or blaming the victim in these relationships?
I can say a very high percentage, well, I don't know, over 90% I'd estimate of all my cases involve minimizing, denying, blaming. In fact, on the power and control wheel, I guess it's gone. It's one of the 8 categories is minimizing, denying, and blaming, and it's all a technique that she made me hit her. I didn't really do it. It wasn't that bad. They're always trying to minimize and talk their way out of their being abusive.
Would you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Ferris, is there a particular time in these relationships when violence is most likely against the victim?
Yes, very much. The most dangerous time statistically is when a woman or a victim of domestic violence is leaving their abuser, and if the abuser is there. There's a high fatality rate, high incident of danger to them. I've been trained in this in my evaluation with John Hopkins' work. This is a really dangerous time. As advocates for domestic violence, we oftentimes have safety plans. Those plans, part of those plans, you never leave.
All right.
I hope the jury's listening to this.
I'd like to ask you, Mr. Ferris, if I may, a couple of hypothetical questions.
Certainly.
Involving the hypothetical abuser and a hypothetical victim. First, I'd like you to tell me, would the following acts be consistent with an abuser? And allow me to finish, and then you give your opinion.
I'm going to object to that.
Yes.
Do you hear him shush her?
Who shushed her? Judge, shh, no, bad. Give me the wheel.
He's there as an expert to give his opinion, isn't he?
Well, so they talked about these hypotheticals on Friday, and the defense attorney didn't bring them up because the judge kind of got onto him about that. And he said, well, I walked him right up to that line. And he said, yeah, but you didn't give me anything to go on with these hypotheticals. So there wasn't any hypotheticals presented Friday. He said, I was waiting to present them. So I figured as soon as he brought them up that she was being like, objection, because we don't want anything in that's going to make us look bad. Sorry, you guys already do, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, you looked bad Friday.
And I think it's even worse that it's a woman doing that.
Yes.
Did he approach you with a baseball bat? Did he punch you in the face? Did he,
Yes. I mean, that was awful. My ears are bleeding.
I nearly reached in the screen and punched her.
Yeah, that was rough Friday when she was asking her those questions. Like, it doesn't matter. He did not have to physically touch her. And if he physically touched her one time, and that day was the day that he ended up on the floor.
Unalived, yep.
That's too bad.
That's self-defense.
Yes. But she didn't have to have black eyes and bruises and everything else for months or years before all this for her to not be abused. Like, I hope people understand that. Abuse is not always physical.
No.
Brian's got another wardrobe change. No hazmat suit.
Is he really wearing a judge's robe? He cracks me up.
No hazmat suit. I'm spinning the wheel.
We need to have a fancy dress night.
Oh, it's like, what's he gonna come back as now? He needs to come back as a woman. That'd be hilarious, with a big wig on and.
Is there any news on
the? I just went off camera because I have to call the office. So.
Did you take the red keys?
Come back as a woman. No. What were you saying, Jody?
I forgot now.
I think it was something about Friday.
I can't stop thinking about Brian with red lipstick on.
He could put a wig on, get one of those Dolly Parton chess pieces. Sorry. I think you were going to say something about.
Oh, yes. Have you heard any more about the
Oh,
Hannah
I think
Bernack Hannah.
I think Wednesday there's something happening
So,
Wednesday,
Mr.
but I'll have
Ferris,
to
I'm
look
going to give
in
you a series
Okay.
of hypotheticals,
what it was.
and I'd like you to tell us if
Ooh,
it's
sounds like he
consistent
won.
with abuse.
Yes, sir.
Shooting a gun in the kitchen of a home in an effort to intimidate the victim to stop speaking. Throwing the loaded gun at the victim. Cruelty to pets. Punching a dog in the face hard enough to knock the dog unconscious. Throwing a cat down the steps. Placing a tracker on the victim's car, an illegal tracker. Throwing things, breaking things, yelling, screaming, belittling, cursing, humiliating, declaring such statements as rid the earth, being in a murderous mood, kill all the bad people, take them out, being caught at night, peering into windows of the victim's home, violating a no contact order by sending a package, driving from South Carolina to Florida to be able to follow the victim, suicidal threats if the victim leaves, more than 30 years age difference, and finally, prior marital history whereby the prior wife explains how she was beat up on the honeymoon. Would that be consistent with abuse?
Absolutely. And not only absolutely, but those are checklist points right off the Duluth Power and Control wheel and right off my experience, they're stereotypical abuse techniques.
All right, and now my last question for you, Mr. Ferris, is I'm going to give you a hypothetical. And tell me if this would be consistent with someone who suffers from abuse. Sending texts that are conciliatory with friendly emojis, accompanying the abuser during child time sharing ventures, acting deferential and subservient in joint therapy sessions, but decisively different in individual sessions, fearful of the abuser finding out the victim described him as controlling, manipulative, and abusive, and being exposed to threats, intimidation, pushing, holding down, humiliating, cursing. Would that be consistent with victim of domestic violence?
Without a doubt. These are, again, techniques of compliance, not wanting to poke the bear, walking on eggshells, trying to minimize harm to themselves and their children. They'll put up a front. They don't want anyone to know, and they don't want their abuser to be angry by them disclosing. So, yes.
Lastly, one other factor I neglected to mention, would a video of the abuser and the abused at a restaurant with the child and another adult, whereby they are all acting happy, be consistent as well?
Well, certainly, if you're asking, they're acting happy, is she still a victim of domestic violence? Definitely. And it also fits with this whole idea of appeasement. We have to remember that the domestic violence comes in layers through the years of events. So one incident.
Judge, I'm going to object to non-responsive.
Overruled.
So that behavior isn't just a spot image right then. What's going on inside her? Why is she acting that way? That's what I would ask clients. That's what we're looking for. And if it's truly a victim of domestic violence, she'll be in this appeasement mode to try to please him and not disclose the abuse to get along sort of description.
My final question as it relates in general to domestic violence. Assume, hypothetically, there were several violent or semi-violent acts of domestic violence, and then there was a break in the chain of events for, let's say, as much as a year or two, and then it started up again, does the victim remember, and is the victim affected by the earlier acts of abuse?
Without a doubt. I've got clients who tell me about
Sustained.
Yeah, just
so
academically.
yes, definitely they don't forget the abuse that's occurred to them, trauma lasting. Adults remember childhood trauma, let alone something from several years ago. Like I say, layers of impacts of behavior.
Thank you very much. No further questions on this.
All right, this ought to be interesting.
State, cross.
Yeah. State sauce.
Good morning, Mr. Ferris.
Good morning.
That was fast.
Mr.
Okay.
Oh.
I want to ask you give you some examples and ask you if this is consistent with a victim mentality.
Sure.
Minimizing the abuse.
Now you're asking me if the victim would minimize?
Yes. Like what I mean by that, and maybe I said it wrong, is like covering or taking blame for the abuse, covering for the abuser, taking blame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Making excuses for him.
Definitely.
Or her, I guess. But, not reporting the abuse.
Right.
Dropping charges if they were filed.
Yep.
Not standing up for themselves.
Yes.
And not leaving.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put that wheel back up, and I want to talk to you about the pie sections each.
Sure.
Those are weird questions for her to ask. I wonder where she's going.
She's going to say, well, that could relate to anybody.
I think she's going to say none of that ever happened.
You know what? The thing you can't overlook is the messages from his deceased wife.
Mm-hmm.
You can't ignore those.
Sorry, Judge.
I take back. She does not look more rested today.
No.
Take it back.
Well, she's fixing it, and I know you're familiar. And do you have a copy in
I
front
do.
of you?
I
do
want,
too.
I want
do
right
too.
in front of me.
Okay. And so I want to talk first about the use of intimidation. Would you agree that if somebody, this says making her afraid by using looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying things, her property. We talked about a break. If those things weren't occurring for years, would you, but had allegedly occurred prior to that, would you still consider that part of this dynamic?
Yes.
If it's been a distance in time.
Yeah, I think the distance can be totally irrelevant.
And there's a section on here about the economic abuse.
Mm-hmm.
Would you find
Didn't want her
that
to work.
if a hypothetical victim was living on her own for several years, had no monetary dependence on the alleged abuser, and lived in her own home in another state for part of that, and there was no monetary connection, that would not apply to a relationship?
Could you restate the
Yes.
question?
So if in this wheel,
Right.
hypothetically, we're not talking just about using economic abuse.
Right.
Would you agree? Would you say it still applies if the victim was living on her own for several years with family and independently sufficient economically?
Mm-hmm.
No financial dependence on
Mm-hmm.
the other person. Would you agree with me that economic abuse would not apply to that relationship?
From the scenario given me, it doesn't sound like it would apply.
Okay. And for isolation, would you agree that if it's the same facts, living on her own for several years with family, so I know it says isolated from family, I think. Oh, living on her own with family and having some periods of no contact for over a year, and then being back in contact, but living separately and having her own cell phone, having her own car, having her own home. Would you agree with me that that's not a situation where there was isolation?
Well, you have to remember, under the isolation also comes jealousy and justifying actions. So in terms of isolating, not letting their partner or the victim go to work or see family, in that sense, what you're saying is true. But a component of isolation could also be extreme jealousy, possession, your mind, those sort of things.
And I didn't add those facts. You're adding those facts, right?
Well, under the power and control
Yeah.
world, the last
picked the
item, I
wheel,
don't know if
lady.
you actually mentioned it, using jealousy to justify actions.
And if that was not a factor, that's not a factor. for my scenario.
Then isolation component may not be part of that, component for the scenario we're looking at, the couple we're looking at.
And why do you say may not? What part of that would apply?
Well, would not be.
Okay, thank you. Using the children.
Mhm.
If the hypothetical victim had custody of the child and attempted to terminate parental rights, and the hypothetical abuser had to seek court intervention to get the child,
Right.
would that be a factor in your consideration of whether children were being used? If she had sole control of the child.
So you're asking me if I could just reframe that the alleged abuser is not he's not using child against their alleged victim, then they're not necessarily guilty of using the children.
I'm not asking if it's guilty. I'm just asking if that would apply. We've talked about how these
Right.
things apply.
It may not apply. It would not apply. But I think if I could mention, you're missing the point of the power control wheel. This is about pattern of behavior.
I'm not missing
Okay.
it. I'm just asking hypothetical
Okay.
questions.
Him.
How about the using a male privilege?
Mhm.
If that hypothetical abuser was not having any control over her big decisions or did not live with her, so was not being the master of the castle, was not treating her like a servant because they lived separately, and was not defining their roles.
Telling
In
part of the
fact,
story, lady.
was, offering to purchase things, get her anything she needed, those kind of things. Would you agree with me if those were the facts of a relationship, male privilege would not apply?
No, I wouldn't agree with you.
Okay. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, the men's roles. And when you say purchasing things, I would want to look into what is that
Love bombing.
a concept of what the role is. I'm the man. I purchase things. I control things for you. I decide what to get, etc. So that could be a male privilege issue.
Okay, and I understand that, and that was a poor fact scenario in mine. I think it kind of goes with the economic abuse. And what I should have asked is, if she's asking for, can you stop and get me boxes, or can you stop and get me tape, or can you stop and get me something else? And he is, yes, of course, and he does it. That's what I'm talking about. Not.
It's a delay tactic so that he doesn't get here so quick.
So in terms of him buying things for her that she's asking for, I wouldn't consider that to be domestic violence.
Okay, you would not.
No.
No, but
So that's
she's talking about when she lived with her mother and was getting
She's
ready
talking
to
about
leave the
small
state.
segments of the relationship.
Yes, and who thought he was leaving the state with her? He did.
Did he initially, did she have to move out of state to be with him?
Yes.
Yeah,
South
that's
Carolina.
isolation right there. Yep. Take her away from her family and her friends.
Yes, so that happens, and then she's trying to get out of the state and away, and he's like, "No, I'm coming with you." This whole thing of this woman,
Yep.
man. I hope people
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
No, it's like run into the wall.
Yeah. Again.
Figuratively speaking, of course.
Yeah.
Gabby, I'm not sure which one is it's Skunk Woman or Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I think it's Skunk Woman.
That when she gets angry, that white streak gets a little thicker, it seems like. The This is frustrating me. Sharon, I do think he does like to hear himself talk, but he has so much knowledge that he's trying to get out and keep it held back at the same time. I do think he's trying to find a balance. And I do think he maybe has figured out where she's going with her questioning, with his last answer. So we'll see. I'll see if I know where she's going, because
Yeah, I've got the wheel up in front of me, and she's only mentioning small portions of each section and only small portions of the relationship as well, the bits that she wants.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So what? She stopped him to ask to. He was coming over.
So she was independent before they met. Whoop-de-doo. As soon as they got together, he wouldn't let her work.
Right. And she's living with her mother now. So is that independent? I mean, is that I could go on all day. I won't.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating.
Other than that caveat, then male privilege wouldn't necessarily apply to the cycle that we're in. Under my facts.
The facts are not complete enough for me to come to the conclusion.
Gotcha.
How about
skunk lady?
Minimizing, denying, and blaming. What you said that was present in 90% of the cases.
Quite a bit, yes.
Right. I think you said 90.
I did.
What if the hypothetical abuser says, "I was wrong. I lost control. I shouldn't have done those things."
That's part of the cycle.
Yep. It was your fault you did those things. Would you then feel like that's not minimizing, denying, and blaming?
No, I wouldn't agree with that, because it could be that part of the strategy of minimizing could be that I'm sorry I didn't do it. That could just be minimizing.
I'm sorry I didn't do it. I'm sorry I did it.
Right.
That's part of minimizing?
Yes.
Well, certainly not denying or blaming, right?
I would need more definitive facts.
I need an explanation on if somebody takes responsibility for accusations against them,
right,
how that is minimizing. To say, yes, you are correct, and I am sorry.
It could be a way to dialogue or to minimize what occurred by accepting.
I think she was in the end, Adair.
I do too. Her testimony, that on the stand, both being direct and cross-examination, when they had her reenact that moment, she was there. I think that, to me, he was coming at her. He was showing she was scared.
He got in the way of the doorway. He wouldn't let her leave.
Yep. He was blocking her way out. And that was it. And, I think when she was it's possible when she was holding the pew that she was shaking, and that could have affected the trajectory, whatever, of the rounds, because I can just see her, having it and shaking, not wanting to use it. But
she warned him, and he still lunged at it.
Yep. And he had that day, that's the day she said he hit her for the first time. So it was escalating and escalating quickly.
She was leaving.
Yep, she was leaving. And put my stuff in last because I want to get it off the truck first. And then what he do? He went in there and mixed it all up. So that couldn't happen. So yeah, I absolutely think that she was scared of him that day and that moment.
That's what started it. That's what triggered it, because she said something, and he's like, "Well, it shouldn't be your stuff and my stuff." And
so yeah, I do think she was in fear for her life, and I think that's probably why she sent her mom away with the daughter, because I think she knew something was going to happen.
Does that go towards premeditation?
I don't. When I say I think she knew something was going to happen, I don't think she thought that was going to happen. I think she may have thought there was going to be an incident. There was going to be yelling or whatever it was to that point was going to happen because they were leaving. She didn't want him to go. I don't think she thought it was ever going to escalate to that point because it never had. So that's where I'm at with it. I don't know. this lady's asking weird questions, and again, it's
Ah,
just dismissing her yet again. Like, how many people need to dismiss this lady
yep.
before somebody believes her? It's frustrating.
Hopefully not another 6.
Blame for it, and that could be
Yes.
part of their scenario.
Could it also be the opposite?
Yes,
that person
it could
is
be.
taking credit, is taking responsibility for their actions.
Right. Certainly it doesn't deny that it happened. That's for sure.
Right.
Okay.
And no blame being set forward if they say it's my fault.
Well, just because someone apologizes doesn't mean they weren't
They
abusive.
always apologize.
I'm just talking about the factors on this wheel
Right.
and whether or not, if somebody under my hypothetical admits to responsibility for the accused abuse and apologizes for that, whether or not you would consider that denying and blaming. I
would need more information on the relationship in this scenario to decide that.
Is there a scenario? Okay. How about using emotional abuse? If there's no accusations of any name calling or telling her what to wear, this hypothetical victim, in fact, she's comfortable enough to wear a sports bra and shorts around him. There's no displaying weapons. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. No evidence in their relationship of playing mind games or humiliating her or making her feel bad about herself. Would you agree with me that that might not be a factor?
Well, you gave me a discrete list, but emotional abuse also includes name calling,
Okay.
putting someone down,
Making
affecting
them
them
feel
emotionally.
I guess, is there a scenario, Mr. Ferris, where you will agree with me that a relationship might not include emotional abuse? Because I don't know how to give you enough factors for you to say no.
Yeah,
But he
I
did
can't
all of
help
those
you with
things
that.
she mentioned.
I'm not asking the questions.
Oh, I was asking you.
He did all those things she mentioned.
Snap.
He did put her down. He did make her feel bad about herself. He did call her names. He did make her think she was crazy. He did play mind games with her. He did humiliate her. And he did make her feel guilty.
Yeah. And who cares if she wore a sports bra and shorts around him?
Yeah.
Who cares? Big deal. Like, what's she supposed to wear? That's just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say anything else. But if I could take the wheel, hypothetically, I would.
Yeah.
Right into her
Yeah.
hypothetical, figuratively speaking, any other words I need to put in their face. Grandma!
Hey, Grandma! I've been playing words.
I try to get on sometimes early in the morning. I'm like, nobody's here. Woo! I'm just doing all kinds of things over here. Yes. Good morning. Udahef, if I'm saying your name wrong, I apologize. I agree that the state brought up her defense and they've not poked holes in it. Like, they've almost said, this is what happened, in my opinion. Like, she should have been scared of him. And we'll never truly know what happened in that room, in that hallway, ever.
And I think from memory too, you were on the side of the state last week too. Is that?
Yeah.
Like, so you've been convinced by the sounds of it.
Yeah, I agree with you that the abuse of the animals, throwing it,
Oh, sure,
weapon, putting around in the ceiling. I mean, you just got to know that it's just
a normal
a matter
person
of time.
doesn't do that,
right? Nobody. Yes.
Thank you, Grandma.
Thanks, Grandma. So there's a lot there there's so much there to look at that you can't.
Mm.
I don't think Adair. I don't like. There's not a ton. Like, you can't get tunnel vision on it.
And I think there's probably a huge amount of stuff that we don't know.
Absolutely, because the state has fought to keep everything out.
Mhm.
And they didn't want this guy here, which is weird that he's here and the judge never ruled. Still hasn't ruled. So, but
Well, I'm
I
glad
think,
they let him.
me too. And I think he's doing a good job with this prosecutor. I think he's kind of got her back on her
Back
heels a
foot,
little
yeah.
bit.
Mhm.
So,
Put her
we'll
back in her
see.
box.
Yeah, give her another white stripe.
Yeah.
I know I'm not. You are.
Would you take into account, based on with these factors such as emotional abuse, economic abuse, male privilege, using children, all of these, if the alleged victim, or let me give you a scenario, she does not live with him. She's actually in another relationship, potentially engaged to a new man.
Okay.
She
I haven't
tells
proven.
him that she does not want to be with him,
Okay.
and she plans to move away without him. Would those be factors that you would have to take into account when deciding if that relationship fit this power and control?
Well, that would be factors of the relationship, but I haven't heard you say anything about what their history is, what trauma she's experienced, what's going on with children in their lives, all sorts of other dimensions of the relationship.
I guess, so is there no scenario where there can be abuse in a relationship and then there no longer is abuse, where they are no longer in this wheel? Because the way you're answering your questions, that's the impression I'm getting.
So there, I have come across situations where there's an emotional abuse or a physical abuse, but it's not a pattern or behavior. It doesn't go on over a period of time in an attempt to control someone. So, if I may, if someone pushes down their girlfriend on a night out and he gets arrested for domestic violence because they live together, it's a battery, that's domestic violence. But that's it. She's not appeasing, she's not put an emotion, the whole power control dynamic isn't happening. That is domestic violence under criminal law, but it isn't domestic violence in the sense of a pattern or behavior to try to get the appeasement or this sort of consensus out of a victim where they're afraid to poke the bear, all the things I've already talked about. So if that answers your question.
It didn't.
It didn't.
Is it your testimony that once a relationship has these power and control?
Wow, AJ, that was a great impression.
That is forever. Even
I think you've been hanging out with Jody
no
too much.
continued allegations of abuse for years. No continued
Go
allegations
to impression
of
school with Jody.
No continued allegations of emotional abuse. Never any allegations of sexual abuse. The parties are living apart. They're independently. I keep saying independently wealthy. That's not what I mean. Independent, economically independent. They are. The female is telling him she doesn't want to be with him and has moved on to a new relationship. Is there
Trying
no scenario, in your opinion, where people can get off this power and control wheel, even if they were on it at some point in their relationship?
I think it's possible, but it's not likely, and it's not the typical thing that I see. Usually there's still a dynamic of emotional abuse.
So even under my facts,
yes,
with no allegations of no allegations of emotional abuse in years, it's your opinion that not good enough. They're still on this power control.
Well, all I can speak from my critical learning and studying this, and also my practice, and I have custody issue couples where they're domestic violence, and 10 years later there's still abuse taking place, even though they're remarried and don't live together. So by example, I see continued abuse. Could there be a couple that don't? I'll say it's possible.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
That wasn't great. That wasn't great.
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sir, you are released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thank you for all your help.
If you're listening to the question is, can they get off that wheel? No, because somebody has changed their behavior to and it's just going to continue. It might just be calm, but somebody has changed their behavior to keep things calm. They know how to keep things calm. So if it all stopped, it doesn't mean that it has stopped, like she's trying to say. That was not great questioning by her at all.
No,
I don't think she really
didn't have anywhere to go, really.
Nope.
She's just digging herself deeper.
All right, let's see who's going to call. The jury's going to be back there playing with the wheel. I hope they...
Do they get a copy of it?
I don't know. Because was it introduced as evidence? Did I just...
Probably not.
I don't think it was.
I don't think he introduced it.
Yeah, they just put it up there for a
I
demonstration.
hope that paralegal's telling him, you forgot to introduce this as evidence.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time somebody's forgot to do that on either side. They are both, all sides are a little unorganized. Let's see what we got going here.
Derp.
Gabby with the dirt.
All right, Mr. Taylor, call your next witness.
Gina Torsha, Your Honor.
Psychiatrist? What do you reckon?
Sidebar. Got an approach on this witness too. The jury has to see that. They can't call anybody without the state being like, no, judge. We got to approach. He's like, what are you doing? Do we got to approach? Seriously, lady? All right, fine.
Getting ready for body slam.
She's going to come in with what did he drink? Coors Light? Smash them together. Like Stone Cold. And give the double flip off. Oh my goodness. If I was a juror, I'd be sitting there wondering why they don't ever want any of their witnesses to testify. What is wrong? There's an ASMR for you.
L.
Yeah.
L.
Sorry. I was letting Jody crunch.
You hear that? Sorry. Nacho cheese.
So I said a little ASMR for you. Where are you going, deputy? He's like, I'm out. Long sidebar. She's like, I've decoded the message. The enemy says this.
That makes it look like the Sally Port.
She looks very serious. Wow. I'm right here.
I do.
Actually, as she's sitting down, attorneys come back one more time.
Oh, seriously, Judge. Judge. He's like, I hear there's a little ASMR going on out there. We're going to listen to it just a little bit longer. Oh, getting some water. I think she might be able to take the stone cold prosecutor over there if she had to. Oh.
Go ahead and have a seat. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. You want to be about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. You can
take her
adjust
down
it
to the
up,
rear
down,
naked
left,
choke.
right, however you need. And if you just speak in a loud, clear voice, we should hear you just fine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Man, she's drinking a lot of water.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you tell us your full name, spell your last name, please?
Gina Torsha, Torchia.
Ms. Torsha, did you at one time work for an attorney by the name of Stephanie Murphy?
Yes,
Oh.
Back in June of 2018, would you have been employed under Ms. Murphy's guidance?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall exchanging an email with Detective Gillum on June 5th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to review it?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pass to you, Ms. Torsia, what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 25, and ask you if you can identify it for us.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's an email from Detective Gillum.
And does it include a response from you? Or is it a response to your initial email to him?
It's a response from my initial email to him.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate copy of your email to him and Detective Gillum's response?
Yes, sir.
Move to introduce it into evidence at this point, Your Honor, Defense Exhibit 25.
Same objection?
Yes.
Overruled.
All right, now,
Defendant Exhibit 25 will be received.
Dead.
Ms. Torcha, did you on this day send Detective Gillum a copy of the South Carolina Domestic Violence Restraining Order?
No, because we were not aware of one.
Okay. Does he send you a copy of the order?
He does send me a copy of the order, but there was never an order entered into the Charleston County Clerk's or the Sheriff's Office.
Yeah.
So we had no proof of an order at the time.
Would you please read for us, Ms. Torcha, Detective Gillum's response to you on Tuesday, June 5th, 2018,
Gina,
6:19 p.m.
I noticed something that you both need to be aware of, unless there's something I'm missing. If you read that section just before the judge's signature, it states the order will be in place 6 months of the day of the hearing, which was May.
Ma'am, can you slow down just a little bit?
Oh, I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you.
I'm a fast reader.
Okay. well,
Sorry
just
about
slow
that.
down a little bit for us.
Evelyn Wood School. Huh?
Where do you want me?
You're good.
Okay.
6 months of the day of the year.
Which was May, November, which was May, November 3rd.
Ms. Torcha,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Would you start over, please?
Yes, sir. Gina, I noticed something that you both need to be aware of, unless there's something I am missing. If you read that section just before the judge's signature, it states the order will be placed for 6 months of the day of the hearing, which was May, November 3rd, not November 27th, and sets it to expire May 3rd, which would be 6 months from November 3rd. Again, it's not something I would have made a physical arrest on, but the SAO will at some point make a filing decision. If I am reading something wrong here, let me know.
Okay, we can agree that SAO would be state attorney.
Yes, sir.
So lastly, Ms. Torcha, this is Detective Gillum telling you that the order was in effect, the stay away order,
Objection.
as of November 3rd, 2007, correct?
I'm going to finish my question.
This is
Looking.
Detective Gillum explaining to you.
Objection asked and answered. She read the email.
Sustained.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Let me figure out how to ask this question. She's like, I can read fast, but I can't read slow or anywhere in between. I only read fast. Don't do that. You're going to mess your hair up.
Ms. Torcha, let me pass to you what I've marked as defendant.
Portia.
Can I see it, please? Can we approach this?
Of course.
Mm.
Judge, you don't like this. Well, keep approaching because
She needs a wedgie.
Which one? Her or the
Both of them.
prosecutors? Oh.
It's prosecutors.
They may have one already. That's why they're so grumpy. Like, Judge. That's quick.
So, Mrs. Torsia, let me pass this to you. I want to see if this
say
refreshes your recollection as to whether or not you sent a copy of the
Both.
South Carolina order to Detective Gill.
Yes, sir.
I would say if she told you she did something, she did it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get there we go.
And about 2 feet off the ground, like an atomic wedgie.
Yes, this is the order.
Yeah, without referring to it, the question is only, did you, in fact, now that your recollection has been refreshed, send a copy of the order to Detective Gill?
Yes, sir.
And then he responds to you a couple hours later with the email. that
With-
he introduced.
Yes, and there's
Okay,
also
no
an
further questions. Thank you, Mr. Torres.
What are you gonna say? She didn't really have the order?
yes.
Be a gender change wedgie.
There's also a predicament where Detective Gillum, there was no order entered in to the clerk system in Charleston, and there was no order entered into the Charleston Sheriff's Office. So he had no bounds to make an arrest just based on this when it wasn't entered.
Sustained.
Ask to disregard, Your Honor.
Members of the
She
jury,
knew where she was going.
testimony regarding an opinion's witness about violation of criminal law is inappropriate, and you should disregard those last comments. Anything else?
That's sufficient. Thank you, Judge.
Redirect?
No.
Can the witness be released?
Yes.
Go on, get.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're released from your subpoena.
Would you like to? Thank you.
That
Yeah, yeah.
answer wasn't good. Yeah, that didn't work. But just failure all the way around. Nobody entered the order of the no contact. So we hear you whispering, State. We hear you whispering.
I'm going to have to look that up. 'Cause I think if the judge tells you to do something, you have to do it,
I would think so.
whether it gets
Do it.
into
Read
a
my
computer
lips.
or not.
Right. I mean, it's failure somewhere. Where it is, I guess the clerk.
I thought they brought her in to impeach the lawyer again a bit further, but
I think they were going after Detective Gillum, but that didn't work out so well for them.
no.
I mean, she didn't even have to ask her a question. Just finish your answer. She knew where she was going.
Well, I think they're going at Gillum had arrested him for violation of that order. None of this would have happened
It could.
because he would have been
maybe.
in jail.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, dude. You had all weekend to do this.
Yeah. It's a
They had
witness
a
list.
cold.
Ghostbusters. That's who I'm going to call. Did you say who you're going to call?
Uh-huh.
So I said Ghostbusters. Somebody else said it with me. Somebody else said it with me out there.
Who you gonna call?
I said he had a cold.
Oh, I thought you said who you going to call. That's why I said Ghostbusters. No wonder you were like, what are you talking about? Oh, getting some throat lozenges.
Mm.
Judge blowing his nose. Were you
Yeah.
two hanging out? That's why you both have a cold?
It's the booger bench. Sanitizer. Who are you gonna call? When it's something good in the neighborhood.
I think we're gonna have to approach.
Okay. Well,
Of course we're gonna have to approach. Why would we not have to approach? Why don't you guys just camp out up there? Put a tent. Grief. We have to approach, judge every witness. We don't like them.
minutes or so. Feel free. All right, members of the jury, I think it's a great time for our mid-morning break. So I'm going to send you out. Be about 10 minutes or so. Feel free to use the facilities. You can use your phones if you need to send or receive text messages, emails, phone calls, anything like that. Please don't begin any sort of deliberations or discussions amongst yourselves.
Order in the court. Sit down back there.
Anybody outside?
Do what?
Order in the court. What is the gallery running around back there for?
Yeah. I don't know. It's weird they can use their phones to make, I mean, I think it's nice that they can use their phones to make calls, but man, are you not running a risk of somebody saying something to them? I don't know. Let me see if they're going to argue.
Jury, but don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. And 10 minutes, 15 minutes, because I also want to give everybody else a break as well. So, see you back in a few minutes.
I think we're going to argue. I know that shocks everyone. Like, okay, waking up. All right.
Y'all can have a seat. All right, so the issue is a police report that I haven't seen, but it's my understanding what it says is that Miss Benefield went physically to the telephone reporting unit of the Manatee County Sheriff's Office. I'm going to summarize, you can correct me. With
You had it right so far, Judge.
all right, so this isn't marked. Is it, did you seek to admit it as an exhibit or just testimony?
No, just testimony.
All right, so you expect the testimony would be from a deputy with the sheriff's office that Miss Benefield went to the telephone reporting unit on December 6, 2019.
Well, it's after my birthday.
That Miss Benefield wanted to document the fact that her estranged husband admitted in a text message that he placed a tracking device on her vehicle in the past. That she has observed him driving behind her on multiple occasions, which concerns her. And she wanted this information documented. She brought her vehicle to a local auto dealer, but a tracker could not be found. Due to the fact a tracking device was never observed on the vehicle, an information report was completed. Any objection?
The objection, Judge, is that anything contained in this report, which the nature of this report, according to it, is information. But anything contained in this report is hearsay other than that Ms. Benefield physically appeared at TRU on December 6th, 2019, because everything that Mr. Deputy Lindsay wrote down was told to him by Ms. Benefield. And so the state would object to his being able to testify to anything other than she appeared at TRU on that date, which seems irrelevant, if he remembers.
So what's the point of going to a police station and having it documented then?
Proponent, defense?
Yes, so.
Yeah, for
it
future
really
reference.
Goes to her state
Yep.
of
Yeah.
mind at the time, and it also corroborates her defense.
If she hadn't, they'd have said, well, why didn't you go?
Yep.
I do not plan to ask the deputy to read it. I'm going to ask him if he took a report from Ms. Benefield, what the date was, and whether or not it was her reporting about a tracker being placed on her vehicle. That's all.
And that's hearsay, in the state's opinion, Judge, because it's self-serving hearsay. It's actually hearsay within hearsay, I think. That if he wrote something and asking him what he wrote in a report about somebody else told him, but it's at least one level.
What if she wrote an
All right,
affidavit
thank you
about it?
very much. The purported reason for the introduction of this testimony, according to the defense, is to show the defendant's state of mind and that it corroborates her defense. Both of those sound to me like the introduction of this report to the sheriff's office regarding a tracker is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted that a tracker was placed. That would obviously make this hearsay. It's the introduction of an out-of-court statement to prove the truth of the matter asserted. That being that a tracker was placed on her vehicle, thereby corroborating the testimony that has already been provided. My notes are that it's already been testified to that the tracker was placed on the defendant's vehicle. And my notes are that she testified, or it's been established, that the victim in this particular case admitted that he placed it on her vehicle.
Yes.
So that's already in. And I think I said this the other day, and it bears repeating. So this is self-serving hearsay. It's clearly excluded. I will just note a secondary reason would be the relevance of this report. The issue is not whether or not she reported it to the authorities. The issue is not whether it's true or it's not true. The case law is very clear on this. It's not relevant whether law enforcement believed her or didn't believe her. The purpose of allowing these prior bad acts, and I say prior bad acts instead of going into all the different ways that can be done, but in a self-defense case, once the defendant has established there was an overt act, prior incidents of violence and intimidation and threats can come into evidence. The case law is very clear. They may be true, they may not be true. The issue is, what did the defendant know on the day that the force was used? And so those prior acts of the specific incidences of prior bad acts or prior violence don't have to have happened to her. She just has to know about them. And the tracker issue, while not necessarily violent, certainly it's intimidating. And I allowed it. I don't remember if the state objected or not, but I allowed that in. The testimony is in. Whether she reported it to law enforcement is of no moment. Whether it's true or not, because put it this way, the tracker wasn't found, so it was just an information report. It doesn't matter if it was found or not. It doesn't matter if this officer believed her or not. The issue is, it's something she's aware of. She testified to an overt act. It's already in evidence. So at this point, this is not marked. What was who was the next person? What was his name or her name?
That was Deputy Lindell.
Lindsay.
Scott Lindsay.
It's on the top
Scott,
of the report.
Scott Lindsay, I'm sorry.
Lindsay.
Lindsey.
But every car, if it's got a GPS or a
So-
smartphone, is a tracker nowadays.
Yep.
I mean, you could call him, but the substance of her walking in, him taking a report, again, none of that is relevant to the issue of her knowledge of prior incidents.
That's all I was calling him for, so. Yeah.
All right, I do want to give you all a break, though. I know we started at 9. It's about 10:30. I think it's reasonable to go ahead and take a break. So why don't you guys take 10 minutes?
Thank you, Judge.
Before we recess for 10 minutes.
It'll take
Yeah,
her 10
I don't
minutes
think
to get
that
her ready.
hurts.
Yep.
Like, I wonder what you say. My pillow
It's going
guy.
to take her 10 minutes to get my wedgie out.
That's what I thought too. F. Mike Liddell's coming? No, that guy's a little nuts. That guy went a little nutty. Let's see. Psych. They're still on break. I've got new Cheez-Its this week. I have white cheddar. They should sponsor
Cheez-Its.
me.
What are they? Like
You
cheese
never had
crackers?
Yes. You've never
Nope.
had Cheez-Its? Oh, man. You're missing out. These are white cheddar. Last week I just had cheddar.
Hi, Davina.
Hey, Davina. How are you? What's happening this morning? Not a lot. A lot
Flashbang
of,
has 12 cavities.
yes, Flashbang.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yikes. There's been a lot of sidebars, and every witness the defense calls, the prosecutors have an issue with it. Every one of them. That's what's happening.
And if I eat any more M&Ms, I'm going to have 12 cavities.
I bought M&Ms yesterday. I saw them in the store. I'm like, oh, Jody's been talking about these.
The crispy ones.
Haven't had those. I bought a box, just a small box of peanut M&Ms and plain M&Ms. So I love.
Yeah, I haven't had them for years.
In the fridge, and I brought the plain ones up out of the fridge with me this morning.
They
Then
just
don't
give me
eat-
that extra bit of energy.
Why do they make you deathly ill? Don't eat them. And Flashman, no more potato chips for you. No extra toasty Cheez-Its for Udahev.
I wonder if I can get them over here, Cheez-Its.
Oh, they're delicious. My mom loved these things. And these are just a small box. I demolished the one from last week. Friday came and I emptied that box. Yes.
Australia. Oh, we do. Yeah.
Awesome.
White cheddar.
Yes, that's what I have.
Sour. Original.
Original is good.
Baked snack cheese crackers, 3-flavor variety pack. $60 on Amazon.
Holy crap.
For 3 packets of crackers.
No.
One packet, 7 ounces, is $10 Australian, which is probably about 15 US.
Holy cow. These were 2 for $6. Oh my gosh, what are you doing other than making my eardrums fall out of my head?
What are the sour cream and onions like?
I've not had those.
Ooh.
I haven't had those. There's hot ones, like spicy. I don't remember what they're. I don't like spicy things, so I haven't had those. But my husband really likes those. My daughter likes those. Yeah, I ate a whole
What's
box.
white cheddar?
It is delicious, is what it is. White cheddar cheese.
Is it like? Yeah, I've never heard of white cheddar.
It just says white cheddar cheese. It's like a stronger flavor, I guess, and
Like a blue veiny type
like not as strong as
or a brie.
I don't know. I don't know my
No?
cheeses that well. It's just a little stronger than the regular ones. I do not do food reviews. In case that wasn't obvious.
Is Cheez-It a junk food?
Yeah.
Cheez-It baked snack crackers have been a hit for over a century. Though they're made with real cheese, ingredients like food preservatives, TBHQ, high levels of sodium, and enriched flour make them fairly unhealthy. What's the unhealthiest snack in the world? Little Debbie zebra cakes.
Oh, those are yummy.
Ritz Bits cheese sandwich crackers. Little Debbie Swiss rolls. Oh,
those are delicious.
Cheese.
I prefer bare naked granola.
Oh, yum.
I've not
I
had
love
that.
granola.
You put Little Debbie zebra cakes or Little Debbie Swiss rolls put the Little Debbie Swiss rolls in the freezer, and then you eat them. You can
What is a Smucker's Goober grape?
No idea.
Turtle Chex Mix.
Chex Mix is good.
Max salt and vinegar pork skins. Courtesy of Walmart.
I've not had
Hostess
those.
old fashioned donuts. Not donuts, donuts.
Oh, yeah. It's because they're
I've
little
never heard of.
and you could eat the whole bag and not notice.
Never heard of any of this, except for the Doritos.
Well,
Oh,
I'm
those
sorry.
zebra cakes look yum.
They are delicious, and you could also
Schmucker's
eat a
Goober
whole box
grape.
of that. I think that's like
It's like peanut butter and jelly, but with
Yeah.
blueberry instead mixed together.
Ugh. And that just looks gross in the jar, so I've never had it. Like, I'll just mix my own peanut butter and jelly on my sandwich. All right, let's see who he's going to call. I keep thinking he's going to rest.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to back it up because he said something. All right, he says he has his next witness. Unmute.
All right, Mr. Taylor, do you have your next witness?
Defense calls Vincent Vizicaro.
Your Honor, we're going to have to approach.
You ready?
Pop Tarts in the
Okay.
top 20.
Yeah, let's go ahead and bring him in.
Sorry, Flashman.
The guy who I think is her brother looks a little more upbeat today.
Please make sure you have him spell that for the court.
That's not her brother because she's an only child.
Oh.
So I don't know who that is.
Cousin?
Cousin, brother? I don't know. But,
Well, then he's not on the
You
video.
need the.
Please.
But we'll wait to turn the lights down until you give us the high sign and the clerk will turn them down.
well, Jello
Yum. Jello.
has a lot of sugar, though. You better get sugar free.
Meh.
It tastes gross, but it doesn't have the sugar. Oh. The sister lawyer lover. Oh, that sound. Sorry, Gabby. That sound.
All right, y'all can have a seat.
My eardrums
Welcome back,
out.
everybody. Hope you got to stretch a little bit. Maybe run and jog in place, warm up a little.
Nice.
So we've got the defense going to call their next witness, but before we do that, I did want to ask that anybody begin deliberations amongst yourself, speak with anybody outside of the jury about the case, or do any research on those topics we've talked about. Everybody says no. Mr. Taylor, call your next witness, please.
Thank you. Vincent Vizzacaro.
Take it with a Panadine flash fan.
Oh, he's a happy fella.
Mm.
Do you sound as though
I
the
do.
testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth?
Hi.
I'm so happy to be here today.
Hello, sir. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. My name is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over the case. You can adjust that microphone up, down, left, right as you
He hasn't read it.
12 to 15 inches away. Speak in a loud, clear voice. It'll pick up everything.
Sounds good.
Sounds great.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you tell us your full name and spell your last name for us, please?
Vincent Vizzacaro, Vizzacaro.
All right, Mr. Vizzacaro, I'd like you to try to keep your voice up if you could.
Will do.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm in real estate.
And where are you a realtor?
Lakewood Ranch, Bradenton, and Sarasota areas.
Do you have any particular specialty?
Residential homes in Lakewood Ranch.
How long you been doing that?
About 8 years now.
I want to ask you whether or not back in 2018, you had occasion to deal with an individual by the name of Douglas Benefield.
Yes, I did.
Would you tell us the circumstances
Flash
under
fan.
which that relationship took place?
Well,
Yes, he contacted me looking for a home.
Hearsay.
I'll overrule at this point.
Thank you.
I'll allow it.
Contacted you looking for a home?
Looking for a home he was trying to acquire through a business that he said he owned in Lakewood Ranch.
All right. And back in 2018, Mr. Vizzacaro, did you use emails to communicate with him?
I did.
And did he communicate with you in the same fashion?
Yes, he did.
Were emails back then a normal and customary part of your business?
Very much so, yes.
Did you preserve the emails as they related to each client's files?
I do that, yes.
And were the emails under your care and custody?
Yes.
Mr. Vizzacaro, I'm going to pass to you what we've marked as defense exhibit number 27.
Can we approach them?
Yes.
oh,
Took longer than I thought. Give me enough time to get my
Mhm.
Cheez-Its out of the box. My husband was hungry yesterday and he said, if I eat some of these, is that going to mess up your snacks for the week? Like, just don't eat the whole box because it's a small one.
I might have to see if I could order some Cheez-Its for tomorrow.
They're delicious.
I wonder if my
Delicious.
supermarket has them. Oh.
L.
You got a message, Brian.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Marish-
Sorry about that.
Mariska Hargitay.
Oh, it's the judge asking me what he should do.
Oh, I
tell
can
the
get
prosecutor
cheddar
to
cheese
down.
or sour cream and onion.
I can't tell you.
I'm
I've
gonna
never
get
had sour
both.
cream and onion.
Members of the
There you
jury,
go.
I do need a few minutes to resolve
Oh,
a legal
gosh.
issue. That's my responsibility. So if you could close your notes, leave them there on your chair, and I'm going to excuse you back
Is
into
he
the
sending the
room
jury
for
out
a couple
again?
of minutes. I will get you back out here as soon as I can. Don't begin deliberations. Don't talk with anybody outside.
Sending them out. They got to take up this legal matter. Jules,
Yeah.
your hair is covering half your face back there. Bad news for her.
The jury. All right, y'all can have a seat. Mr. Vizzacaro, What I'm going to do is at this moment, I need to do some research and speak with the attorney.
So get out.
So I'm going to excuse you to the hallway. There's a thing called the rule of sequestration that has been requested.
That's not what I told them to do.
And that means that you cannot discuss your testimony or questions asked of you with anyone else. You can't discuss other witnesses' testimony or what questions they were asked or what testimony they gave while here in court. Or do any research on the case, watch it, or anything else.
Understood.
All right, we'll call you back as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Flash Bam. Not trying to torture you. I'm just hungry. Holy cow. Text message.
Incoming.
That was Gabby playing around.
All right, I'm just going to ask before I start doing my research. Do you have any cases that you want me to know about right now?
No, you're on.
All right, so let's. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We're traveling under the words in the statute, specifically 9803 6.
Understood. All right, so I'm thinking it's going to. I need about 10 minutes or so. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess, maybe 15-minute recess. I want to look this up as well because I want to find a case that gives me some direction.
Sure. Yes, sir. Thank you.
He said direction, didn't he?
He did. I wonder if those emails are going to show that he thought that they were moving and that he was looking
Of
for
course,
a
that
house
means you can too.
for them
Oh.
together.
Yes.
That's what I'm
He was-
wondering if that's
He was
what
looking
those
for a
emails.
house.
Yep. Okay, phone. When you're on silent, you shouldn't make noises. Oh, well then you're not on silent. Sorry, phone. Show me
Don't mind me.
memories.
I'm just doing my groceries. This is very handy.
I don't know that I'll eat like there's no tomorrow, but I don't want my stomach to growl. But yeah, that's my guess is that they don't want those in because that would be bad for them to show that he doesn't get it, that she's moving.
Yeah.
And
Objection. What's your objection? It makes us look bad.
Yes. It makes us look worse than we already do, Judge. Yeah. Are you talking about the attorney, Sharon? Bob, it was very quiet birthday. I spent Saturday afternoon mowing my yard and exciting. I did not see any snakes, so that was exciting. I was happy about that. Well, because I've seen 2 the last couple times I've mowed, so like I don't want a snake invasion. And then we grilled steaks on the grill, and my son and his wife and my granddaughter came over. And then I went to bed. So it was very quiet, but it was. And also Saturday morning, my husband made biscuits and gravy because that is my favorite breakfast that he makes. And so he made that.
What was it? Biscuits and gravy.
Uh-huh. Have you never had biscuits and gravy?
Sausage gravy.
Oh, it's delicious. And he
What's
made fresh
biscuits?
hash. How do we describe biscuits, Brian? They're breadish. Bread.
Sort of
Come
like
on, Gabby.
scones, but not sweet.
They're fluffy.
Like a muffin.
Soft.
No, they're like dry, like
Google it.
flaky.
Like a dry waffle type of thing, but
It's not sweet though. It's more for like savory. You put
Google
like gravy on it.
Pillsbury biscuits.
okay.
That'll show you what it is. Who would have thought it would be hard to describe what a biscuit is, but it kind of
Yeah.
is. Because there's different kinds. You can get flaky.
It's like a
a
ring
biscuit for me
ding.
would be a
It's a ring
Pillsbury
ding with no chocolate and no filling and made out of dough.
You guys have the funniest stuff. Pillsbury biscuits. Oh, so it's like a.
That was me.
So the top of them is kind of
They're almost flaky.
crusty, like it's a harder top. Not that you can't bite through it.
Yeah, they're
Shut up, Gabby.
Like a mini crusty naan
crusty
bread
on the
type thing.
outside and flaky and fluffy on the inside,
Oh, yum.
like me.
Hold on. That's the Pillsbury Doughboy.
I just bought this, and I've got to plug it in, but it's one of those sound machine things. It's got.
Oh, did you get one of those?
I did. It's got like a cheer and a laugh and an applause and a gunshot. And
I bet. Be careful.
Mhm.
That's a pew pew that goes pow pow.
Yep. So I've got to plug that in. Get that working tomorrow.
Ah. So yes, so you make sausage. What?
What was that?
Are you sure that it's plugged in?
Oh, are you sure that it's plugged in? I don't know.
Buttermilk
Gabby?
biscuits. You guys have all the best stuff.
That's why we're all like 500 pounds. But yeah,
And you
so
put
make-
like a sausage gravy, so you make it like a savory.
and you put them over the biscuits. And then I like hash browns too. So he made fresh hash browns. So I had all that all covered with gravy. And it was delicious.
I'm gonna see if we've got those two. Pillsbury. My delivery tomorrow is going to be very exciting. Pillsbury.
I like how Court TV's like, live court is on a break. Judge wants to do research on a legal matter.
Oh,
Thanks.
I've got Pillsbury wheat flour. That's it.
Aw.
Mm.
Well, if Gabby was there, she could probably make them for scratch. I don't know how to do that. I fail at bread.
That's all right. I've got my Cheez-Its on order.
That's what matters.
You could use Pillsbury Grands in a pinch.
Yeah.
Pillsbury Grands, I can see them. Southern Homestyle
style.
buttermilk refrigerated biscuit dough.
Yep. Yeah,
that's
it.
Yeah, that's online. I can't get them. They're not in my supermarket.
Oh.
I've got the flour.
You need that for the gravy.
Wonder if I can get sausage gravy. Didn't even know you could get sausage gravy.
Oh, we make it. We don't buy the gravy made.
You fry your sausages.
Uh-huh. And then,
And then chop them up.
Mm-hmm. And then it's just ground sausage. So cooks that up and then
Like mince.
Like what?
Yes.
Okay.
So sausage
Like
mince.
Mince. Yeah.
Yes, mince. Yes. And then
You can cut it out of the casing if you have to, but that's just an extra step. Get it minced.
Yeah. And then we use the grease from the sausage and flour and milk to make the gravy. And then you put your sausage that you cooked back in the gravy once you get it to
And then put that over your
consistency.
biscuits.
Yep.
And here I was having my cornflakes and mango.
Yeah, you can make your own biscuits too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, just
Yes,
YouTube
Bob,
it.
it's very healthy. It sure is. Sticks to your ribs, that kind of meal. It's my favorite.
Does it fill you up all day? And you just lay there going, oh.
You can, yeah, if you eat too much.
And
Yes. Absolutely. My dogs love it. They're like, they know they're getting the leftovers because we never eat all the biscuits or the gravy. But they're like,
So do you
they love
bake
it.
the biscuits or you just
Yes.
like one?
Yeah, you got to bake them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There you go.
I've not had it that way. I don't know that I've ever had corned beef hash. I've seen it. I just don't know that I've had
oh,
it.
it's delicious.
I have. I've had corned beef hash. It's good.
I will have to try it sometime when I see
Corned
it
beef
again.
hash. The
But
corned
when you
beef in a
try
tin.
it, but when you try it, if you're like at a restaurant, make sure if they make homemade corned beef hash, eat that first before you eat the can.
Okay.
Yeah, we
So
always have it
my
day after St. Patrick's Day. Leftover corned beef gets chopped up with the potatoes. Delicious.
Man, I'm starving.
yeah.
Just
My
sounds
daughter's going to Hawaii in September, and what's the best thing that she can? What can you recommend for she gets? She has to eat while she's over there.
fresh pineapple. It's
Well,
delicious.
if she's going to
No,
Hawaii,
she
she's
wants.
going to be eating a
She
lot of
wants
spam.
American food. She said, "I
Mm.
want to try all the what do you call it? Gas station food and all the." She goes, "I just wanna try." So I need a list of what she can, like, what's the best junk food that she can
Yeah,
eat.
Gabby's right. They're very big on spam.
Yeah,
Yes.
spam is huge over there.
My dad
How do
eats
they cook it?
fry
I love
it.
spam.
Fry it
And
up.
I make it. When I make it, I slice it like thin, and then I
Yeah, and have it with lettuce and tomato on a sandwich.
No, actually, I make it with like rice and
Oh yeah, use it instead of pork. Make fried rice.
yeah, sort of.
Don't eat poi.
What's that?
Don't eat poi.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Sorry, Hawaiian people, but yuck.
What is it?
I'm
Is
not
it
even
like
sure what it's actually made out of. It's
yeah.
like oatmeal kind of thing, but it's not oats.
It's
like a
oatmeal, but
porridge.
it's not. Yeah.
I love porridge.
But she's got to find authentic luau and pig roast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
They cook
But
it in
tell
the
her to
ground.
have some Pillsbury biscuits with sausage.
Well,
I don't
now
know if they would make that in
they
Hawaii,
may
though.
not, because that's kind of like
It's
like a Midwest thing.
Yeah.
What about good roadhouse food?
Good what?
Roadhouse food,
Probably
you know,
not in
like truck
Hawaii.
stop.
I don't know about Hawaii. Hawaii's
I've never been, so I can't.
What should she get at Chick-fil-A then?
I just like the regular chicken sandwich.
I would
It's
tell her
delicious.
to go to Popeyes instead because I
Yeah.
like Popeyes better.
No, Chick-fil-A. Sorry, Gabby.
No way.
Well, you know what doesn't happen at Chick-fil-A? You don't get pointy things put in your body because you didn't get a chicken sandwich. So
Well,
What?
I mean, you know,
just saying. You don't get unalived over chicken at Chick-fil-A.
well, depends on where the Chick-fil-A is.
I have never read about anybody getting
And
unalived at Chick-fil-A.
If you go to if she goes to Kentucky Fried Chicken, she should do that when she plans a day close to the hotel.
Yeah. Also, I
okay.
used to like KFC, but
It's gone
they got
downhill.
rid of their
We've got
potato
KFC
wedges.
down here.
Yeah, it's gone
We've got
downhill.
KFC, McDonald's, Hungry Jack's,
Bob likes Popeyes too.
Red Rooster. I don't eat much I don't
I
eat
don't
any of that shit. Actually.
eat fast food. So, and
No.
honestly, I have never been to a Popeyes.
Oh, so
Me
you
either.
can't eat anything. Get out of here.
But my husband
Unbelievable.
has, and he says it's overrated. However, the closest one to me
I
is
like
like an
their
hour and a half
sandwiches.
away. So I'm never going.
The last time I ate
Are you guys ready to go back
KFC,
on the record?
I used to eat KFC's just the skins when I was hungover. So that'd have to
Oh, because
be
those are
at least 10,
delicious.
15.
Crispy.
Yeah. I wouldn't eat the chicken. I'd just eat the skin. But I
All
haven't
right,
drank for like 15 years.
Wait, they're gonna come back to just take another break. So
Well, do you know that, or are you just going by ESPN?
I'm just going by ESPN.
Okay, let's see what happens. Just not showing
Any
us.
other
Good.
objections?
Judge, also, I would like to make a relevance
Haha.
argument
I
that
don't have a Popeyes,
the
so
fact that he's
it's all right.
going back and forth in this email about a specific property, there's no relevance to it.
What about track stop food?
All right, proponent, go ahead, sir.
I don't know. It depends on the truck
Well, I
stop.
think it's admissible, one as a business record.
I don't think you'll
which
see those in
are
Hawaii.
Qualified. Business records traditionally contain hearsay. And under the statute, Your Honor, specifically subsection C, we got this email from the state. However, we then gave it back to the state in its isolated form. They have not filed any objection to it, so they've waived that objection according to the business records exception. We also believe that it shows Doug Benefield's state of mind, that he was in the process of buying a home directly behind Ashley Benefield's home during the time period when the South Carolina injunction was in full force and effect.
All right, anything else, sir?
No, sir.
State?
Judge, I found a case I would like to, Thomas v. State, 993 Southern 2nd 105 from 2008. It is specifically addressing an email that was put in as a business record. I didn't have long to read this, but it was an email that was sent to an apartment complex manager of some sort. And it appears as though it was not qualifying as a business record. And additionally, the hearsay within the email was not admissible. There is a yellow flag, and I'm trying to look at it now.
I thought he already did the research.
Mm.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, they're fighting awful hard to keep something out that says he wanted to buy a house right behind hers. Oh, really?
Yep.
Interesting.
I bet you it was right beside her mother's place or something.
Yeah, probably. Yes, probably. They said right behind.
He said right
where
behind.
where she was moving.
Really?
Yeah, this is what the emails say, that they don't want in. But they gave them to the state. Like the defense attorneys just said, the state provided it to them in discovery. They sent it back, and they never said anything. So now they're like, oh man.
Wah. Call the ambulance.
I mean, you know, it hurts them even more for them to try to say that, oh no, he wasn't, nothing to see here. He was okay. He wasn't doing anything. Gabby, dang it. Nobody said anything. Nobody said anything about the back door. We just said behind her house.
Do, looking up my back door.
I wonder if the court reporter's typing. I'm typing that I hear typing sounds.
Thought bubbles for the judge.
Where's my overlays?
Like,
Dang it, I can't get into them.
You can't get into them. What
We
are we
need a
having for lunch? Yes. I heard one that I need to go back and clip. It's just a little shorter than yours that you have, but it captures all of it. I was listening to it this morning. He was an unhappy man.
If you pick up any more cases, I'm going to be so close to you, you're going to think we're in a relationship.
Did you see the one where the guy got pulled over for a suspicion of DUI? And so he stumbles out of the car into the gas station, goes to the bathroom, and somebody called the police. So the police get there and they meet him outside of the bathroom. And he says, I'm okay to drive. I can show you. I can prove it to you. The idiot had a portable breathalyzer and he went over and he blew it and he blew a 0.18.
Dipshit.
The judge just busted out laughing. Like, everybody was laughing. I kind of felt sorry for the guy. I'm like, you have to feel like a complete idiot right now.
Did you review Thomas v. State, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you want to make any argument on it?
No, sir.
So Thomas v. State is helpful. It's 993 Southern 2nd 105 1st DCA. Although it was the state introducing the email against the defendant, the state sought to introduce an email that was prepared by
Thank you, ma'am.
an employee of the apartment complex where the victim lived and was murdered, regarding statements made by the victim that she had someone living with her that was not on the lease for a year and she wanted that person out. And obviously the state was introducing that to prove that that was the defendant and that the victim was trying to evict him, and that was part of the reason why he then murdered her. And the first DCA found that even if the email from the employee's side qualified as a business record, and I don't see where they actually found and held that the email was a business record, which was my original question, but ultimately concluded that the statements that were made and then by the employee and then communicated through that business record, those statements were not, well, first they're hearsay, but they were not part of the records and the data compilations of the business itself. And that
Not on point.
although hearsay may exist within exhibits that fall within an exception, such as business records, those hearsay statements must still qualify under a separate exception to the hearsay rule.
This hearsay rule.
And in this particular situation, if I'm
What about the
understanding it
hearsay?
correctly,
Yeah.
what the defense is asking is to introduce Defendant's Exhibit 27 through Mr. Vizzacaro as his business record that he keeps. But according to Thomas, and then they also cited a prior case of theirs, Van Sant v. State, VANZANT, 372 Southern 2nd 502, Florida 1st DCA 1979. Even if this qualifies as a business record, which again, I have not found a single case that says it does or doesn't, and I don't see in my review of Thomas where it says it is or isn't. But the statements of Mr. Benefield are being offered to prove the truth of the matter that he's looking to buy a house in Lakewood Ranch are hearsay without exception.
But the exception, Your Honor, is his state of mind. It clearly shows Mr. Benefield. Let's not forget what the defense is here. The court's allowed me now to bring in evidence of domestic violence. And here is Mr. Benefield, Judge White, negotiating with the realtor to buy the house directly behind the home where Ashley Benefield lives. And he's doing it at the time the South Carolina domestic violence injunction prohibits that. He would not be able to buy that house directly behind Ashley Benefield's home. It's like 200 feet away, 100 feet away. And it's continuing.
How'd you do that?
I just was playing and I went to present video
down on
file
my
and that's
screen.
Judge Fleischer. I was just playing. It won't let me add it though. Or play it. Well, there you go. Well, there you go. I can share things.
Yeah. Huh.
Wow.
Neato.
Yeah, I just
Oopsies.
went to the present window. And apparently I can share screen as well.
Awesome. Look at us learning on a Monday.
Yeah. Best day to learn while we're fresh.
I don't know the answer to that question, but I have wondered that myself. They are like predicting the future because they do know what they're going to say next.
Uh-huh. It's ESPN.
It is ESPN. But I think, I don't know all the hearsay rules and hearsay within hearsay and all that crap, but they have allowed stuff in. This does go to show that he was not backing off.
Now, and these emails are from Doug Benefield.
Yes.
So Thomas is not on point because in Thomas, it was the apartment complex employee who wrote down what the unalived person said. So she took sort of like a statement from the unalived person and documented it in an email. These are, in this case, these are emails back and forth from Doug Benefield to the realtor. So I don't think they're hearsay.
I think you should go argue because this guy's not making that argument.
No.
I don't know if it matters because I don't know, but to me, it's pretty relevant to show what it continues on down the line. He's not leaving her alone. We'll see what happens.
Continued pattern and practice. That corroborates your defense.
Do you want to be heard on 90.8033, than existing mental, emotional, or physical condition?
Judge, his emotional mental state, that still has to be material to a material fact. And his state of mind at that time is not a material fact. Also, I think the defense is misrepresenting some of what's in the email. Mr. Benefield never said he wanted to buy the house. He said he wanted to rent the house, and he said, I'll have to check with Ashley first. So I think some of the misrepresentation that's going on, we should probably just read the email. But I don't think it has anything to do with his state of mind. His state of mind at this point in time is not relevant.
All right, as I've said before, are you going to establish the location of the home through Visicaro,
Yes, sir.
where it was
Yes, sir.
in relation to the house where Miss Benefield lived?
Yes, sir.
And then are you going to then just argue during closing? I would assume.
Yes.
All right, so there's going to be no more witnesses. This is the end of this road to establish
Yes. This is just
witness-wise.
This is an isolated act of DV. Yes.
All right.
Judge, if she didn't actually know about this, then I don't know that it's relevant.
Well, and that's what I was thinking, because, hold on, it's not an act of violence, though.
Right.
Or threat. But under 9803 subsection 3, a statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, or physical sensation, including a statement of intent, plan, design, when it's offered to prove the declarant's state of mind, emotion, or physical sensation at the time or any other time, or prove or explain acts of subsequent conduct of the declarant.
Then, Judge, I would just ask that this witness be asked questions if he is allowed to testify. I don't know why we even have to speak about an email. Just, were you helping Doug Benefield and were you looking at a certain house?
I think that would obviate some of the evidentiary concerns I have, that you asked if he was assisting him in finding a location. Did you find one? Where was that location at that you were talking about putting an offer on?
Indeed, and if the court rules against the admissibility of the email, that would be my intention. On behalf of Ms. Benefield, though, I would like to present the best defense that I can. And I think that the email clearly is something the jurors can have, read, see. It's tangible. It has the same kind of impact, Judge, that the prior inconsistent statement of Gillum or the emails involving Stephanie Murphy does. And in the absence of a reason why it should be kept out, I would like to admit it.
All right. Thank you both very much. I'll allow the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 27 under 90.803(6) for the Realtor's portion and 9803(3) for the Benefield portion. With the understanding that, again, this is a relatively collateral matter.
In and out, Judge.
All right, can you bring the witness back in, Mr. Visicaro?
He said in and
All right.
out. Are you going to let that go, Gabby?
I like how the closed caption was like, we don't believe you. We're going to put in an hour. But anyway, you guys have it. Head over to Jody's channel, The Defense Rest. She is working her way to monetization and all the joys it brings. And you need to go over there. You need to subscribe. It's free. Doesn't cost you a thing.
Yay.
And it helps her out a ton. And don't forget, just clicking the share button also helps all of us out. So you don't have to actually do it. Just click it. So yes, if you haven't already, please go subscribe.
Yay!
Jules is just back there leaning against the wall, like, oh my gosh. I wonder if the jury is smiling at her when she smiles.
Maybe.
Maybe one or two of them, maybe.
Last Jules.
I mean, that would be a good sign. If this guy on the stand, whatever he's eating for breakfast, I want it.
Mm-hmm. Pillsbury
The market
biscuits and sausage
be
gravy.
good.
What'd you say, Brian?
The market must be good.
Yeah.
All right, y'all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. You're ready to begin deliberations. Talk with anybody outside the jury about the case or do any research. Everybody says no. Mr. Taylor, you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge White. Mr. Vizzacaro, when we last broke, you told us you were a realtor and that Douglas Benefield had contacted you relative to a house in Lakewood Ranch.
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to pass to you, Mr. Vizzacaro, what I've had marked as defendant's exhibit number 27. That would be the email messages that you referred to before when we were last in front of the jury, correct?
Correct.
Is that a true and accurate copy of the email exchange between you and Douglas Benefield?
Yes.
What is the date of that exchange?
The last email I see here was March 12th of 2018.
March 12th, 2018. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to introduce that into evidence on behalf of Ms. Benefield.
All right, same objections, overruled. Defendant's exhibit 27 will be received.
Now, Mr. Vizzacaro, I know you've told us that the home, do you recall the address of the home?
Yes.
What was it?
5060 Newport News Circle.
All right, I'd like, with the court's permission, to dim the lights, and we're going to put a diagram up there for you.
Just an FYI, I have a storm moving through right now, so hopefully my power doesn't go out. If it does, I apologize. It's not, doesn't look like big, but it's got super windy outside. So yeah, there's that. So just so you know, something happens if we all disappear, it's because my power went out. Also, I'm going to mute and open my door because I know my dog's out there panicking. So, but all right,
Poor
there you
things.
go. Just so you know.
And as luck would have it, we have the pointer. Okay, so this will give you
the beam.
Okay. Would you please show us on that diagram where the house was that Mr. Benefield contacted you about purchasing?
This one right here.
Right there. Now, that house, is it directly behind the house in front of it with a red dot on it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you know, Mr. Vizzacaro, who was living in the house with the red dot at 11331 White Rock Terrace?
No, I don't.
And do you know whether or not, if I may, You know whether or not, you don't know who is living in this house?
No.
This is the house that Mr. Benefield was interested in purchasing.
Correct.
Do you know whether or not Mr. John Sant lived in that house?
I don't know.
Give me just a moment, Your Honor. I don't believe I have anything further.
She's absolutely scared to death. She's trembling. I
Aww.
feel horrible for her.
Mr. Vaccaro, my oversight. I'm going to pass to you what I've marked as defendant's exhibit number 28 and ask you if you can identify it.
Yes, that's the house.
That's the house that Douglas Benefield had contacted you about purchasing.
Correct.
And is that in exhibit 28 a true and accurate reflection of the locale?
Yes,
Does it have a dot on it?
it does.
Does it have an address?
It does.
What is the address?
5060 Newport Circle. Newport News Circle.
On
Excuse me.
behalf of Ms. Benefield, Your Honor, move to introduce that as defendant exhibit 28.
No objection.
Received.
That's all. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaccaro.
You can leave.
Gotcha.
Not
Cross.
so fast.
So you've had the opportunity to review the email, correct?
Yes, I have.
If I could just
That's right.
grab it real quick. And for the record, this is state's exhibit 27. And it appears as though you're speaking with Mr. Benefield about potentially this house coming up or the price being lowered on this house, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
All right. So you were contacting Mr. Benefield about
I reached out to him about that.
Okay. And he actually said he may just want to rent. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And he also said he didn't want to do anything without speaking to Ashley first.
That was a comment that was later in the conversation. Yes.
Okay. And if I could show you State's Exhibit 27, it's very small type at the top. So you might be able to. It's
That's why.
For the record, defense exhibit.
I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit 27. Does he say there that he needs to speak with Ashley first?
It appears that way. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. No further questions.
You redirect?
Nope.
Can the witness be released?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am?
Yes.
All right, sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Run away. I wonder how many more
Mr. Taylor,
witnesses
can
he's
you,
gonna call.
state defense, can you approach real quick?
Oh, good, because why not?
Mm-hmm.
We haven't had an approach in like 5 minutes. Sorry, you might hear heavy 1980s phone call, obscene phone call.
All right, call your next witness.
Panting.
Defense would call, Your Honor, Dr. Jason Quintel.
Are we going to have to approach on the doctor too?
Probably.
Is that what the caption said? Jason can tell you. Dr. Jason can tell you. There he is. Oh,
Didn't he testify for the state?
yeah. Remember how happy he was?
Yeah.
Mr. Ramen Noodles. Looks a little better today.
Doctor, welcome back.
Hi there. Thank you.
And as you
More
may recall, my
calm.
name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. Same rules as last time. Just make yourself comfortable. Adjust that microphone as you need. Speak in a loud, clear voice.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kinsella.
Hi there.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
As a result of the counseling sessions that you had with Douglas Benefield, did you reach any conclusions with respect to Doug?
Objection. Improper testimony. Opinion testimony.
You go ahead and approach.
Wouldn't he be the one to form the opinion? Isn't that what he does?
They may as well have just had a bench trial because
I know.
they're always up at the bench.
It's like- that was my shocked face. We're gonna approach.
Marcia.
Oh, trying to come on. Let me back over there so I can hit L. There we go.
L.
Okay, folks.
Are you out?
Nine
Al,
eye.
You lasted
I'll
way
see
longer
you
than I thought you were
tomorrow.
going to. I will see you tomorrow. Maybe.
We'll be
For
here.
a verdict.
Oh, they're not gonna. They're at least gonna do closing arguments tomorrow
I hope.
or Wednesday or Friday.
Thursday. I don't want Friday.
All right. Take
good
care. Great seeing you all.
Good night,
Bye-bye.
guys.
you.
Sleep tight.
Bye. All right. Quit.
Now I feel like ramen noodles, Gabby.
Good grief. Stop. Well, the judge is mostly talking to the defense attorney. Honestly, this looks like they're stuck. Am I live? Because I'm live.
Yeah.
I was like, why do they just keep moving their heads the same way? Oopsie. I was distracted. I tried to keep everybody quit, please. You have one that's absolutely scared, and the other one, he's not scared, but he has to be here because he's not scared. I think it's pretty much past. So, yeah. If you might like storms, but I've had my share of them all spring and summer, and I have to deal with dogs every time it storms. So I'm over them. It stormed yesterday. It stormed last
Really?
night. Oh my gosh, storming today.
Like good lightning thunderstorms?
Yes. And it
Oh,
just
I love lightning
she
thunderstorms.
panics. She just panics. She panics now if it just rains hard because we've just had so much. So she just cannot handle
You
them.
can get doggy Valium.
Yes, I've tried. She just fights right through it. She just gets so panicked about it. And my son, his St. Bernards are the same way. I think they give theirs trazodone, but still, like, it does calm him because he's worse even than she is. It does calm him down some, but it's still it's a thing. I don't know. Quit, please. Now my young Dane, she cares. She gives no cares. She's just laying here sleeping like we were allowed in here. That's great. She's like, I don't know what's wrong with you guys. Stop.
Come on, lick the microphone. Come on.
Oh my gosh.
Come on. Come on, boo-boo. Come on. No.
Yeah.
She can't hear me, can she?
No.
No. Hello, beautiful.
You say hi?
Hello. Hello.
He's like, I'm not scared, but I'm scared.
And
Okay.
my tail's hitting the
The
desk.
wall. It's hitting the wall. And then now, of
They
course,
do bigger
Rue.
poops than you.
Yes. They do. They fertilize their area quite well.
I hope your mower doesn't throw them out and splats them at a tree.
It does not. It does not. I try to just mow over them. So far, I just don't want it to come back on like my tire and splat me. Oh, excuse you. Okay. Okay, you're moving me. Yeah, he's like, I smell cheese. It's up here.
I'll take a picture of my cat.
Okay. Wait. This is like the longest sidebar.
Mm-hmm.
The jury has, I know I keep saying this, but they have to start asking themselves, why are they fighting everything?
Yep.
Because everything that the defense has tried to put on, they're just like, no.
Felix. Hey.
All right, quit. Bub.
Hey. Hey. Look at me. Look at me. Hey. Look at mommy. Come on.
You are correct, Gabby. Like Jody said, it should have been a bench trial.
Yeah.
It would have been faster and easier. I don't know that it would have worked out for her so well because the judge seems to rule not in her favor very often. Here we go.
Hey.
Okay, Dr. Quintel, so a couple of questions about your practice.
Yes, sir.
I think you told us your specialty was trauma.
Correct.
And for purposes of practicing your profession, various clients come to you and relate their backgrounds, correct?
Various people come to me and they've had traumatic experiences in their background. Some may be upfront in presenting them, some may not. But purpose of treatment is to get now to work better, and sometimes that requires unplugging and healing emotional wounds from the past.
And as part of your art and science, you are trained in picking up and diagnosing various cues in your effort to reach conclusions to try and help them.
I'm not following the question.
As part of your practice, you're trained in being able to observe and detect various cues from these patients, are you not?
What do you mean by cues?
Indications of areas of trouble. For example, you don't always have patients that come out and say, oh, I am traumatized because of this. Rather, they may speak in obtuse terms, and you are charged with, among other things, trying to figure out where the trauma lies and why.
I would answer that slightly different than the way that you're framing the question. So when somebody comes in to see me, my job is to understand what's not working and really what's not working in their life today.
Okay.
If that leads us to unplugging earlier trauma, which frequently it does, great. But that's the purpose when they first come in, is me understanding what's going on with them today that's not working, and hopefully saying it back to them in a way that they're getting it, that I understand.
And in that process, you rely upon various statistical manuals and things that are reflective of your profession, do you not?
I don't do specifically a lot of diagnosing, so I'm not going to use the DSM frequently. I'm going to understand the background of why trauma sticks and how to get that better.
And to understand the background of trauma, have you in the past, or do you periodically consult learned treatises and periodicals, things that help you to reach that understanding?
If you're asking, do I go to continued ongoing training and development? Yes.
All right. Now, in this particular case, did you reach some conclusions about Douglas Benefield?
Objection. Qualifications.
Sustained.
Did you counsel Douglas Benefield?
I did, yes. Both
In-
Ashley and Doug.
All right. And in counseling Douglas Benefield, did you listen and absorb the various points that he was making to you?
Yes, both when they came in as a couple and then when I did individual therapy with them separately.
And when they were in there as a couple, was part of your process observing the dynamics between the two of them?
Yeah, I wanted to understand why they were seeing me and what stuff we wanted to get better. So certainly I'm paying attention to what they're telling me, how they're communicating, what they're communicating and such.
Okay. And part of that included how they acted when they were together and how they acted when you saw them separately.
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. Now, in making those observations and questioning them and listening to them, in your effort to try and identify the objective, did you reach some conclusions about Douglas Benefield?
Objection. Foundation.
Would you approach, please?
Would you approach and make this harder? I think he'd just lay your foundation and your qualifications and bring his firstborn in. That'd be great.
I still got my headphones on. I'm in the kitchen.
I mean, it's like everything they do. Objection, this, objection, this, objection, this.
Yeah.
I know. They're just doing their jobs.
They should have done this bit bloody before the trial, though.
Oh my gosh. Maybe, I mean, he's got to be getting close to the end if he's bringing back people now. I don't think I have any room to fast forward. I do not. I cannot L. All right, we're done.
A brief deviation, Dr. Quintel. Tell us what degrees you hold.
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in social work, and a PhD in clinical sexology.
How long have you been practicing as a psychologist?
I got my master's in 98 and started working in the public school system. So since 98, 2006, I started a private practice.
And since you've been in private practice, Dr. Quintel, can you give us an idea of the number of patients that you've seen and counseled?
Thousands.
And your specialty in counseling patients runs to all three of those fields that you have degrees in?
Yes, I have a background in all of that, but my specialty is in trauma resolution.
Okay. And when we speak of trauma resolution, explain to us what that is.
So I think the first thing that somebody has to understand is trauma, or what we go through, isn't troubling because it happened, which is the conventional wisdom, is that because it was awful, it still hurts. But we're not troubled because it was bad. We're troubled because when it happened, emotionally, the brain short-circuited and doesn't know that particular experience ever ended. So where therapy missed the boat is we felt that people buried and repressed, and we have to help them process and get it out of them. Where the methodology that I use is the reverse. It's about getting the good news in to the emotional part of the brain that doesn't know it's over. Think of it more like unplugging the memory, so emotionally the brain can read it as data about something that happened versus where it's been stuck as happening, which explains why when somebody frequently either talks about it, is reminded of it, or is in something similar to it, emotionally they're transported back to that awful moment, right? If you have a friend telling you about something that was troubling them, and as they're telling you about it, it's almost as if they go back there to that troubling moment. So our goal is to keep the person more emotionally present as we unplug the emotional effect that the past has had.
And in that process, do you typically employ listening to patients?
Yes.
Do you typically employ making suggestions to patients?
I don't know if I would say it's making suggestions versus more kind of having a mutual outcome of how we want them to be in mind. So if I'm kind of creating a future self or an outcome, it's got to be something that they're good with, or if it shows up as conflictual, we're never going to be able to reach the outcome.
Okay. Now,
So more instead of a suggestion, it's more of kind of a mutual outcome.
all right, and you went through this process with both Doug and Ashley Benefield.
I did, yes.
Your Honor, I would tender Dr. Quintel as an expert in the field of psychology.
Do you want to voir dire the witness?
Objection.
Do you want to voir dire the witness as to experience, training, and knowledge?
Yes.
The state already called him.
Yeah, the state already
Most of
called.
your work now in trauma resolution, correct?
I do, yes.
Okay. And how long have you done trauma resolution?
Since 2006, October.
All I heard was Jody stirring.
Did you hear that? Diagnoses.
Really?
I don't look at diagnoses with people. I look at people, because the notion of the diagnosis will help in understanding maybe some of the background of why somebody acts, but you're really working with the person. So if somebody says to me, do you treat OCD or, bipolar?
You're mixing up a cake in there. She went to make biscuits. She's making some biscuits and gravy.
I was like, who's playing the pots and pans?
Not me. I'm sitting right here. And I can tell the dog's back out. So. Oh, sorry. Bad pause there, doctor.
Bad pause, bad pause.
What you gonna do?
Oh, whoops, I thought I was on mute.
Ha ha.
Can't believe you can hear me from my kitchen.
Oh, we hear you. We hear everything. I don't understand.
You do not understand?
I do not.
No, why are they voir diring her when
Their own witness. It's their
Yes.
own witness. He just recalled him, which I guess makes him now his witness, but
F-wits, what you gonna do?
I mean, the face that I have him paused on right now is probably how he feels inside. Because
I'm coming.
Like,
This
are
is
you
the
really-
sound he's making. This is the sound he's making.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just going, are you serious right now? I'm going to have to go treat myself for trauma to take me out of this moment. Because you guys called me as your witness. Oh my gosh.
I've got my bowl of peaches to impeach you with. Mm-mm.
All right, let's hear what the stupid state has to say right now.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
I would say I work with people, not the disorder.
So when you're dealing with, for instance, Doug and Ashley Benefield, you're not doing so in order to create a diagnosis or evaluate. I guess what I'm trying to get at is there's a difference between therapy and a diagnostic evaluation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so your relationship with them was what?
They were referred to me by another therapist, and my job was to do trauma resolution. What I was told is that both had their own trauma, and there was some stuff within the relationship, and that I was tasked with unplugging the emotional effect of those experiences.
Is this a voir dire?
Yeah, because the defense called him back and wanted to tender him as an expert.
They just want to know what his answers are going to be.
Do not have the capacity and the training and experience to understand if a disorder is present.
Yes, sir.
At this point, Your Honor, I would now tender Dr. Quintel as an expert.
And I would object.
Same objections?
Same objection.
All right, I will rule the objections goes to vote, not admissibility. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
I think they're looking for the fibro diagnosis or PTSD.
Did you reach any conclusions with respect to Douglas Benefield?
Yes.
Would you tell us what those were?
Narcissistic personality
Based
disorder?
on the conversations with both Ashley
Sounds about
and
right.
Doug, Doug occurred as someone who was domineering, and the terminology that I would use at times would be super controlling. He was very dedicated to wanting the relationship to work. He was very interested despite conversations with some of the disparaging things that Ashley had said to him. He was very much still wanting this to work, and their plans were to move to Maryland.
All right. Did you reach any conclusions with respect to him being a real alpha male?
Well,
Do you recall?
I would say that Doug occurred as somebody who was very built and well put together. And yes, I would say that he would fit the stereotype of an alpha male,
Like Pinocchio?
in my opinion.
Really put together?
There was an intimidation issue present.
Ashley stated that she was scared of Doug.
She was scared of him.
Did you reach any conclusion, Dr. Quintel, about whether Doug's depiction of himself as being godly was reliable?
Objection outside of exercise.
He was waiting for that.
Of course.
You can answer.
He
Can you
overruled it.
Say that again, please.
Sure.
Delusions of grandeur.
Yep.
Did you reach any conclusion with respect to Doug's presentation of himself as being particularly godly?
Yes, I think it was over the top.
All right, and did you reach any conclusion as to whether it was genuine?
I did not think it was fully genuine, no.
You mean he wasn't a god? Well, that changes everything.
Did there come a time when you inquired of Doug why he
Only
would
sweet
want to
baby
remain
Jesus
in
can
this
judge us.
relationship?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Here it comes, y'all.
Sweet little 9-pound.
Ashley had a lot of
baby.
disparaging comments, stuff with CPS, claims of abusing their child. And I was concerned and curious why, with all of that negative stuff that may even negative affect his job and career with government, why he wanted to stay.
And was it true that you felt he was hell-bent on being together?
You're welcome. You can have all mine for the rest of the day.
I know that he really wanted the relationship to work.
Did you conclude that he was never going to let her get away?
I don't know whether that's true, whether or not. I don't recall that.
All right, let me pass this to you and see
Please.
if it refreshes your recollection, if I may.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection, Dr. Campbell,
Does that
as
relect
to
your
Doug's
recollection?
perception of letting
Oh, I was
Ashley
just
get
gonna say
away?
something else, but I don't think I should.
I will trust your judgment.
Really? You will?
To not say it.
Oh, okay. Okay. That makes more sense now.
Okay.
Yes, I said that to the detective. I said it seemed more like I'm not going to let her get away from me.
Referring to Doug.
Yes, sir.
All right, and lastly, Dr. Quintel.
There's a creepy guy in the back.
Did Ashley
Yep.
have anything to say to you about Doug's interest in Emerson and whether or not it was just as
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
did you reach any conclusions, Dr. Quintel, about Doug's interest in the child as opposed to Ashley?
Objection, Judge.
I'm going to sustain this to the opinion.
Was there an incident on one of these occasions when
Oh, yeah,
Doug was
definitely.
in your office that you thought was very strange as it related to the child?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled as long as it's factual.
Yes.
Can you say that question again, please? Thank you.
Was there
No problem.
My Xanax hadn't quite kicked in.
you observed that you found particularly puzzling?
He's like, as long as it's factual, and then he just
Doug
smiles.
Benefield and
Yeah.
the child, Emerson.
Yes, at the time that I spoke with the detective, I had an appointment and Doug had waited in the reception area, and it was a couples counseling, and Ashley was out in the car with the child. And I thought it was unusual that he didn't go out and see her. Given that they had the relationship they had, it may not be as unusual as I thought, but I was coming from having two little girls and what would be in my mind to do.
And how long
That's
was
opinion.
Doug sitting in your office at the time? Do you recall?
Well, it would have been at least an hour. I don't know how long I was in the appointment before.
And in that hour, from what you observed with Emerson, the child outside.
Yes, sir.
the
He is
car,
a recall.
Mhm.
never once went out to say.
I wouldn't have been able to observe that because I would have been in session. I just knew that he was waiting in the lobby. I don't know whether anything other than that.
That's all you're on.
Cross.
Yes, I am cross.
So you mentioned that it bothered you, or at least you noticed when he didn't go out to see the child. How long did you observe Doug Benefield in the waiting room?
I would have seen
Thank
him
you,
when I
Gabby.
first went out to grab the client, and then would have seen him when I came back out of my office.
And because of that, you came to the conclusion that he never went out and saw his child.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, in your direct examination, you said you met with Ashley Benefield alone 5 times.
Yes, ma'am.
And you met with Doug Benefield alone twice.
Yes, ma'am.
And you met with them together twice.
Yes, ma'am.
So the majority of the time you met with Ashley Benefield, over half of the times you met with her.
To do
Yes, ma'am.
trauma resolution. Yes, ma'am.
And her discussions with you and her recitations of things played into your decision about this opinion that Doug was being domineering and super controlling, did it not?
Yes, they were comments that she made and frustrations that she had within the system.
Okay. So it was not solely based on things that you were observing in Doug Benefield.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
Nothing further.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
State. All right, sir, you're released from your subpoena.
We
Thank
should
you
have
very much.
redirected and said,
Here you go.
so she had to have more trauma therapy than he did, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That would have been a whole other sidebar, AJ.
Of course. I don't think that our questions were,
Oh, that's not.
I mean, they were fine, but
Oh, you have 27?
I don't know. I think he should have just, it's too bad he couldn't have called Dr. Ferris before her
One.
and then just rested after her testimony. I think he would have sealed it up right there. But he might lose him
Yes,
here.
so members of the jury, we're gonna pass these out and publish them. I'm not rushing you, but I'm gonna talk while we're doing that. I think at this point, it's a good time for our lunch break. It's about 10 minutes after 12.
The whole day has been a lunch
Take
break.
your time. I want you to look through all of this, look through these exhibits, and then I'll excuse you.
26 and 27.
Those 27 and 28, and they'll be marked on them. There's a little sticker on each. Which should say 27, 28, and I think the other one is Defense Exhibit 1.
Judge, like, my back hurts. Mine too, Judge.
Mm-hmm.
You know what would make this case really interesting is if they would have allowed the jury to ask questions.
Yeah.
That would have told us right where the jury's at.
I thought they could in Florida.
I think it's up. I don't know if it's up to the judge. I'm not
Where
sure
was the
exactly
Maya
how it
case?
works. Florida.
Yeah, because I asked questions.
So let's see. We've watched. There was one on that one, and then there was one in Ohio. The Matthew Moore case, Gabby. They asked questions there. They asked good questions too. There was one in Arizona that the jury could ask questions. McBurney, Judge McBurney, the jury asked questions in there. Judge Wolf, the jury can ask questions. I'm trying to think. Those seem to be kind of the Judge Wolf and McBurney. I think the jury's he's on, like, they generally ask questions, but it's interesting.
I like jury questions.
Yeah, me too. Because it's just us sitting there trying to, get
Guess
through it.
what they're thinking.
We don't know the law, so our questions, to me, the jury questions have more. Like, I don't know. They just give you insight into the jury.
Mm-hmm.
Is he speaking? No.
Are they going to lunch or are they?
Yes, they're after they look at these, whatever he passed out. Have you noticed she keeps flipping the side that her braid's on? Friday it was on the other side.
And also, what's up with braids, man?
I don't know.
Ballerina
Every time
thing.
No, I feel like every woman that's sitting in that chair has a braid in their hair.
You know who I bet won't have a braid in her hair? Sarah
Boone.
Boone. Did you see like she advertised for a lawyer?
Yeah.
Oh my, yeah, I
Hey,
saw that.
DG.
I laughed so hard at that. Hey, DG, what's up? Thank you for hitting
Good
that.
job. Thank you.
Lots of nothings going on today.
Mm.
Oh, Jody, did you see Turtle Boy last night?
No. No, I've been binge watching House of the Dragon, the second season.
Brandy was on his show.
Randy Churchwell.
Yeah,
Oh.
like halfway through.
What, he invited her as a guest?
Yeah, they were talking about
Okay.
Karen Reed and stuff.
Well, apparently, Yuri Buchanan and Tully are now, I think, suspended, but on pay.
Huh.
Yeah. So
Thank you,
it's working
DG.
its way up.
Yeah, that's crazy. What a bunch of shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to where we're live. See if he sees
Items
it.
that they expect to introduce has been provided.
Yes.
Right. And certainly a list of witnesses that are expected to be called.
Yes.
Right. I didn't get a copy of that. If it's been amended from the witness list that I received, it looks like it was filed June 21st of 20.
Did the defense rest?
What? Did I miss my call?
Sorry. It just was nothing was happening.
There you go. Matthew Moore, it's one of your trials.
Yes, definitely not guilty. And I love the defense attorney in that one. She's awesome. Just out of curiosity, not arguing, what evidence presented in court, because that's all that counts, tells you she's guilty?
I don't like Turtle Boy at all either, but
I'm very curious. I don't pay attention to him.
All right. So it's 12:15. If I could have you back down in the jury assembly room where you began everything this morning and last week at 1:30. Should give you plenty of time if you want to go somewhere, if you just want to walk downtown. Be in the jury assembly room at 1:30. We'll get you back up here as soon as we can to get started for the afternoon. Remember the admonishments. Don't talk amongst yourselves with anyone outside of the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, the legal topics we've heard anything about.
Don't look at nouns. So I don't know if he's officially rested or if he's just saying he's going to rest. Or maybe he didn't say it at all.
All right, y'all can have a seat. I would assume, before I let you all go, that the request for an exhibit list from the defense of the items that they expect to introduce has been provided.
Yes.
Right. And certainly a list of witnesses that are expected to be called.
Yes.
Right. I didn't get a copy of that. If it's been amended from the witness list that I received, it looks like it was filed June 21st of 2024. So I'll just mark, but who do we have on tap for this afternoon?
So
I don't need to know the order, but just who.
We have Jason Alexander, Michael Haag, Haag, Dr.
Oh.
One second. I'm sorry. I got it. My list is okay.
Dang
Michael
it.
Haag.
Who's calling who
Michael
names? You know.
Dr. Emma Lou,
All right.
and Warren Justin.
What have I missed?
Warren.
Justin, the lead homicide detective.
I think DG
All
was
right, when we-
referring to Turtle Boy, darling,
And
not
none of
you.
these, have all these folks been deposed?
Yes.
All right. Are there any objections or anything I need to hear before, before we get a jury in and get them seated and make them sit there for 5 or 10 minutes while I hear arguments at the bench? I would much, much rather have the objection made. Let's talk about it, and then let's call the jury in so it's a little bit smoother.
With Detective Warren, I may have objections, but I don't know what's going to be asked. So without asking what they're going to ask, I don't think we can have that conversation. And additionally, if Detective Gillum is set to testify, I would have similar.
All right. I really don't care about them. No, that's not a troll account. And everybody is entitled to their opinions here.
Absolutely.
So it will all be done respectfully. I honestly was just asking. I did not watch a lot of that trial. I picked up with Jody, and I've watched what Jody has done. So
I've watched it all and I've researched it and yeah, pretty much know it almost inside out. And the only I will agree, DG, that that in my opinion, I think she's factually innocent because there is no way, in my opinion, that those injuries that John sustained could have been caused by that Lexus. Given that both of the medical examiners both agreed that the unaliving was caused by blunt force trauma to the head, and the hypothermia. So everything else, as far as I'm concerned, is irrelevant because those are the two things that are the important things that unalived him. So the facts around that and the evidence presented, there was the tail lights were inconsistent as far as I'm concerned, like looking at picking up evidence for 6 weeks afterwards. And I don't see how that could have caused the injury to the rear of his head either, as well as especially given the actual force that was involved to the head trauma with the skull fractures and the internal bleeding. But the fact that there was no injuries from the neck down, except for the lacerations, to his right arm, indicated to me that there was no, the body wasn't hit with a vehicle of such weight and force, particularly at night in the snow, 24 miles an hour in reverse. There would have had to have been some kind of center of mass to have knocked him 15 feet, 90 degrees up onto the front lawn for a start. And if the prosecution said that it hit his arm and he's got a tiny little bruise, no fractures, it would have just spun him around. It wouldn't have propelled him that far. And the evidence from the two crash test forensics experts it physically isn't possible for that to have occurred. I was saying some pretty severe written attacks while the trial was. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are highly opinionated with this. It's really rolled a lot of people up, and and I suppose each to their own. But here we encourage people to have their own opinions and to have their own thoughts, because you're entitled to that. And we just ask that it's done in a respectful and pleasant manner. That's all we ask from everybody. That's all. Which is why I said, who's calling you names? So I think DG was I honestly think he was referring to Turtle Boy, not yourself. That's on me. If I'm wrong, correct me, but I apologize for that. But you will have your opinion here whenever you like. You are welcome to it, as is everybody else.
My mind went to a completely different place when he said KR, and it's equally as dividing.
Yeah.
So I went to the Rittenhouse case. I thought he was talking about Kyle Rittenhouse.
I
What
don't
are we
know that
talking about
case.
Kyle Rittenhouse? And Gabby, I didn't boop anybody, but I will right now.
Who you boop? Oh, the
There you
ads.
go.
Look at Oprah's in. Oprah in the house.
I said everyone gets a boop. I'm like, I haven't done anything, but I will one more time because I haven't all day.
I think a lot of
the
bigger channels too, you to have a lot more people and a lot more opinionated people, and they're not as strict on on who they allow and who they don't allow to have opinions within their chat. And being smaller channels, we've got more control. And I think that we both agree, AJ, that the aim of this is to let everyone have their say, but in a respectful manner. That's all we ask. That's it.
Yep.
That's it. But yeah.
Yeah. I'm not gonna me too. But I'm not gonna discuss what happened with Nick because I'm not Nick. I'm not in his family. And
Nick Rakita.
Yeah. A lot of rumor, speculations, things, and I just
It was
can't
snowing there
imagine.
too, apparently.
Yeah. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Apparently.
And
allegedly.
It's like,
oh, hey,
I
Sarah.
can't imagine my life being picked apart by the internet. So
yeah,
I just he'll tell his when he can be, and it will be a while because these things take a long time.
I saw his first interview back, but he can't say much.
He'll have to tell he'll tell his side. So that's kind of all I'm waiting for. But
so who's Rittenhouse? Is that his attorney?
No, it's a very divisive thing that happened. Hey, Sarah, I wasn't ignoring you.
I didn't even see you sneak in.
When all the 2020, when the United States just decided to, burn itself down. In Kenosha, Wisconsin, which I would never go to Kenosha. I don't know if I'd go to Kenosha or Monroe County, Florida. And I don't know which one I'd be more fearful of. But he unalived 2 people, injured another one. And then if you listen to the news, you would have thought he went on a mass letting go of rounds and unalived a ton of African American people. He didn't, they were all white. Had he not have unalived one of them, he would have that person would have unalived Kyle. He was chasing him down. He was after him. The next person that he got came by to kick him in the head or hit him with the skateboard or something when he was down on the ground. And he hit him and unalived him. And then the third person, it survived, but he's still on the ground, and he had to clear his weapon because it had jammed, and I don't know how he even had the presence of mind to do it. But when they played the video in slow motion, this guy that's coming up to him while he's on the ground, when he comes around with his arm, he's got his phone videotaping and he comes around with his arm. He has a weapon. He's going to unalive this kid, Kyle, live.
Oh.
Well, Kyle fired and evaporated his bicep. It was people, it's either you're on one side or the other. And it's I really am giving you just the very, very brief cliff notes of it because it's very divisive. So I don't talk about it, but that's where my mind went. My mind, when I see KR, I don't go Karen Reed. Joe Walsh was a singer, I think, unless it's Joe Walsh, or that's John Walsh. I think he was a singer from like 70s mostly. But
no, I was just reading a comment from Adair earlier, and I don't know who Joe Walsh.
Yeah, I think he was a singer. If it's that one, the Eagles. He was in the Eagles.
Oh, I love the Eagles.
I was gonna say Billy.
I didn't know he was in the Eagles. Learned something. Man, we've learned like 2 things today. We should be able to just call it a day.
Yeah, I think so.
We've exceeded our own expectations.
Yes.
We're winning. We're just winners.
Yes. Like, that's good. That'll do, pig. Like, babe. Pig in the city.
That'll do, pig.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do, donkey. That'll do.
Donkey.
So, Jody, I have a question that's completely off the subject of anything we've been talking about.
Oh, goody.
So, it's winter there in Australia, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So, do you guys go to school? Are your kids in school now? Like, it's summer break here. And so are you guys in school?
We have 4 school terms generally. So we have a big, I think it's 6-week break over our summer period, which is over Christmas. So they generally break up about the 21st, 22nd of December, go right through almost to the end of January, and then go back then. And then I think each term is about 10 weeks or so, I think. It's been a while since my kids went to school, and it's been a while since I went to school. But yeah, it's broken up into the 4 terms. So we have pretty much each season, I would say.
Okay. I just wondered because I'm like, obviously it's completely backwards from us because we're summer.
Yeah. Well, you're on your summer break, so that's your
Yeah.
big break, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
we just have ours in December.
It used to be. They don't get much time. They used to get, like, you used to get out of school in May, and then you went back, after Labor Day in September, which is the first Monday in September. Now some of them get out in June, and there's schools in Indianapolis that they've already started. They start mid-July, and then
private schools take longer.
It's just crazy. They don't get much summer anymore. I guess probably your 6 weeks that you're talking about, when we used to get, all of June, all of July, most of August. And then it just kept creeping back and back and back. And now
they only have their 6 weeks in for Christmas and January, and then they only have 2 weeks off between each term in the middle for the rest of the year.
Yeah, we don't have
drain. What's
that.
the drain?
I don't know. I thought you would know.
The what?
You need to know about the drain. That's what Sarah said. Who's singing "Oh Canada" now in their mind, other than Gabby?
Oh Canada, oh Canada.
I was singing Hotel California.
I was singing "Oh Canada." That's the only part I know of it.
Yeah. Maybe the next part is I need to know about the drain.
Birthday, mate. Happy birthday, mate.
Oh, do you want to know one thing? I don't know if Gabby has them out there. Do you have? But there's a thing in a restaurant in the United States has that when you look at it, people make fun of it from Australia because it's called Outback. It's Outback Steakhouse.
Mm.
So they say
Yeah,
no
we got
rules.
'em.
They've
No
got one
rules,
as
just
well.
right. You have an Outback Steakhouse? Is it
Yep.
American? Like,
Probably.
oh, because
Probably.
any Australians
Never
I've
been.
heard talk about our Outbacks make fun of it because they're like, those aren't things in Australia.
The water
You're-
goes clockwise, I think. Sarah? Sorry.
Oh, the drain.
Where is that switch?
What switch? I'm so confused now.
There's a place on Earth.
Equator?
The water drains the opposite direction.
Wait, isn't that Alaska?
No.
No.
I think it's
The North
in a
Pole?
warmer
Equator, isn't it?
climate.
The North and South Pole are the energy forces, I think, that cause that reaction, but it's somewhere in the middle of the two where that swaps over.
Yeah.
Mediterranean, Sarah said.
Good.
With laughing faces.
Mr. Google the Bob. The meridian.
I'm just waiting for George to come in here saying, "Watch out, everyone! The clams are trying to think."
There was no ovaries harmed in the making of this video.
Is that what it's called, Sarah? Meridian?
Oh, meridian. I thought you said Mediterranean.
So did I.
So
my dyslexia kicking in there.
It says an imaginary great circle on the Earth's surface passing through the North and South geographic poles. Either half of such a great circle from pole to pole, all points on the same meridian. Wait, never mind.
Is that what it said? Wait, never mind.
Yes. It's like, why are you reading this? And then I said, I don't know. I don't know where it is. Did anybody answer?
Nope.
No.
If I do a virtual background, can I?
No, but
Can
we should
I?
do a song
Oh,
called
I can.
we should do
Hello.
a song we should do a song called I Need to Know About the Drain.
Oh gosh.
And oh Canada.
Do you know how many directions that could go?
So many, and it would be hilarious.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm in the courthouse.
Jody.
Yeah.
I don't have that.
I'm the judge.
I'm the judge now.
Yeah.
I don't
That's not very good.
I think Steve had one one time. I feel like
I need a green screen to be able to do that. I've got too many things in the background.
There, I went to school. I'm in school now. Not learning a thing. Just like when I was in school.
I'm just stuck in the ether.
That's
What
your
about
own problem. There we go.
the
We're
blur?
twinsies.
The blur. Ooh, that's bizarre. Why is my shoulder disappearing?
How bizarre. How bizarre.
I'm gonna you get that song stuck in my head.
I got one kitty under there.
Sarah.
I'm over.
Yeah, right? You're right. Wow.
I'm in my living room, just relaxing and chilling. I'll go play.
You know who uses that one, don't you?
I do.
Let me see if I've got it.
I plead the
Hang
fifth.
on, we can be in the same house. There we go.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Get off my knee.
Housekeeping.
No. Superman no home.
Welcome to the Hotel California. Oh, here we go. I'm in wait, who can pick this one? This is the Apple River. Nicholas Meow? Mew?
Oh, I was like, what?
Nicholas Meow?
Meow.
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 We didn't. I thought I don't know what we were doing when that one. started. I don't know if this one works.
I was doing that one.
So that
See,
lake,
you've got a nice clear background. Like you've got
I
your
just have a wall.
blind behind you. Yeah.
I just have a wall.
Oh, is it?
This is the lake where I grew up. So I
Lake
love this lake.
Tallahassee.
No.
That's the only lake I know.
No, this is Lake McConaughey.
Like
Lake
Tallahassee.
Tallahassee.
Like
Tallahassee.
Tallahassee.
Well,
But
it's got to be good if it's got McConaughey in it.
It's man-made.
All right.
It is all right. And they trucked in 7 miles of white sand for the beaches there.
Wow.
It's very, very nice. And then I moved here and I was disappointed. Like, you call this a lake? It was like Crocodile Dundee. And I wanted to point and go, that's a lake.
You're like, what is
some
this? A mud
beautiful
puddle?
Oh my gosh. It's like, where's the beach? This is the beach. I'm like, it's pebbles.
You need to Google Lake
Tallahassee.
Mackenzie on Fraser Island, Australia.
I'm sure it's gorgeous.
It is amazing.
Sarah, most of the times I can't ever imagine tuning
No.
into here.
You.
Sarah, I don't think Sarah was here the other day when we were making the songs and stuff.
Probably not.
Oh,
Because
Lord.
everybody left.
Did they?
Yes. No, nobody left. There
Oh,
was,
yes, they did.
No, Flash Fan was still there. Adair was still there. George was there.
Hey, let me do this right now. Hey, Bob, are you still here? We have to solve a mystery, Bob.
Ooh.
I'm just kidding.
Bob.
George?
Hey, Bob.
George?
Hey,
Hey,
Bob.
George?
Bob.
George
Bob.
of the jungle. Watch out for that tree.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob, you still there, Bob? Hey, yeah,
Shall I
Bob.
see if Jules had any feedback on
Oh, yes. Yes.
what went on in court today? Let me see if I can find. Jungle.
Watch out for that tree.
Whoopsies.
Today, 9A. Yes.
I think I'll just leave that lake behind me for a little while. Change it up.
Don't forget to wear sunblock now.
I forgot on Saturday because I didn't forget. I was too lazy to go grab it. And then I came back inside. I was like, oh, well, you don't have as great of a base tan as you thought you did because you're a little sunburnt, you idiot.
Okay, she's on. Do you want me to share screen?
Yes,
I can.
If you can.
Ooh.
Do I need to take?
Shall we?
Do I need to take Fleischer down?
Share screen. No, let me just see if I can.
Fleischer down.
Oh, there it is. Hang on. Let me
full screen
I gotta add it.
There you go.
There we go.
Look at that. Look at us go.
So then you have control over it?
No, I don't think so. You do. I've just shared it with you.
But I can't do anything.
Queued it to the right spot. You can't add it to stage or press play.
I did add to stage, but I can't. There you go. It's all you.
Hello, Jules.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. I have to
How's
ask
that
you
for
before you
queuing?
start. What did you think of the state or the defense flipping the state's witness?
I thought it went well, but one juror in particular was taking notes. So I thought it went. I thought it played on both. It played well for both. What did you think?
Sorry, hang on. I've got somebody's leaving a voicemail here.
That's fine.
Jody.
It's
wasn't me.
Hi.
Hang on one second. Sorry, Jules.
No,
RA's
fine.
trying to reach 60,000. He's
Oh.
600 off.
Wow.
Look at all that tech.
I'd be
I'd
like,
be
what
like,
does
what-
this button do? What does this one do?
Yeah.
Press them
And he
all.
knows how to use it all too.
I'm sorry. It's a.
No, you're
We've got
fine.
somebody
You're not
leaving a message on the voicemail. For some reason, it's loud. It was supposed to be silent, and it's in my room, and I don't want the personal voicemail from my wife to come.
Oh yeah. Oh, I don't blame you. But I'm good. I'm just walking. So
This was the part that struck me on this one was Jason Quintel, Dr. Quintel. He was a state's witness. When the
Right.
state brought him in, he was not certified as an expert. He was the counselor, the therapist,
Mr.
not certified
Smiley.
as an expert. They couldn't get those
Mhm.
opinions out of him, and then at the end of his testimony, after objection, the defense laid the groundwork. The judge recognized him as an expert, and he got the objections in, and he got the findings in, and they
Yeah.
only went a little ways beyond what he had said before, because what he had said before was very similar. That that Doug wanted to make this work at all costs type thing. He was driven to make this happen, and it went a little further than that. But it's
well, yeah, because he went as far as saying that. Let's see, what do I have here? That Doug was domineering, controlling, and he also said that. I don't know what the whole godly thing was about. Did you understand what that part was about? Because I was confused.
I think that was meant like he's in control, like all powerful type, meaning Doug wanted to be in control of everything. That's what I gathered. I'll have to go back and listen to it. There was a few
That
things
wasn't
that
how I
Yeah,
the words were a little strange.
No.
Yeah, go back and listen to it because I've got written down godly
You never heard of the God
equals
complex?
over the top, not genuine.
Well,
That's what I put in my
Okay,
notes.
I remember that part. Remember how he shared like scriptures, like Bible verses, and
That's what
Mhm.
things like that.
that's where
I
I
think
was
in
going.
that part he was saying that his devotion to religion was sort of as an act. Like he wanted to look like he was, this God-fearing good guy, quoting Bible scriptures all the time.
Yeah.
But behind closed doors, it was different. I think that's what they sort of went to with that one.
That's
Okay.
that's what I thought he was
And
going
then,
for.
he was also able to get in there that Doug was physically fit. He was built, but this is the part that I'm not sure I agree with. He's equating the fact that because Doug was physically fit, and he was, that equates him to be an alpha male. I don't know. That didn't play well for me. The only thing that I could say is that Tom Benefield was upset with his testimony because he was shaking his head. They are taking vigorous notes on him, his wife, Eva. But when the state objected to one of the questions, I don't remember which one it was. He was shaking his head up and
Yeah, because there
down
was so many of
in
them.
agreement with, the state. And when the judge overruled it, he acted like super, super shocked. So,
Hey, Jules, I apologize. We just got some heartbreaking news in our family, and I need to take a break so that my wife can make a call to her sister. Let me let
So
you
you
go.
gotta go.
We got to go. I'm sorry. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. All right.
No, you're
We'll
fine.
see you, Jules. Bye. My sister just lost her baby, and and I need to get on the phone to Mrs. RA so she can talk to her. You guys, this has been a day and a half.
Oh my goodness.
Horrible.
That's so sad.
Aww.
Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone,
don't
make
cry.
their day
I
just a
can't
little bit
do
better.
men
Please stay
crying.
safe to go live again after lunch. It'll be about 1:15. We'll be back. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Aww.
appreciate all the kind words, all the support you poured out for our channel, for each other. Thank you. Thank you. You guys have a wonderful lunch. We'll be back at 1:15. See you.
How does he come back at all? Just don't worry about it, man.
Oh
He said
my
his
goodness.
sister lost her baby. Is that what he
Yeah,
said?
I think that's what he said.
Just, or I couldn't know if he said his sister or her sister, like his wife's
His sister.
Doesn't matter. It's awful, and he should just go do that. Like, don't even worry about coming back today.
Yeah, right?
Wow.
That's so sad.
Horrible. That's awful. Sharon.
I'm so glad I switched over to that now.
Yeah.
Yes,
Hey,
I
Flash
don't.
fan.
He's so lovely. He's just, yeah, and he's so professional too. He will come back.
Yeah, I believe him. He just shouldn't. Like, just go be with
Mm.
whoever you need to be with and do whatever you
I
need to
think
do.
he lives in I think it's South Carolina, and I think he's a fair way away from his family. Like, they're not close by.
Oh, so
it's not like he could just drive around the corner, but
No,
I
but
think
like go make
he's
some
got the
flight
he's got the
arrangements. and get
phone
out.
there, and yeah.
You know, Sharon, I have thought that about Eva too. Like, she just does not look put together anytime she comes to
She
court.
looks like a surfy chick.
But
Yeah,
I also
that's why I
think
always
she's
say.
been raised on the beach.
She just came out of the bushes. She came right out of the bushes.
Yep.
Whew.
I'm
And
sorry about
it's
that.
any easier or whatever, but yeah, I wonder, was the baby here? Was it a miscarriage? Like, you know,
It's very sad.
They're more
you could
common
kind
than
of
you
tell
think.
something happened because his face, you could just
He
tell.
wasn't paying attention to what Jules was saying at all.
No. And you could just tell something had happened. Man, that is sad. Sucks. And it does happen a lot, which is awful.
Too much.
Yeah.
And that's another thing people don't talk about either.
No.
It's like one of those taboo subjects again.
I think people don't know what to say.
Yeah.
You know, especially like when my kids were younger, there was a teacher, because I worked at their school while they were in elementary school, and she went through her whole pregnancy, was fine, but right before she was due, apparently the cord had wrapped around the baby, and then the baby was stillborn. It was awful. Like, what do you say to her? What do you say? I'm sorry, doesn't cut it. Like, you just
no.
It was devastating.
Sharon's at the Cheez-Its.
Oh, good Lord. Sharon!
She must, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Well, you guys know what I did over the weekend. What did you do over the weekend?
Politics. Slept.
You slept, yes.
I watched what's the second Game of Thrones? The Targaryen
something.
House of the Dragon,
I
season
didn't
2.
Yes, yeah. I haven't watched it
good.
because I haven't watched either one of them. I've heard there's like brother-sister relations in there.
Oh, you don't
In the
even want to get
original
started
one.
with that. I watched Game of Thrones.
I love Game of Thrones.
I started watching it because my Nana watched it, and nobody else in the family watched it, so she didn't have anyone to talk to about it. And so I started watching it. She started watching it, but I wanted to stop watching it after like the second season.
No. I love it.
But I kept going with it, and I was really, really upset at the end. I was really mad. I don't want to say any spoilers in case someone hasn't
No.
watched it and is
I
watching
have
it.
not watched it.
I
I
was
don't
Well,
know
really
that I
upset.
will.
This one goes back to I think it's 100 or 200 years before Daenerys Targaryen and how the
Oh, I thought you were,
Targaryens.
you were pointing. It looked like you were pointing at AJ.
Nope, wrong arm. Yeah, and how they evolved with the dragons and yeah, and their ancestry, and then the Valyrians and
Yeah,
all the houses as well. So
it's so crazy too.
that's good.
There's just so many characters within characters within characters to keep track
Yep.
of that show.
Well, I can't watch it then. My poor husband.
It's a
Because
lot.
He doesn't pay
addictive.
attention to things. Like he will be watching it, but his mind is always on work or on Brandon Bree's house, or it's never on what we're watching. So if we watch something like that where he has to pay that much attention, I will be constantly explaining it to him of what's happening, and then I'm be like, yeah, we're not watching this.
And a lot of the names, because of the traditions back then, they named each other the next generation the same name as well. So there's a lot of people that had the same names, and
I have ran into that, like researching my own ancestry. Like, did you all have to be named? I'm just pulling out a name. This is like John Smith. All of you, John Smith, and then had John Smith, and then his sister married John Smith, and then they had 6 more John Smiths, and you're back so far. There's really not records about them, so you're just going, I don't know if I have the correct John Smith or not. And the incorrect one can take me down a path that it's not accurate. So
I started doing my family tree, and my grandfather was William John, and then my father was William Henry, and then I thought, oh, I'll go and have a look at the war records and the birth certificates and the marriage certificates and all the rest of it. And I rang my dad and I went, your parents' marriage certificate is after your birth certificate. It's like, oh, you found that? I'm like, yes, I did.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. Would have been a big no-no back then, but
yeah, no,
funny.
it would have been very different.
That's where I stopped. I'm like, I'm not doing anymore.
Yeah, I have been stuck on mine, on
Seafood
one
salad.
spot on
Yum.
mine for a
Seafood
long
salad.
time. Yeah,
Yum.
I don't know.
Have you never had seafood salad?
No, that would make me nervous.
It's like more
the leftover.
Well, Jody,
you know the
AJ
crab meat
doesn't-
that you get in this.
AJ doesn't like tuna fish.
Ugh.
Like she
I
doesn't
love
like tuna. She doesn't like tuna sandwiches.
Oh,
Look at her
yum.
face. Look at her face.
In my mum's Maltese, and I was brought up on it's called Hobbs Bisate. And basically it's like crusty panna di casa bread, and you put beautiful homemade olive oil onto it instead of butter. And then you smear some tomato paste on it and fresh chunks of tuna and chili. Oh,
Schmear.
Schmear. Hobbs Bisate.
It's not my fault that I don't like tuna fish.
Oh, I could eat it just by the tin.
It is
on its
Brandon.
own.
I like tuna too.
When I was pregnant with Brandon, because I used to eat tuna fish sandwiches all the time. My mom made them growing up. I was pregnant with Brandon, and I made one day, and got very, very sick on it.
Oh.
And I can't eat it. I have not been able to eat. It took me years to even be able to look at it on the shelf in the store without
What about
gagging.
fresh tuna? Like,
It doesn't matter. Just the name now. And Todd's like, oh, it's just in your head. And I have tried. I have literally made myself a sandwich and forced myself to eat it to get over whatever happened. I cannot. I'm like, it's just done. I can at least be in the same room with a can of it now. So
She just has cans of tuna everywhere. And she's like, I'm getting better, guys.
I do not. But
do you like smoked oysters?
Probably not. I don't know. I've never had. I don't like.
You don't have smoked oysters in a tin?
I don't know. We might. I don't know. That would not be something I looked for in the store. I used to eat sardines and crackers with my brother, but there's no way that I could do that now. I don't know how I did it then, because now I look at them like there's actual little fish in there.
The ones in tomato sauce?
There's actually a little fish in there.
Yeah.
And no.
Flash fan, get the the tins of smoked oysters and mash them up with the oil with a fork. Get a tub of Philly cream cheese, mash that into it, and about a tablespoon and a half of it's like green pickles, but mashed pickles.
Pesto?
Oh, like relish?
Yeah, green, but it's pickle relish. I'd have to have a look at the name of it. It just looks like
relish.
Mashed
Relish is
green
pickled.
pickles. And you mix that all together. It is a delicious dip. It sounds and looks disgusting, but it is delicious.
Isn't that what relish is? Pickles?
Yeah, it is delicious.
But I don't like pickle
It's
juice.
sweet pickles.
I like the little baby are they gherkins? Something like that, pickles. I do like those.
Gherkin relish, that's what it is. Gherkin relish. That's it.
Gherkin relish.
I do not like pickle juice. When my dad and I
Court TV.
Do what?
Court TV I just got a notification.
Oh, I'm looking at it. I got it pulled up here.
Oh.
It says
Just
they're on break till 1:30.
on my phone. Oh, another half hour.
Yeah.
Oh, holy McMullerson.
So I probably should, be kind and boop y'all. You guys remind me. It's not my fault you say that word.
Well, I think that everybody has
you have words
premium.
at grandma's.
Everybody has premium except for me.
Sorry. Do you get all the ads?
I do. Except for not here because I'm in StreamYard, so I can still see it.
I don't think Carmen has premium. I mean, she's sleeping, but make sure.
What are you dancing?
Words on Stream Live with Grandma.
Oh.
She's got funky music in the background.
Does she?
Yeah, I've never had a raw oyster.
My husband loves
it. Yeah, no, I'm not into raw oysters.
Oysters Rockefeller, I do like that. I think mostly because I can't taste the oysters.
What's that with bacon and?
Yeah, bacon and.
That's
sauce.
That's just the music for the Words on Stream game.
It's good. I like it. Are you playing it too?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the next one to come up.
The countdown takes forever, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it does. And I have found
and they don't always get your words.
They don't always. Like they only get like every other word that I type.
Yep.
Like whatever. Well, I'm gonna check the radar while you guys are doing that. I think it's clear. Oh, I like barbecued ribs too, Flash Fan. Yay! We have a 2 for our threat for tornadoes today. That'll be awesome.
A twofer.
Oh, Gabby, snap.
Uh-huh.
Could you imagine if I got like hit by a tornado live on stream? It would be amazing. I'd get
Yeah, because it looks like you're on the beach.
All right. Looks like I'm good until after 6. That's great. That means it's going to storm all night. Starting at 7. Ending at 4 a.m. Great. Great. Guess he's not sleeping tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who's going to be sitting up with her dog?
That's it. That's all I'm putting in is gravity, because that's the big one.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she said.
Literally.
Flash fan.
I ate way too.
The
shortest fat person.
He says I'm the shortest, fattest person in my family.
I love it.
Same as me.
Same as me. But I'm Sicilian. All we do is eat bread and pasta, so it was bound to happen sooner or later.
I'm Maltese, same shit. Mm-hmm.
I'm not the shortest person in my family. Not the tallest. I'm just here.
I'm just here on the beach waiting for my tornado.
Water spout.
Incy spot. So did we say the defense rested or not?
Barbecue ribs.
No.
Stop it, flash fan. You're killing me, mate.
You're making me hungry.
I think they might be getting because he listed 3 more people that he's calling. So one of the witnesses he listed is the son of Lucian or Luke Haig. His name is Michael Haig. Lucian Haig was going to testify in the Baldwin trial. He is an expert on firearms. And that's the guy I was talking about that I have had personal interaction with. And I can't go into why, but he Lord, these people.
Paper Jesus.
He came. There was a thing going on, and so he came to do his part of looking at the thing. And it's winter here at the time. It was sleeting at the time. We had to be outside because that's what he had to look at, was outside. And he decided it would be a great idea to climb up a metal ladder in the sleet and get on top of a metal enclosed trailer. It didn't. He fell off, and he's an older gentleman. Smacked his, cut his head pretty good. He's just you know how head wounds are.
Did he get the hip?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, but the other attorney that was with him was from Connecticut, and she's a nut job.
Ken Kniff from Connecticut?
And I don't know. I have to be so careful what I say.
This Flashman, are you in America or are you in the UK?
No, I Flashman's from
Scampi in the UK.
Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
You have Scampi over there too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We share the Scampi.
We share the Scampi around here. We're scamping. We're share scampers.
So, but anyway, this guy falls, cracks his head open, needs probably to go get a CT scan because he is older and he has fallen off a ladder. And the dumb lawyer from Connecticut that was with him was like, we'll be back in a half an hour. I'm like, you're not even going to be to the emergency room in a half an hour.
Wow.
Because that's how far we are. And if you think that you're going to go to the emergency room, get him checked out completely, and be back here
in half an hour,
you're even more crazy than
Ain't
I ever
gonna
thought
happen.
you were. It's never going to happen.
Not never ever.
So he was a nice fella. But
He was a nice fella.
Nice enough fella.
He was nice. I just whatever. It's just weird to hear his name like oh my gosh, I dealt with that man once.
So they're going to just explain why the gun jammed, basically, and
so like in the situation that was going on with us when he was involved in didn't really make sense to me because that's not really doesn't seem to be what his expertise is, but he's like the leading expert, in the United States at least. And so they wanted to call in the big person.
Santa?
Yeah. But he to me would be more of, and I don't know, I'm just purely guessing by other things that I've seen him. He was in that Stephen Avery thing, the original.
Ooh.
Making an Unaliver.
Huh. Yep, I saw that.
He's in that. Stephen Avery's attorney, which I don't know if she still is or not, goes out to Arizona where they.
Second season?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, and he was more of like I think more if you fired this way or that way, or what would cause the trajectory of I can't say that word, the round or something like that. That would be what I would expect him to testify to today about how was Doug facing her? What was his stance maybe like? Maybe giving that, just talking about that. I have no idea. And what was happening in that situation, because that to me is more what their expertise is in. It's weird, 2 cases, and when he said that name and then he spelled, I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Like, go away, people.
It is interesting though how they do that.
Yes. Well, I mean, these guys, trust me, they make a lot of money being qualified as experts. So good for them. But I think they've done a lot of work. The other people, I don't know. I still think he screwed up calling Ashley Friday. I think he should have called her last and rested.
Yeah.
Because now her testimony is lost in all of this other stuff
Rubbish.
going on with all these sidebars and trying to just get in a freaking witness. It's like, just get in some testimony. It's all lost in there. And he should have called her last. And I figured he did, because generally they do. They generally call if the defendant's going to testify. It's generally the last person they have, and then they're done.
I would have thought they would at least called a psychiatrist that diagnosed the fibro and, any post-traumatic stress or something.
And maybe they just can't, like the state is fighting them every single step of the way.
I know. And that's, especially with DV, that's just wrong.
Absolutely. Like I told you this morning, either these people haven't experienced it, which great for them if they've never had to experience it, or they have experienced it and this is horrible. Like, I'm not saying they shouldn't, if they really do think that she did this crime intentionally, then I'm not saying that just because they have experience in it, they shouldn't try her, prosecute her. But I don't know where they're getting it at. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
The questions they're asking, like you said, did he approach him with a baseball bat? Did he do this to you? Did he do that? And no. And okay. That wasn't a great point to make.
No.
Flashman,
I was horrified when she started saying that.
Oh, it was awful. I was so mad. So mad. Defense attorney wise, he does great sometimes. I think he's hard of hearing. Not saying that's a bad, like makes him bad or anything, because he never hears the judge when the judge says cross exam. Mr. Taylor, Mr. Taylor. I don't know I don't know anything about him other than, seeing him here. I have no idea what her pool of defense attorneys looks like. I have no idea. She wouldn't be entitled to any of his money that he had because she's being charged. So if she's found innocent, she might get some if he left it to her. But right now, I'd say Eva would fight her for every penny, and his family. So if she's lucky enough to be found innocent, she just needs to walk away and just go on with your life the best you can.
Yep.
Yeah, well, she probably couldn't afford him. I would say he's a lot of money and very busy. But he does like trials that brings the spotlight to him. That's what everybody was saying. Ty needs Jose Baez. But,
Yeah, I'm stuck on 223. 223.
I haven't refreshed, so I didn't know because I hadn't gone out of there.
I think RA started up again.
Hey, if he can come back that fast, good for him. That was horrible. I would not be able to. Yeah, Flashman, I was hoping this one would be over, that we could have jumped onto that one and just caught up, but I don't think this one's going to be over.
He's come back with a good attitude.
That's good.
Do you want me to put it on? He's giving an explanation.
That's fine.
No?
Yeah, you can put it on.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. I'll pause it. Hang on. Present. Share screen. And share.
1:30 is what Court TV says, that they will be back at 1:30.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Oh, you're waiting for me, aren't you?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I'll go back. I'm sitting here watching it.
I was waiting for you to. I was waiting
Sorry.
for you to hit.
Okay. You ready?
Child was not going to live very long.
Let me go back.
Worst memory for this, but there was something was wrong, and they did some tests. And I wish I could. My wife's sister became pregnant with a little baby that early on in the pregnancy, they thought something was wrong, and they did some tests. And I wish I could tell you. I don't know off the top of my head. I have the worst memory for this, but there was a medical condition where they knew that the child was not going to live very long. They estimate he would, probably die before he was a toddler. And as a mom, that is heartbreaking. I mean, how do you both prepare for a birth and a death at the same time? And it's just been very difficult for her. And she just decided to do everything she could to enjoy the little bit of time they get with him. And he had not been born yet. He was, she was still she was expecting, and she got news that the baby had passed. And so they knew that they were going to lose this child, but wanted to just make the child just that time together be as good as it could be. And unfortunately, they didn't get that time. So that's heartbreaking. At the same time, they have been preparing for this at the same time. So it's not easy. It's That's all
She'd
in one
have to
word
go
right
through a
there.
full
Mr.
labour
Texas,
too.
thank you very much. So thank you for the kind words. Mrs. RA is going to be on the phone, talking with her as only Mrs. RA can, and helping her. We'll be out there. We'll clearly be out there next week to visit with them, and we might get to be there for the funeral. Depends how things go, what the schedule is. So that's anyway. Family is wonderful. They're amazing. I shared this morning. I said I used to have a motorcycle, and I sold it to get lawn sprinklers repaired. I actually sold it to her husband, and in return, instead of paying me, he redid our sprinklers back at our old home. And so he's the one that has the motorcycle. But anyway,
he's got the best voice, hasn't he?
Yes. Yeah, that's sad. And it's
Yeah.
even now she has to go through all of that, knowing there's nothing, there's no reward at the end, I guess, for lack of a better way to say it.
Mm-mm.
You know?
I remember one of the worst things. Like, I mean, I did nursing for quite a long time, and it's one thing to have someone that's 85 pass, but to take that person down to the mortuary and sign them in and see little babies in there, that was just
That'd be horrible.
not good.
That's
No.
what I think Bree, when they moved her to NICU, she was very nervous because she said it's one thing to, like you, it's one thing to work on an older person or, even an adult. She's like, but if I screw up here,
Yep.
it's
Well,
just,
that's
but
where
she
Bri
loves
works
it.
too. He
So
works in the NICU, and they're
yeah,
both respiratory techs or something, aren't they? Or respiratory, what
yeah.
are they called?
Yep.
So is that like a specialist field, is it?
Yes.
Because we don't
So
have that over here.
yeah, so they let's see. You have respiratory therapists and then the nurses. There's like a lot of, and then obviously the
So
doctors.
every patient, like every being respiratory, does that mean intubated or?
No. So like when Carmen, she was in middle school, she got pneumonia, and ended up in the hospital, and the respiratory therapist would come in every day, a couple times a day, give her breathing treatment, do whatever, beat on her back a little bit or whatever you had to do. So she would see the respiratory therapist for that, but no, she was not an intubator, whatever you said. I never say that word right.
Yeah.
But that was, I think Bree was worried about that because they're so tiny, and trying to do that to a little tiny baby. She was very scared, but she's done it and she loves it. And she's, she did it while she was pregnant, which worried me because I thought, I don't want you to see the bad. You're going to see the bad.
Yeah.
And I don't want you to not worry about it because anything can happen, but I don't want you to just get in your head like something like that was going to happen. And, Madison got here and Bree knew right away she was going to have to go in she's like, she told me she had to go under the warmer, and I know what the warmer is, but I don't, I didn't I don't know what that means. But, she thought that, they thought they might have to take her down to NICU and, but they didn't. But I'm like, knowing what to expect is good and bad in
Mm.
those situations. I'm sure you understand that you've been a patient, and you know what to expect and not to expect in some situations, and I'm sure that just doesn't help sometimes. Sometimes I think it probably does.
Well, generally, whenever anyone gets diagnosed with something in our family, I'm the first person they call, and
Right.
trying to explain to them. Sometimes it's hard, but
Yep.
particularly when my mum got diagnosed with heart failure, trying to tell my family how serious this condition is, and then try and be diplomatic to my mum, but make her aware that she needs to be careful, because it's not just something to be sneezed at the
Right.
same time, without scaring her.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then some people don't want to hear, like,
Well, I'm kind of in that boat because, uh, my mom, she had Alzheimer's. That's what took her. Her
Oh,
brother,
that's
that's what
nasty.
took him. And then that's what took her dad. And it's like, we were talking about this the other day, and I said to my family, I said, they're making leaps and bounds in this, but in order to know, if you have to know, and I don't want to know. So but it's a catch-22 of, if I don't find out, then if I need treatment, I can't get it. But if I do find out, then what happens? Because I didn't want it wouldn't have been fair to my mom, but I didn't want my mom to know, because I knew her and I knew she would just accept it, that that's what it was. And then it was going to quickly run its course. It didn't. It took, I don't know, it was many years. But it's like, I don't know that I want to be tested for it. And that's what people
So your
always
mum
ask.
didn't know she had it?
No, I think she did. We all saw the signs early. And then my dad he just kind of dragged his feet. He didn't want to take her to the doctor. And I understood that. But it's like, Dad, there's things happening and we have to be prepared for it. So it was just tough. It was tough all the way around, because he knows it. He sees it. She knew it until she didn't. And then, it's just, he would get frustrated because he wanted her to remember things, especially at first when she would, and he's like, don't you remember? And I kept saying, Dad, if she remembered, she would tell you she remembered. Mom's never not told you. So please stop asking her if she remembers, because she doesn't, and it makes her feel bad. Like, I'm sure. So, but it's like, at the same time, I don't know. I go back and forth. I used to be just a hard no, I'm never getting tested. If I end up having it, then that's just going to be the way it is. But then there's another part of me going, are you going to deprive yourself of possibly being able to have it treated because you don't want to find out? So, flash fan, my husband's family has a big history with diabetes. His grandma lost both of her legs. His dad was kind of getting in that process before he passed away. His mom has it. However, it's like, you can manage that, though. You can keep it under control, and in so many different ways, you are in control of that. And so, if that happens, you just need to do what they say, and it's like, a friend of ours, he found out he was pre-diabetic, and it's like, you can reverse that one. You need to do whatever it is that you need to do to reverse that, because once it comes, once you get there full blown, you can't. But his so when my husband's grandma died, oh, here they come back in. We were at her house cleaning out her house, and all of a sudden, my husband's cousin, was like, "Oh my gosh, I found Grandma." We went back into her bedroom. He had put both her legs sticking out from underneath the bed. It was like, "I found Grandma." Oh my gosh! I'm like, she's going to smack all of us on the back of the head.
That's gold.
Oh, it was so funny. We needed it because we were at my husband's other grandma's funeral. We were literally at the cemetery when that grandma died at the hospital. So we spent a week literally at the funeral home. And then my remaining grandparents, my mom's mom passed away that following summer, right in between the dates of those two. And then my dad's dad passed away that following November. So we were without grandparents by the time we were like 24. So I haven't had any grandparents for a long, long time.
No.
So I get jealous when people talk about, I'm going to go see my grandma. Like, oh, well, okay.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah. I don't have my grandparents anymore either.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
Especially,
and I was close to all of them.
Like doing all the research and stuff. It's like, I would love to have their insight and input and everything about this to tell me.
I was the favorite on both sides because I was the first. So
I didn't live close to mine. So I wasn't necessarily close, but it's one of those things where, just give me a week just to sit down and have a conversation with them all, just to hear their stories and pick their brains. Give me this.
Yep.
Get some info.
Used to prank my grandma.
I don't think we are back.
Talk about before the defense calls their next witness. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was looking right over top. Oh, it's a good point. We can check and see if this thing's working again.
I can't imagine that they won't have anything to talk about. That judge's face. He's like, I think I need my. Is the high school student still
looks like
at lunch?
My real-time viewer is working again. All right, welcome back, everybody. It's after lunch now. We're all back in 2020 CF 3014. Is there anything we need to talk about before the defense calls its next witness?
No. What?
All right.
No.
If the jury comes up, let me know, and we'll bring them on in.
What is happening?
Is he waiting for a fax to come through?
He's just waiting for that knock. When Ashley was on the stand Friday and they knocked on the door, she jumped. It's like that scared her. To me, it kind of just was another sign of what have you?
Are y'all
What
sit
happened?
down? Welcome back, everybody. as we were breaking, I saw some folks got new pads of paper, and everybody's pen is still doing okay. All right, just let us know if not. I hope you had a good lunch. Did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves?
We all
Talk
did,
about the
Judge.
case with anybody outside of this group,
All of
or
us.
do any research on people?
They needed new pads of
topics or
paper
any
because they were
information about the case?
filled with tic-tac-toe games.
All right, Mr. Taylor, call your next witness.
I used to love that game.
Defense calls Justin Warren.
They just had hash marks for all the sidebars.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Hello, sir.
Thank you.
Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. Just up, down, left, right, however you need. Loud, clear voice, and we'll hear everything.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, permission to treat as adverse.
You can go ahead and approach.
Oh, really?
Why
Look
did
at the
you not
judge's
say
face.
that?
Look at his
Why did
face.
you
He's
not
holding
say-
his forehead.
Because he just asked if there was anything they needed to go over before.
Yep.
Before he called the jury back, and he told them, I don't want to make them sit for 5 or 10 minutes while we're up here having a bench conference. Dude, I would be pissed if I was that judge.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Wow, wow, you are.
I mean, come on. He fared like, don't do this. What's the first thing you do? This.
I object.
I object. I will not allow it.
May I
I know
approach? No!
No.
You, sir, are fired.
Yeah, I don't know. I understand. It's just maybe that's the way it had to go. I don't know. Has this dude testified already? Why is he already saying he's like he wants him to be, I guess, a hostile witness?
I don't know.
I mean, he'll get to question him differently. But I would say the judge would need to see something.
Isn't it a police officer?
Warren, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You were the lead on this case, were you not?
Yes, sir.
Will you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury
very
what
loud.
does that mean, the lead detective?
The way that our unit works, the Manatee Homicide Investigative Unit, the lead essentially during a homicide investigation is elevated to essentially almost the rank, not a sergeant, but basically has some of the same responsibilities as far as handing out assignments.
recall
and
as well?
collecting the information at the end.
I don't
And is
I don't recognize him.
I don't recognize him.
most knowledge of the case. Do you agree?
We do collect everything at the end, but we do have meetings, so everybody's pretty much aware of what's going on.
All right. Does the lead detective develop a theory of the case?
He's about to blow
We
my
work
ears
as a
out.
group, so like I said, it's pretty much a group effort.
He doesn't want to be there, does he?
He's like, I have things to do. He's like, yeah, any more Cheez-Its?
I will tomorrow.
Being asked the following question on May 16, 2023 at a deposition. Question, okay, so part of your responsibility as the lead detective, you would develop a theory of the case, would you not? Answer, sure.
The answer is still sure. Yes, sir.
You want your investigation, especially for homicide case, do you not, Detective Warren, to be objective and fair?
Yes, sir.
With conclusions supported by evidence.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Yeah, not speculation.
That's correct.
It's not something, given the nature of what a homicide investigation entails, that you want to jump to conclusions.
That's correct.
Did you submit an arrest affidavit for Miss
Objection.
Benefield?
Pretrial rule.
Just asking the question.
Overruled at this point.
Did you submit an arrest affidavit for Miss Benefield?
Yes, sir.
Did you represent that
Objection. Pretrial rule.
Sustained.
did you describe
Objection. Pretrial rule.
Go ahead and ask your question.
let me ask you this. Was it your position that based on the entry wounds to Douglas Benefield, that it did not appear he was facing Ashley Benefield when he was shot?
Based on what I knew, yes.
And as it related to the chest wound, what did you base that on?
Well, whenever we have a homicide investigation, one of our detectives will go to the medical examiner's office for the examination and obtain a preliminary finding. We don't actually receive the medical examiner's report for several months to maybe even a year in some cases.
You're aware that the medical examiner's finding here was that he was shot from the front.
Sustained.
As it related to the wound to the leg, Detective Warren, what was the basis for your conclusion?
I'm sorry.
As it related to the wound to Douglas Benefield's leg, what was the basis for your conclusion?
It appeared that he was shot from the right side of his body.
Can we agree?
Here's my theory on why he called this guy. Because of what I told you during the break, Michael Haig's going to come in and say he was facing her. He's going to try to say he wasn't facing her. The medical examiner he did get to say he was facing her. So my theory is that he's going to point out that they didn't do a good job in the investigation. Only a theory. And my 2 cents. Maybe half a penny worth of information.
Agree that you got both of those wrong.
I wouldn't say so, but that, like, I'm not a doctor. I would ask the doctor.
Okay, so it's your position as you sit here today that Mr. Benefield was not shot from the front.
That's not the way that it appeared when we did our preliminary investigation with the medical examiner, and then later on.
Yeah. And it's your position today as you sit here that
Objection.
Can we approach? No. But now I can L. I get a couple L's. That's all the L's. What does Jules' shirt say? It says team something.
Don't know. Oh, she's got a tattoo. Team. She needs to stand up.
Yes, she does. Hey, Jules.
Someone get a message to Jules.
Oh, yes. If you study law, you must take a tech class, even if it's not required to graduate. We require it for you to graduate. You know what I've learned, Flash Fan? You'll learn. And they will teach you, and you'll learn. Because I used to think that I would be too big of a smartass, and I probably still would be. If the judge pissed me off, then I would just be... I I would be in jail. I'd
And
be
you
in
can
contempt.
incorporate your law study into it.
Yep.
We know nothing about law.
They'll teach you.
We just watch trials
Yeah.
and have an opinion.
They'll teach you how to act. They're not gonna. Although I did
Yeah.
see an attorney one time, and I was like, I could have been an attorney because he just called the judge out
I
for the way
love
he was standing and the way the judge was listening to him. The judge was like this, and the lawyer goes, I can just tell by your body language and your arms being crossed up there that you don't like what I'm saying, and you're really just not even listening to me. I was like, I could have been an attorney.
Yep.
Dang it.
Members of the jury, if I'm going to need a couple
Oh
extra minutes
my
to handle this one. If I
gosh.
could ask you to step back, close up your notes, step back in the.
Oh,
jury
really?
room, get you back as soon as we can. Remember, don't begin deliberations, talk with anybody about the case, or do any research on the people,
Wow.
places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about.
What the fuck?
He made this so clear he did not want to have to do this.
Mm-hmm. And it's the state that's objecting.
Well, always. Oh, now, and Jules is standing up, but we can't see her shirt. Move, Ashley.
We're going to need to address some legal matters about your testimony, so I'm going to ask you to step out into the hallway. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so you're not to discuss the questions asked of you or your testimony with anyone. You have to talk with other witnesses about their
Sounds like he's pissed off.
them.
I bet he is.
Research about the case or watch anything.
Yes, sir.
Yes, she was very aggressive. I remember her. Didn't help them.
All right, the witness is out. So there's, as I understand it, there's going to be several areas of cross-examination regarding Detective Warren. And the state has objected on the longstanding doctrine that you can't call a witness solely to impeach that witness. So that's where we're at. And the line of question where we stopped was going to involve statements made by the detective in his probable cause affidavit or arrest affidavit. All right, so these issues were addressed, and I seem to recall that I allowed these at the stand your ground hearing, and this may have been the footnote where I said rulings at trial may be different. And there's also been a pre-trial motion regarding impeachment of Detective Warren and what is relevant and material and admissible. And I said, I believe my ruling was that it would have to be shown at the time of the cross or the direct and the attempted impeachment to show that those criteria are met. So, State, what else did you want to put on the record?
Judge, only that this keeps happening, and we did hours of litigation about these issues so we would not have this problem in the middle of trial. Now, almost every sentence that comes out of Mr. Taylor's mouth, I have to object because he is not following your rules or the rules of evidence. So I would ask that we try to get this ironed out now so we don't have to call the witness back and I have to object 5 more times. He has clearly only called this witness for impeachment purposes. That is the number one first objection that I have.
Sure.
All right, I called this witness to establish substantive evidence. I asked him, what does being the lead detective on a case mean? Is that the one who has the most knowledge of the case? Do you develop a theory of the case? He resisted that. I impeached him with a prior acknowledgement. He then also said and confirmed that he would want his investigation to be objective, fair, with conclusions supported by evidence, not speculation, and that it's not something that you would jump to conclusions on. Now, that is my substantive evidence predicate. And based on that alone, if nothing else, I am now allowed to argue to the jury, don't you think it's strange that the lead detective on a homicide case would not be called as a witness on behalf of the state?
That's what I
So
thought.
that's my substantive position. Along the way, I should be also likewise entitled to impeach him. For example, he has testified that you would not want to jump to conclusions on a murder case. You'd want it to be objective, fair conclusions supported by evidence, not speculation. All right, fine. Is it not true that within an hour and a half of this shooting, you referred to this as murder? I then want to ask him, do you believe all homicides are murders? If he says yes, good. If he says no, then I plan to impeach him because he made that statement in his deposition. I then want to ask him, and do you believe that all people who kill are murderers? If he says yes, fine. If he denies it, then I plan to impeach him because he made that statement in his deposition. I don't see why that is not a fair game, respectfully. The only other question I had of him was he had authored a supplemental report on November 16th of 20. And in that supplemental report, there is a provision on the report for bias, referring to the subject, Ashley Benefield, and he checked the box, or either checked the box or wrote in no bias. I plan to ask him about that.
And what report is that?
That is a report that he authored, a supplemental on November 16th of 2020. And referring to Ashley Benefield as it relates to the victim, Douglas Benefield, he wrote or checked the box that says no bias.
What are the other options?
Well, the other options are hate, spite, ill will.
No, on that form.
No, the form it's an open form. It's for him to put it in there. Here, I'll show the court the form.
I think that's correct, Flashman.
It says
I never
bias
didn't make that
motivation. He
connection.
types in none, no bias. The next block says bias target, it's blank. And the box after that says bias circumstances. That too is left blank. Would you like me to show you?
Yes.
First, I don't think he filled that out.
Does she just say, neither did they? I don't know what his problem is. That skunky
I didn't
attorney.
No, I will tell the court in deposition, Detective Warren questioned whether or not he had filled that form out, despite the fact that it's got his name typed on it. That's going to be a question of fact for the jurors. It goes to its credibility, not its admissibility, respectfully.
All right, the line, thank you. The line of questioning that you seem to be starting with was the line of questioning that the stand your ground hearing where a narrative was established. And then I believe it was shared with the state, and then there were some amendments, and then it was shared with the state, and then there were some amendments, I think, to final form.
All I proposed to ask him here was, did you write a witness hit Ms. Benefield with a box? And I want to ask him if he knew who that witness was. and he's going to tell me it was Doug Benefield, and I'm going to ask him why he didn't say that. Give us a reason why you would not have disclosed that rather than put a witness.
Judge, I feel like we litigated all of this. And this was supposed to be shown to the court outside of the presence of the jury so you could make a predetermination before the jury came out. I would like to know the relevance of what is in his arrest affidavit. He cannot call a witness to the stand and say, do you do a thorough and fair investigation just so he can impeach him with this stuff that he's trying to get in. He calls him and says these questions and calls them substantive evidence. It's not substantive evidence. It is setting him up so he can get in all of these items that he thinks are impeachment. We have gone over this before, that what is in this arrest affidavit is irrelevant. What the judge signed the arrest affidavit. You said in your pretrial order that the use of the word murder versus homicide, my motion was granted unless this defendant can establish to the court why this is relevant.
Welcome back, Carmen.
Did not say
Well, I guess I'll cue up the song.
All by myself. That's all right. I'll be singing it tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, you'll have Gabby and Brian. Hang on a
Brian's got
second.
a couple of days off, hasn't he?
Hey, Carmen, turn off your notifications for the group text. That's what I do when you guys do it when I'm trying to sleep. There you
Who's
go.
group texting? I'm missing out.
My son, my husband, me, because he said, there's a chance for tornadoes tonight.
Oh.
Well, like tornadoes?
It looks nice and sunny in the background there.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go watch this in Betty Bars, and I shall see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Sounds great. We will be here with all the
Toodaloo.
objections. So get
Yeah.
some sleep. And
hopefully the defense rests tonight. Today.
I hope so. I hope
you
rest.
And
sure.
this defense rests too.
Yes. 100%.
All righty.
I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am. Good
All
night.
righty.
Bye.
Bye.
anything different than what they said before when we argued this. Also, any edits of a warrant or search warrant or anything in the warrant, same thing. So I really don't understand why we're back here arguing this again. The arguments are exactly the same. He calls this witness, asks a few questions to set up impeachment. It is disingenuous to say that this witness is called for anything substantive other than attacking his credibility. He was never a witness. Why is he attacking the credibility of a witness that never testified?
So as I understood the court's ruling, until such time as I could demonstrate the relevance of it, it was not admissible. I think the relevance of the lead detective believing that all homicides are murders is overwhelmingly relevant.
Please explain. I understand it. You said that multiple times in multiple hearings. Relevant to prove what?
Bias. This guy executes a search warrant within 45 minutes of the shooting, referring to it not as a homicide, but as a murder. We've already had testimony from at least two deputies, and in particular, I'll remind the court of Lieutenant, I believe it was Dickens, who? Dickerman, who testified that not all homicides are murders, that the reason you have to take time to investigate a homicide is to determine whether or not there's been criminality. So here's the lead detective who initiates the theory of the case. Within 45 minutes, he's calling it a murder rather than a homicide. And he makes the statement that all homicides are murders and anybody who kills is a murderer. And the court is going to instruct the jurors If you feel her action was justified, then she's not guilty, because not all homicides are crimes. How could that not be relevant?
This witness never testified.
Any further thoughts?
No.
All right. Yeah, these we've already covered this ground. So it answered a question just a moment ago about what was the purpose for calling this witness, and the law is very clear, and I think both sides know this area of the law. You cannot call a witness solely to impeach that witness. Asking if that person is the lead detective, is it important to be fair and objective? Is it important to rely on facts? Is it important not to engage in speculation or jump to conclusions? Those are not substantive questions regarding the investigation. Those are just general questions to someone about being objective and fair. In this particular situation, and I'm skipping over the part about any argument about the state not calling the lead detective in a case. I'll leave that to whenever it's presented. I think we all know the law on that as well. But the answer I got is, what is the relevance of him referring to, search warrant within an hour and a half, a murder? What's the relevance of his opinion? This is an opinion. Are all homicides murders? That's an opinion. It doesn't matter what he thinks. If he thinks that all homicides are murders, or all murders are homicides, or there's some mix of the two of them, that's a jury question that the jury is going to have to answer. I can't think of any witness I would let speculate or testify as to whether this case is a homicide or a justifiable homicide or an excusable homicide. That's the province of the jury.
Judge, may I ask?
I tried to give both sides as much time as they wanted to put information on the record. The question, are all people who kill murderers? Again, what I'm asking is, what's the relevance of that to show his bias? There hasn't been anything established that he was particularly biased in any way, or how that would be relevant to this particular case when it's an opinion whether people are kill or murderers. That's going to be a jury question to decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt its allegations of murder in the second degree with a firearm, or if the facts and evidence support a lesser included offense, or if the state has not met its burden and the defendant is not guilty, whether they haven't met their burden or because the jury believes and finds that the defendant has acted in lawful self-defense. The other issue about the statements made in the probable cause affidavit, it's my understanding that's going to be asked is, did you know who that witness is? And again, I'm struggling to understand how that is relevant into any particular issues in this case.
How about this, Your Honor? Does the court think if, as the lead homicide detective, Justin Warren would have said, I'm not going to seek a search warrant because I think Ashley Benefield was abused and I think her actions were justified? That would be his opinion. But if that was his opinion, she might not be sitting there right now. That's why I think it's relevant. He initiated the prosecution, and you were hearing from somebody who initiated the prosecution who is overwhelmingly biased. He acted impetuously. He acted without evidence. He got both of the entry wounds wrong. He completely speculated that Mr. Benefield was not facing her when she was shot. Their own medical examiner said he was facing her.
State, anything else?
No, Joe.
Mr. Taylor, I am certainly giving you as much room as I can to cross and impeach on relevant and material issues. But from what I've heard so far, and I will just say that the impeachment from earlier regarding theory of the case, that was not materially different. But so far, the questions you have asked and the questions that I've heard you represent to me and issues that you intend to represent and question this witness on are all impeachment issues.
All right, I have two questions remaining. Will the court allow me to ask them? One question is, I want to ask him if he spoke with the medical examiner before he submitted the arrest warrant. And the last question is, did you fill out this supplemental report and indicate no bias? That's it. Then the only thing left is I want to show him the DNA report and have them read the section that's applicable. We gave them business records notice.
Oh, thanks, Flash Fan.
Well, hold on.
It'll be a good
The
thing.
two questions that have been stated at this point, the two questions, just to try and get objections out of the way and get them ruled on so we can get this going, is one, two is this supplemental report, nothing regarding bias. And the first thing again?
And the first one was, did you speak with the medical examiner before you submitted the arrest warrant? I think he's already testified to that.
I think he did.
None of it is relevant, Judge.
All right.
And I will be asking for a curative instruction depending on the court's ruling.
All right. And then you wanted to show him
The DNA.
DNA report.
Yeah, he submitted the exemplars and he got the report back.
All right. I don't know if I've seen that.
You may not have. We'll be happy to show it to you if you like.
But what is the relevance of showing a detective a DNA?
Hold on. Yeah. Plus it's a report. It's not been authenticated.
We gave them the notice of the business record. They did not file an objection to it. And it shows that the court may recall crime scene swab, both of Miss Benefield's hands and wrists and forearms. And the DNA came back as Douglas Benefield was one of 3 potential contributors out of 740 million or whatever the figure is. And the court may recall Miss Benefield testified on the stand that she attempted to flee the house. Mr. Benefield ran after her, grabbed her, spun her around, and blocked the door so she couldn't get out.
Yeah, but it's okay. Go ahead.
My objections are not to the business record certification, Judge. My objection is the contents of the report there has not been a foundation laid to make that report relevant. There has not been a witness that testified that swabs were taken and then turned over. There's not a witness that said, I'm speaking. There's not a witness who says that those swabs were taken from Ashley Benefield and then those swabs were sent to DNA labs. So anything contained in that report that says there's DNA from Doug Benefield or Ashley Benefield is hearsay. There's not a person at DNA labs that can say where those swabs came from. They only know is they got them from the sheriff's office and somebody told them where they came from. And I think that the probative value is outweighed by the prejudice because it's going to confuse the jury. It's a packet with bench notes and the report. And the report, there's no witness here to testify to explain a very complicated report. This isn't, even ballistics is somewhat simple. This is DNA. It's extremely complicated. And I think that the danger is that it will confuse the jury and that the proper foundation has not been laid. So my objections are not to the business records, which is why we did not file an objection. It is to the contents being hearsay. There's an insufficient foundation to enter this, and that there's a unfair prejudice.
I'm quite comfortable relying on the court's notes, and if the court checks its notes under Megan Dorvac, the court will see that Megan Dorvac testified after being called by the state that she swabbed
How you doing?
at the sheriff's office
Welcome
that
back.
evening Ashley Benefield's hands, arms, and forearms for DNA evidence. And I even specifically asked her if the purpose of that was to be able to determine who may have touched her on that occasion. She agreed. Now, Warren submitted those DNA samples to the lab. The lab returned those DNA samples to Warren. Now I'm going to ask him what the result was. And I have the DNA report for the court if it would like to see it, along with the business certification records of the custodian.
I've seen plenty of them. All right, anything else?
No, Judge, that's not how any of this works. There's been no swabs. There was no witness that said, these are the swabs I took from Ashley Benefield. There's been no witness that said, these are the same swabs that were sent to DNA labs. There's been no witness that said, those are the swabs I received. There's been no establishment that anything in that report is related to this case based on anything other than hearsay, which I'm sorry, I already said all those things, but it's just frustrating because they're all the steps to get that reported under certified business records have been skipped. And so although I don't object to that portion of it, it's the contents being hearsay and improper.
As a proponent, I'll give you the final word, and I need to make a ruling.
Well, just say the state never filed any objection. We gave them notice plenty of times.
Yeah, this is a really easy call. That lab report is not admissible. You could call the DNA analyst who could come in under 9702 and establish the foundation and the bases to admit DNA evidence. After the chain of custody has been established, there's been no evidence. I haven't heard anything at all about the I heard about swabs. I don't recall seeing the swabs. I heard about swabbing being done, but then the chain of custody, getting them to whatever lab did the testing to ensure the integrity of the evidence. Then at the lab, what are the testing processes, procedures, known error rates, all of the foundations you would need under 90.702 and 703, 704, 705 about how this all happens. And then, of course, we need the analyst to explain what these results are. So that lab report doesn't come in. In addition, it's prepared in anticipation of litigation. I mean, that's the whole reason it's done. So that one, that was an easy one. That is going to be prohibited, crossing Warren on the DNA report. The other two, though, the state objects. I think it's fair to ask Detective Warren if he spoke with the medical examiner before he sought an arrest warrant, and you can ask him. I think if that's his supplemental report, I think it's close, but I'll let you ask him. Here in this box regarding bias, nothing is there. But out of everything I've heard, those are the only two questions that I think are relevant and material and appropriate of everything we've talked about, and aren't solely to impeach. So, all right, let's.
And Judge, I would just ask to establish the without bias part without speaking it out loud to the jury first.
I don't understand what that means.
He's leading this witness and speaking what's on the report before the witness even says he wrote it or anything. So I
Right.
would
So
prefer that he
establish if it's his report. Establish that down on right here. There's a box that says a bias. What does that mean to you? And he left it blank. And is there anything in particular that why he did that? But that's the extent of what I've heard relevant. So let's bring it back in.
So it is a little odd that the state did not call the lead detective in all this whole thing. He did call the lead detective. That's who they're fighting over, if you haven't been here. And he's trying to impeach him. It's not happening. But also, the prosecutors, you can hear the other one telling them one what to say that was just speaking. When she's like, Judge, we want this, whatever. And you could hear her say, it's leading. Does she not know it? Does she not know herself what it is? But it's very strange that they did not. I don't know that I've seen them not call the lead detective. He must have screwed up, would be my assumption if I was sitting on the jury. But they didn't ask me. Rude. I figured, I've already told you guys, either the jury's wondering why they don't want the defense to present anything, or they're getting frustrated and thinking the defense is doing something wrong constantly. Or they don't care. There's that one. Did someone say this morning this was going to the jury today? Somebody, Bree asked if we were going to get a verdict today. No. No, that's the answer.
All right, y'all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Did you begin deliberating amongst yourselves? Talk to anybody outside the jury about the case? Or do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics? Everybody says no. You may resume your direct exam.
Thank you. Detective Warren, did you speak with the medical examiner yourself before you submitted your arrest warrant in this case?
Well, like I said earlier, we have a detective that will go to the scene or to the medical examiner's office to get the preliminary findings.
Let me repeat my question, Detective. Did you personally speak with the medical examiner before you submitted your arrest warrant in this case?
Not that I can recall.
So is he going to impeach him on this now? What's happening?
All right, let me pass this to you and see if this
Oh,
refreshes your recollection.
Sure. Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah, so I spoke to him on October 29th in reference to stippling.
Documented in your report.
You think?
Yes, sir.
You think,
All right,
Bob?
my last question, Detective.
I think he already did.
Do you recall filling out a supplemental report on November 16th of 2020?
I filled out a lot of reports, sir. May I look at it just to verify?
Sure.
Bob, I don't know if you heard what the judge said before they broke for lunch. I don't want to have to bring the jury in and then have a 5 to 10 minute bench conference. And that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
And then he had to send the jury out. And then he just brought
Is
the jury
that
back.
your report?
It appears to be. Yes, sir.
All right, can you tell us the date of the report?
November 16th at 15:10 hours.
November 16th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you if there is a provision in this report for you to note whether or not any bias or motivation is demonstrated by the offender towards the victim.
No,
It's
they're
a
back.
program that's got a lot of different stuff, so there could be possibly, sure.
All right, let me ask you this. Under bias and motivation,
Okay.
Did you put in none?
Well, it would have just been not filled out. It auto populates. Like I said, it's a program, and I'm not a programmer, so I apologize.
So if you had been aware of bias on behalf of Ashley Benefield towards Doug Benefield, such as ill will, spite, evil intent, things of that nature, you would have noted it, would you not?
Honestly, it probably would have been just documented in the report.
No further questions.
Cross.
This section that says bias, isn't this for hate crimes?
Yes, ma'am. When we fill out certain areas for certain crimes, it's required for statistical reporting and things, and a lot of things that I'm not even aware of. I don't typically pay attention to that box, but
So this box is for those kind of statistics, not for any kind of bias that may be going on in this case.
correct.
Thank you.
Redirect.
We did all that for that.
Do you think it odd that you were the lead detective in this case and
Objection
you weren't called
beyond
by
the
the
scope.
state?
Sustained.
Hey, Bob, he just pissed off the judge. He just
Can this
pissed off
witness
the
be
judge.
released?
Yes.
No.
You remain under subpoena, sir. The instructions I gave you about sequestration remain in force.
Do I need to stay in the building, or can I leave?
No, sir, you can go, but you
Okay.
need to be available in case somebody calls you.
Yes, sir. They have my email. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what the purpose of this was, and that judge is pissed. Oh, buddy. It wouldn't surprise me if he sent the jury back out.
Call your next witness.
Oh, nope.
Try to come back to it. We call Dr. We call Michael Haig.
I think, I don't know, but I think that this guy will testify that he was facing her when the incident happened.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
His CV might take a while to get through too. Maybe he condensed it down.
Yes, sir. My name is Judge Ryder, presiding. Make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. You just up, down, left, right. There you go. And just speak in a loud, clear voice. It'll pick up everything.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon. Will you tell us your full name, spell your last name?
My name is Michael Haig, H-A-A-G.
What type of work do you do, Mr. Haig?
I'm involved in forensics. Specifically, a typical job title would be forensic scientist.
Let's talk about your educational background. Where'd you go to school?
My formal education is as a chemist. I have a bachelor's of science degree in chemistry from the University of Arizona in Tucson with a math physics minor.
When you speak of forensics, what are we referring to?
Forensics in the broad scope simply means the junction or the joining of science and the law. So it's where somebody who is particularly interested in or has been trained to examine physical evidence brings findings or an interpretation of that physical evidence into the courtroom.
Could you describe your forensic career history for us?
My background and training is fairly unique in that I grew up in this field. My dad, Luke Haig, also does this kind of work. So even in grade school, I'd go out and assist him with both casework and research, and I got the bug. So after I went to college and got my degree, I went and worked for a private consulting firm that he ran for about 2 years or so, followed by an application and employment with the Albuquerque Police Department Crime Laboratory, starting in about 1998. With APD, I worked for about 25 years and got to the retirement point and was able to retire. But during that same time frame, I also ran my own private company, specializing in my sort of primary area of interest in forensics, which is shooting incident reconstruction. The study of the physical evidence relating to shootings, the interpretation of that physical evidence, and the reporting on it, of course. With the police department crime laboratory, I wore quite a few hats. Primarily, I worked as a firearm and tool mark examiner, which someone in that role particularly focuses on the physical evidence relating to those things. But I also worked in drug chemistry as well as blood and breath alcohol, and was a supervisor of those units for about 12 years as well.
Any additional training and or classes that you have taken in order to be skilled at your job?
The list is fairly long. Honestly, I don't remember everything that I list on my CV. But as far as training and expertise, I've been trained and taken classes from everything from the FBI at Quantico to doing cross trainings with the San Diego Police Department, in-house training with the Albuquerque Police Department. I regularly attend conferences and seminars. I worked for the German Bundeskriminalamt. Did you spell it? Bundeskriminalamt, which is like their FBI. So I interned with them for a while before I came to the Albuquerque Crime Laboratory, and a wide variety of other trainings I've received over the almost 30 years now.
Are you a member of any professional organizations having to do with your specialty?
I am. The ones that are particularly relevant to what I do would be the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, or AFTE, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. EMFSI is one that I've been a member of for about 2 or 3 years. That's the European Network of Forensic Science Institutes. They actually have some very, very interesting perspectives on forensics, among others, including the Association for Crime Scene Reconstruction. But that's another bug I got from my dad, is being very active in the field, seeing how other units do things, as well as participating in those conferences.
Have you authored or published any scientific papers?
Quite a few. Another bug I got from my dad. I publish very regularly in scientifically reviewed, peer-reviewed journals, such as the Journal of Forensic Sciences, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners Journal, amongst others.
Written any textbooks?
Luke, my dad, and I wrote a textbook, one of the few on shooting incident reconstruction. It's in its 3rd edition now. And I'm also the author of a chapter in the Encyclopedia of Forensic Sciences on shooting incident reconstruction.
And how about, Mr. Haig, any forensic presentations of note?
I very regularly present both at conferences as well as for organizations on this area of work.
Can you tell us what certifications are offered in the area of firearms identification and comparison work?
The primary certifications, which a certification applies to an individual, and accreditation applies to a laboratory. So those are terms you'll often hear mixed, but certifications available and that are relevant to what I do include 3 from the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, 1 in gunshot residue and distance determination, 1 in firearm identification, that's the examination of microscopic tool marks, as well as tool mark identification, the examination of microscopic tool marks from other things besides guns, like screwdrivers and hammers and things like that. And then when the International Association for Identification had a certification, they've discontinued it, for crime scene reconstruction as a whole, I applied for and took that. All these tests involve both the knowledge test as well as a practical examination. And the AFTE ones, which are still active, of course, require recurrent training and testing.
Have you been recognized and testified as an expert before in a court of law?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
At last count, I think I'm getting close to 100.
And where have you so testified?
Primarily in the area where I worked for most of my 30 years in New Mexico, in Albuquerque. But in addition to that, all across the country, to include states like California and Texas and Rhode Island. And I'm not sure if I've been to Florida before, but many, many states across the country, and courts ranging from district or regional courts, state courts, to federal courts and military court martials.
Mr. Haig, have you given your opinions in high-profile cases before?
I have.
Give us an example.
The cases that come to mind would be Aaron Hernandez in Boston. That was a high-profile homicide trial. I've been involved in the examination of physical evidence in places like Taiwan, even for presidential assassination attempts. I worked cases from Iraq and many other places that I lose track of.
Are you an instructor in any areas of forensics?
I am.
You've written on the subject as well?
I have.
And you provide regular training in shooting reconstruction?
One of the areas that I actually gain a lot of pleasure from is instruction in shooting incident reconstruction. So this is the examination, as I said, an evaluation of any physical evidence when a shooting takes place. That can involve the crime scene itself. It could involve trajectories. It can involve a wide variety of things within that sort of umbrella title. But I've taught a shooting incident reconstruction course for almost the entire last 25, 26 years of my career. They're week-long live fire shooting courses. So this isn't just a thought process. I go out and shoot things so that people that do what I do, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, even pathologists, can come and see how these shootings take place and understand what they're looking at when they go into a scene. So I do that very regularly, especially now that I'm retired. I'm able to do about 4 to 8 of those a year, it seems like.
Is the assessment of bullet trajectories taught in your SIR courses?
It is.
Can you describe for us what a 3D laser scanner is?
This is a tool that I actually feel very lucky to have helped brought into the crime scene realm. It's an engineering tool, technically. But if you think of a laser rangefinder, a very simple one that you might aim at something, push the button, it shoots out a bullet of light. Light travels at a very consistent speed. So when that light is reflected back to the sensor, time is measured, and we then can calculate a distance because of that time and the known speed of the light. That's one bullet of light. A 3D laser scanner is an engineering tool that sits on a tripod and has such a thing inside of it, but spins in a 360-degree azimuth, left and right, and also is able to shoot out the laser beam in a vertical path as well. So imagine in this room shooting out millions of bullets of light and collecting individual data points on a very accurate scale and then blending all those individual data points together. You get a representation of reality. You get a computer takeaway of your scene. And then you move that system from one place to the next so you can move around corners and you can blend all of these data sets together so that you really take the crime scene with you. So I was lucky enough with my police department to help start this theft of this technology into crime scene back in about 2005. And since then, many departments have also seen the value of it, particularly with trajectories, in my opinion. And it's become a very common tool across the country and internationally as well for crime scene investigation and shooting reconstruction.
Mr. Hay, can you define for us what exactly a trajectory is?
When I'm describing a trajectory, I like to think of it or describe it or liken it to a snapshot in time. If you imagine yourself in a dark room, completely dark, and things are moving, and you set off a strobe from a camera, let's say 3 times in that dark room while things are moving around, then you've really frozen things in place for that brief instant while the strobe was going off, or in our case, when a shot is going off, because bullets move to our perception of reality in a very fast manner, of course. And so if a bullet, say, goes through something and then strikes something else, it can help us orient those objects that are struck, and indeed then where the firearm is as well. So snapshot in time is how I tend to think of it, but it's a way of understanding where things were, including potentially the firearm itself, as well as objects that are struck.
All right, so you come upon an investigation, if you will, of a shooting incident and you reconstruct it, correct?
I try to.
All right, now would you tell us the significance, the importance of trajectory as it relates to that reconstruction?
In forensic science, you in very many ways have to throw out what you may have seen with regard to TV. Most of the things that TV puts out are completely false. But the beauty or interesting thing about trajectories with regard to shooting scenes is that fact that it gives us a way of assessing where things were in those moments of time. A person in my role may not be able to say exactly what happened in between them sometimes. Sometimes there's a logical progression of what might have happened given the physical evidence that we do have. But in my job, I basically lay the pieces of the puzzle on the table, meaning what physical evidence I have to look at from a shooting scene. And that could be the projectiles, the cartridge casings, the firearm itself, or trajectories, the room, and then try and see what snapshots in time we may have available to rebuild.
Is there a distinction between what you've been referring to as trajectory and wound path?
Wound path is sort of a subset of trajectory. Wound path refers to, indeed, just that, the path a bullet took or created when it goes through a body part in specific, or a body. But in each case, the accuracy and the meaning of those trajectories can be evaluated, because bullets, for the most part, there are exceptions, tend to travel in more or less straight paths. Like I said, there are absolutely exceptions to that, particularly with, we're not dealing with, in this case, non-expanding rifle bullets. But we look at these paths as relatively linear. Every measurement taken by human beings is an approximation, though. So an understanding of how much accuracy to place on those measurements and that documentation is absolutely, of course, important as well. With trajectories into things like walls, when I have good points to work with, or data from somebody's scan of a trajectory rod in place, for example, typically about ±5 degrees is what I've found from my work, and what I would call a industry standard in my work around a measured trajectory, around a straight line, if you will, that was created by something like a trajectory rod. With wound paths, it can be a little more difficult, and this is something I've lectured on to not only the pathologists in my area, who I worked closely and well with and helped train when they'd come in as fellows, and that I've lectured on at the Swiss Wound Ballistics Workshop 2 years ago, I think, and was asked to lecture on, is the idea that not only are trajectories in bodies a little bit more inaccurate because the way they're measured and how bodies move, we're not walls, we're not rigid. So we have to indeed look at those as a little bit more of an approximation. But for the most part, with things like we're looking at here, expanding handgun bullets, that category, we can describe them or think of them as relatively straight lines as documented. They give us an idea of where a firearm may have been at the time a shot was fired based on that path. So wound ballistics is a subset of just trajectory. They're related.
You may have alluded to this. If you did, my apologies. What is the degree of accuracy of trajectory reconstruction?
With regard to common things that I typically deal with in crime scenes, like walls, sheet metal in cars, desks, almost anything you can think of, I shoot in my classes to demonstrate this and basically check ourselves and see how accurate we are, about ±5 degrees. So I'm motioning with my hands to make sort of an arc. So if my primary line of measurement, we're going right down the center of my wedge here, I'm making a visual representation of approximately plus and minus 5 degrees, a 10-degree cone overall if you rotate that into 3 dimensions. But I think I can show you that later.
What steps did you take in preparation for your testimony here today?
When I do a case review such as this, there are materials that I typically would like to see in order to help inform myself on what evidence, what pieces of that puzzle are on the table to include, particularly documents, things like crime scene images, autopsy images, something about where they've been and what they've hit, especially if we're dealing with particular types of projectiles, such as we're dealing with in this case, which are expanding handgun bullets. This basically means that we're dealing with it
just kind of jumped forward, but this guy's still
construction
going
that is designed to change shape if that projectile strikes something that is liquidy, and we are mostly liquid, so that would include tissue. A hollow point projectile is typically designed such that it has an external jacket made of copper. So my hands here are representing copper, and then that goes around it in 360-degree rotation. So in this demonstration, my finger's pointing up. That's the way the bullet would travel. A hollow point projectile has just indeed that, a hollow point cavity in the nose of the bullet. And it is designed that way such that if it's traveling stably, nose forward, and that hollow point cavity encounters something liquid, could be a gallon of milk sitting on a countertop, doesn't matter, or tissue. The liquid actually goes into that hollow point cavity And because the bullet is traveling forward, you build up hydraulic pressure, liquid pressure, just like the brake lines in your car, inside that hollow point cavity. And so pressure inside that hollow point pushes the sides of the bullet open, and it comes open like this. So if I take my hands and make the model bigger for you, the jacketing material, the copper jacketing material that's facing forward as the bullet travels when it encounters something liquid and expands. Some people like the term mushroom. I don't prefer that term. But when it expands or encounters soft damage, the pressure builds up. And so that jacketing that was facing forward actually peels backwards, down, and around. But it leaves you with a forward-facing area of the projectile that's greater than the original caliber. Mushrooms, so you get greater surface area presented to the way it's going. And when you do that, you increase drag. And when you increase drag, you decelerate or slow that bullet down more quickly. And so these bullets undergo or created through intense engineering by people at the companies such that they go a preferred depth in tissue or tissue simulant. So the main reason for hollow points in handgun in particular, whether that's somebody in law enforcement or somebody interested in protecting themselves, as opposed to going to, say, the range, would be to control penetration depth. So this bullet will stay in one body and you don't over penetrate and go through further. When I work cases that have non-expanding bullets, often called full metal jackets, typically you can see over penetration. You can go clean through one person and on into another. So that's the hollow point cavity mechanism.
Where were the bullets in this case, Mr. Haig, recovered?
From my review, there were 4 fired cartridge casings and 4 projectiles and 1 small lead fragment that were recovered. And we can kind of go through these because this brings into play a term called the limited universe, meaning we limit our options. We take pieces of that puzzle off the table and put them in their place. So for example, 1 bullet was recovered at autopsy. The entrance gunshot wound was listed as over here on the right chest, as I recall. And the bullet was recovered in the back of the decedent. That bullet, in my examination, shows soft damage, expansion, just as I would expect from bullets of this type. That bullet's wound path in the torso is well documented, and so we can kind of take 1 of 4 off the table in that the entrance hole, primarily for me in the shirt, is a nice round hole indicating that it was not unstable tumbling before it got there. This is basically a nice stable bullet entry, and that bullet was recovered there. So that's 1 of 4. Another bullet was recovered after going through one of the walls of the bedroom and through several cabinets into a bathroom area. And under examination, when I looked at that bullet, it initially looked mushroomed, which is why I'm not a fan of that term, because it had the visual appearance of it, but it was just deformed. Instead of the jacketing material unfolding as I described before, how bullets do in tissue, it was just collapsed. So if you see pictures of this bullet, which, as I recall, this is bullet number 11 in the crime scene images, I believe. While it looks fairly mushroomed, it does not demonstrate soft damage. And the hole going into the bedroom wall is, again, a nice round hole, indicating that that bullet was stable when it struck the wall, had not struck something else first. So
I think this guy is super, super smart. I think he's good at what he does, but I think he's used to teaching people that already know what he's talking about. So like I said, I know him and his dad they get called as expert witnesses in a ton of stuff. So it's not like it's his first time, but I think he's just used to being a teacher of this stuff and not explaining it, maybe. I don't know. I think his whole point for being here is to say he was facing forward. I think that's going to be what this all comes down to. Possibly. I don't know. Oh, FYI, I think there's another little storm moving in, so I might have to let my dogs back in here. And I apologize in advance, and I hope my power stays on again. So, just so y'all know.
That's 2 of our 4 bullets that are sort of off the table, and we kind of know somewhat what their story is. A 3rd bullet was recovered down a hallway from the bedroom and in a wall. And other crime scene images indicate that it had gone through things like a book, I believe a part of a mattress, and maybe a book holder before it got to the wall where it was recovered. Examination of this bullet was very interesting in that it shows no signs of any sort of soft damage or even mushrooming in the nose. The nose is in its basically initial condition, but it has a very classic and typical characteristic to it that I demonstrate in my recon class when I ricochet bullets off materials at shallow angles. So when I say ricochet, I mean the bullet came in at a shallow angle and continued on along its path. It's a flat spot on the ogive is the part of the bullet we're going to talk about. It's the rounded part from the nose down towards what's called the bearing surface or the cylindrical portion of the bullet. So it's a big flat spot because things like tile, what we describe as unyielding surfaces, meaning they don't give, the bullet takes up the damage, create those flat spots. In addition to that, when you look at the flat spot, you see scratches or stria on it from dynamic interaction with the surface. And those lines go straight from the nose to the base. That tells me this bullet, when it struck tile, is the likely thing in this scenario, the floor, it was stable. It was going nose first to get that flat spot and be scratched directly from the nose to the base. It then continued on down range and was stuck in the wall. That bullet gives us some idea of some trajectory, even though it's stuck in a wall just barely. You can, in the crime scene images, see it stuck in the soft drywall because it's downrange from the bedroom where all of the fired cartridge casings, biological matter on the floor is. But that hallway gives us sort of a path, a trough that the bullet had to have passed through. There were no other documented impact sites in that area. So we have what's called ballistic accessibility. It creates a path into the bedroom area. If we assume that's where the firearm was, which is a logical assumption in my opinion, based on the cartridge casings, the biological material, that doesn't overlap with another trajectory. I'll come back to that in a second. Our fourth bullet is found on the floor in the bedroom, in the middle of the floor. Its position to me does not really mean much because it's laying there just on the floor where it could have been kicked, could have been moved slightly. So we don't know where else it might have struck in that room. But the key thing about this bullet, and this is bullet number 5, as I recall, is that it does show soft damage. It is expanded. In the images you would see the jacketing material is peeled directly back and is facing rearward. The damage to this bullet tells me it went through tissue, something soft and liquidy, not things like wood and drywall or glass, but rather tissue. In this case is our limited universe option. So this bullet, number 5, would have had to have gone through the gunshot wound to the leg, which, as I recall, enters on the interior left portion of the leg and exits out to the right side of the leg itself. So those 4 bullets, and each one has a story to tell about what it did or did not strike.
When you speak of tissue, we're speaking about tissue of the human body.
I am.
Okay, just so we're clear. Now, did you bring with you today any slides or any type of diagrams that will assist you in your explanations?
I have 2 things that fit that bill. I have the Manatee County's 3D scan data with trajectories for one shot that I could show, as well as images I took of the 4 projectiles that I just mentioned that would help illustrate my points if you need me to.
All right. Before we get to that, let me just finish up the wound path. I'd like to ask you about the wound path to the shot in the chest. Are you able to say, based upon your training, experience, and education, whether or not that wound, where the shooter was relative to that wound?
Of course, I wasn't there for the autopsy, but experts rely on each other's reports in order to formulate opinions. The entrance is generally on the right, front side of the chest here. The bullets were covered in the back left area. Because bullets of this type, expanding handgun bullets, travel in relatively straight lines when they go into tissue. If you simply extrapolate those lines from the autopsy report, it gives you an idea of where the firearm was. I typically speak in terms of the firearm itself as opposed to a person. Of course, a firearm is just a machine, so it typically has an operator. So how that person is directly placed with the firearm is beyond my physical evidence examination ability. But the firearm, if you put a line straight back from where the bullet entered to where it went, it gives us our best approximation of where then a firearm would have been at the time that shot was fired. Again, that snapshot in time.
Are you able to reach any conclusion with respect to the order of the shots?
There's nothing in this from the
Probably
physical evidence standpoint that allows me to sequence these shots 1 through 4. If one starts to make assumptions, which some people recoil at the word assumption, as long as you have a legitimate reason for saying the word assumption or are willing to describe its validity, we make assumptions in science all the time. It allows us to make further steps. So, for example, we have 2 trajectories through the body. We have 2 trajectories into objects into the crime scene. If I look at the trajectories just within the crime scene, one that has to go through that long hallway, and one that we actually do have some data for to figure out where the firearm was that just goes into the wall within the bedroom. And we look at those 2 trajectories, they don't overlap, meaning there's not a physical possibility for the firearm to have been stationary between just those 2 shots. I can't tell you with regard to sequencing which one was first, but if you make an assumption that the firearm, if you're the firearm, I mentioned right to left, moved from right to left, then the one down the hallway would have to have been before the one into the wall, if that's the hypothesis. If we take the opposite hypothesis, it's opposite left to right. That's where witness statements come into play to evaluate whether or not the physical evidence supports or refutes a witness statement. You never take a witness statement, and in my line of work, believe it. You look into what the physical evidence supports and then cross-compare them. So if you have information or an opinion or a statement that the firearm was indeed in motion from right to left, the physical evidence for those 2 trajectories would support that. As far as the body, for me, this case doesn't help too much because I focus more on the scene in this case. Others have focused on the body. But with regard to the scene itself, with the body itself, certainly we have an idea of where the firearm was relative to that body. But because those bullets don't then continue on to hit other things within the scene, I don't particularly have an opinion there that would lead me to allow me to then say sequence those in order.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the deceased was stationary or moving?
If we assume that the firearm was relatively stationary, and by that I don't mean a matter of 3 or 4 feet, I mean the firearm is not circling about the room, going out in the hallway of this incident or otherwise. If we take the position that the firearm is generally just in the bedroom and is pointed in the same relative direction as the 2 trajectories that I've described for you, then it would have to be that the decedent was in motion, because we have trajectories in the decedent's body that are almost opposing. We have one that goes from, as described in the autopsy report, and this is how it's commonly described in such things, front to back, right to left, and as I recall, relatively flat. I think it was maybe slightly downward, but I've forgotten the vertical component. But the key factor is that one goes this way. And as I read the autopsy report, the other gunshot wound enters the inside of the right leg and comes out the exterior outside of the right leg. These are basically 2 relatively opposing trajectories on an object that undeniably, in my work, objects, bodies, regularly move in between shots for one reason or another. So given that, to me, those trajectories in the body indicate to me that the body was in motion.
All right. And with respect to the firearm itself, are you able to draw any conclusion whether or not that was in motion as well?
Certainly within the degree I've described before, with the 2 trajectories that I can show you, the one that goes in the wall, for those that I can demonstrate by physical evidence, there was some motion. And as I recall from my measurements in the 3D scan data, it's something like 4 or 5 feet, at least, from one position of one trajectory's area over into the area of the other. As an approximation, again, because again, trajectories are approximations. Otherwise, beyond that, no.
So would it be safe to say that your conclusions support the fact that both the deceased as well as Miss Benefield would have been moving from right to left?
I can't tell you that the firearm moved from right to left at those shots. A statement of such would be supported by those 2 trajectories that I mentioned.
All right. Would you please demonstrate for us now from the slides that you brought, how you reached the conclusions that you did.
Sure, it'll take me just a minute to set up the laptop.
Yes. Yes, please, Your Honor. Thank you.
So honestly, I think this will be the most important part of his testimony. I told you it would take a while to get there. We're there. Because this will give his opinion on what was happening, I believe, if I paid attention enough. And none of you answered what you think the first question the state's going to ask him is. Any guesses? I have mine. I'm not telling you yet. Mr. Fidget McGee. He also teaches us more than he testifies. So maybe that's why. Oh, you sure are optimistic Flash fan. Could be. Could be. That's not what I was thinking, but you might be onto something there. Yes, you can dream. But it might turn into a nightmare.
Please.
Christine, I'll let
What I'm
Gabby
showing
know.
you here is the 3D
Here,
scan data of the scene. So I didn't take this data. This was done by Manatee County investigators. I took the individual scan worlds and then blended them together. This is a process called registration. And I'll move you through it. Hopefully we don't get a jump between my laptop and what we see on the screen. So again, this is not a computer game. These are actually millions of individual data points. You can see in some of these places the individual spots. Each one of those is a data point collected by the scanner. And as we look down on the scene here, you're looking at the sort of wood-looking floor. You can see a tape on the floor. And now I'm going to switch perspective such that we're going to slide down to the side to allow you to get a feeling for what we're looking at. So as I move through this, you're now looking towards the doorway, exiting the bedroom, over the top of the room.
Mr. Haig, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Please.
This is the room where the shooting took place.
That's my understanding. There are certainly fired cartridge casings, 4 of them in the room, as well as a bullet hole going into the wall here.
Okay, and that would be the mattress on the right-hand side that was leaning against the wall.
That's correct. Where I'm moving my hand cursor right here in the data is a mattress.
Okay, and are you able to, from that perspective, yet see the entrance to the room?
Yes, I can swing us around so that we look into the room even, if you wish. So as I come down in the data, I can put us in the doorway.
I do think these 3D things are cool because it does put us
So
there.
that's a view into the room, and we can then even come into the room in that manner and pan around and see the room. Within the room, as I mentioned, we have a perforation into the wall, a nice round hole. As I recall, this is impact site 11 maybe, but if I swing around here, I can actually show you where that is. So the shadows you're seeing on the wall here are from the tools the investigators use. These are very common tools in our industry, trajectory rods. For this type of scanner, they often put a sphere over that rod, so that's why you see a round shape there as well. But the main point here is that there is an impact site in the wall right here That's where a bullet hole exists. From that, I took 2 different approaches to create this trajectory for visualization for you. One, I simply took the scanned data, basically their trajectory rod in place, and looked at the many, many data points on that and extrapolated a line from it. If we use that method, the trajectory for that looks like this. So this is the blue line that comes out of that. And I'll swing you directly above it so you can get what's called the azimuth viewpoint first. I'm going to click us back into what's called an orthogonal view. So looking at this trajectory, you can see how as viewed, it has a slight left to right aspect to it, and it's traveling from the bottom of the screen as you're seeing it into the wall at the top of the screen. Now, the county investigators did a nice thing. They did 2 different ways with this trajectory, not only the trajectory rod itself, but they took the rod and then put a laser on one end and shined it across the room. So the bottom wall, as you're looking at it here, and measured where that dot was on the wall. So I simply took their data and connected the dots also. So between the perforation in the wall to their laser dot, and that line looks like that. So green and blue. In the trajectory world with walls, this is decent agreement between these 2 methods as far as the accuracy that we come to. And in fact, if I put plus or minus 5-degree cones, I talked about the error earlier, on both of these, we can see that those 2 cones look like that. That's actually a 10-degree cone for each of them, the green and the blue. And so from the data that I have for this case, for this one shot, I would include any area within that cone, either one of those cones, as the area where the firearm would have been at the time that shot was fired. I can also show you this from the side view to give you an idea of the vertical component. So I'm going to remove the left wall of the bedroom as you're looking at it here, and I'm going to swing you down. And from this vantage point, you can see how there is a downward component to these shots as well, going into that, I believe, again, number 11 hole within the bedroom.
Would that be consistent with Miss Benefield firing the weapon while she's standing in the upright position?
There are certainly multiple places along these cones where a shooter could be standing. So basically any hypothesis or any scenario that puts the gun in those cones, including that one, would be on the table. So we've seen the up and the down, the vertical component here. We've looked at the azimuth, the left and the right from above. What I'll demonstrate for you now with the data is I'm going to take you to the right.
I'm afraid
please.
we may have lost them.
That bullet, for the trajectory that you've just shown us, there was no indications that it had struck tissue. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I'll show you that picture of that bullet eventually. But this bullet, based on the damage that the bullet shows, as well as the nice round hole going into the wall, this is a miss of the decedent. This did not strike the decedent. If I take you to the side of the cone here, the far right side of the rightmost cone, our most right option, from that position directly over it, if you look down the hallway area, you actually, there they'll fill in, you actually cannot see where that bullet struck the wall. This area right here is to the right of the bullet's impact site. We actually have to move, as I will now, over.
No, Christine, she doesn't.
Into this area.
I agree. Memento mori. It's too, he needs to really bring it down just to layman's
I'll get us
terms.
right at the edge of the wall. We have to come all the way over here in order to get to the impact site, which from my examination of the images is more in this area. So somewhere on the tile in here is a bullet impact site, a ricochet off the floor. That bullet goes on and then barely perforates the drywall or penetrates the drywall up in this area. So,
and that's another bullet, is that correct?
Correct. Sorry, I'm on to bullet 19, as I recall, was its designator for those two.
Let me recap for just a minute. So one goes in the wall, and then one goes down the hallway.
That's correct.
And again, you can't say which shot was first or second.
I don't have physical evidence that would allow me to establish that, correct? But that bullet in the wall down there also expresses no soft damage. It is also one that did not strike the decedent.
A miss.
A miss.
All right.
So from the 3D laser scan data, and I don't have a good trajectory or a good impact site to look at here. I was unable to go in and examine the floor. If I'd been able to find that impact site, I might have been able to refine that trajectory into the wall a little bit better and give us a more defined trajectory. But other than the ballistic accessibility aspect of going down that hallway, I can't do that here. Just they're two separate trajectories that have some slight divergence in the lateral aspect.
Did I ask you what the degree of accuracy is for trajectory reconstruction?
I think we covered that, Turf, just that plus or minus 5 degrees is an industry standard. And based on having shot a lot of stuff, including walls, for a trajectory like that, assuming the trajectory rod was placed properly, about plus or minus 5 degrees is appropriate.
Did you have an opportunity, Mr. Haig, in preparation for your responsibilities in this case to interview Ms. Benefield?
I wouldn't describe it as an interview by me. I was certainly present while she described the incident.
And with respect to her description of the incident, is there anything at all in your conclusions that was inconsistent with Ms. Benefield's description?
I can't think of anything that would necessarily be inconsistent. The key points that come to mind, where I remember her saying she stepped from her right to her left during the course of fire, that the decedent was moving rapidly in all sorts of patterns or manners, which would fit with the gunshot wounds entering the body in different angles. So from that perspective, no.
Give me just a moment, Your Honor, please.
Yes, sir.
I think, not saying this guy's a bad attorney, but a better attorney could have brought everything that he just said and summarized it in simple terms by kind of asking him yes or no questions. That was just way too,
I just have a couple of quick
it's just going to be hard for the jury.
So
I
you
think.
were able to give opinions about where the trajectory would be for the 2 shots into the walls, correct?
That's correct.
But as for the injuries into the human, you cannot opine about that.
That's correct. I don't have any other sort of anchors to bring the decedent's body into play with the scene because of the lack of perforation.
And with reference to the chest wound, I saw you kind of turning it several times. So, and we've had terms used such as front and side. So if you could just show the jury, where was this entrance wound?
To the best of my recollection, and of course, I could refresh my memory with images if it's helpful, but to the best of my recollection, it's in this general area on the side of the chest, and then it goes in, is recovered just under the skin in the back. So if you're sort of the firearm location, it would place the upper body in a vague general orientation like this.
So if you turned your body
With the,
straight.
oh, this way?
Right. Can you keep turning until you get to the point where, okay. So that's approximately the positioning of the gun to the body.
For the upper body, yes, I'd have no way of, yeah,
Thank
correct,
you.
yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
No, sir.
You missed
Could this
it.
witness be released?
Yes.
Yes.
Sir, you're releasing your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
He should have
It's
asked
going to
about
take him a minute to put that away, and it's about 10 minutes after 3, so I'm going to give you your afternoon break.
he missed an opportunity because they don't ever talk about the fact that the round that went into his chest, they think skipped off his bicep. There's a graze wound or whatever there. It did hit his bicep, but it skipped off that and then went into his chest. He just missed that opportunity to ask that. This guy maybe doesn't know. I don't know. I really was expecting a lot more out of him, and that's kind of disappointing. And hats off to the state for not being like, how much are you getting paid to be here? That's annoying. They don't get to just have people come and show up like you do. All right. Yay, a break. Yeah, I don't think he could have even got his CV done in 5 minutes. Like I said, the Hagues are very, very smart, very good at what they do. But you have to be able to bring it down and deliver it to a jury. So I haven't seen his dad testify. He was supposed to testify in the Baldwin trial. Obviously, that didn't happen because I was very curious to see how he did. I have heard him be described as a grandpa, like an old, nice grandpa that just sits down and tells you a story. Now, if he could tell the story better, he would have been a better witness in this one. But who knows? They are very, very busy people, flying all over the place. You know, falling off a ladder every now and then, but whatever. So, are you talking? Is that like O.J. Simpson, Lee? Is that who I'm thinking of? Or maybe I'm just completely wrong, which is very, very possible. Very possible. Also, you brought up O.J. Simpson, Jerry. You got to keep in mind, not only was that trial 9 months long, those people were sequestered the entire time. They were away from their families, and that would be even worse. These people at least get to go home. You might have to stay away from people, you know, so people don't ask you things, but they at least get to go home. Can you imagine being away for 9 months? You might go home and your wife might have a new baby there. I swear this happened right before you left. Oh, just kidding. Kind of. You know how things can go. People get lonely. I don't have my counterparts here. I recognize the name Flash Fan. I just couldn't remember if he was involved in O.J. Simpson's trial. That was a long time ago. Back in my younger days. All right, well, Gabby says she'd be gone an hour, and it's been over an hour, so shame, shame. Jody better be sleeping because she needs to rest. How were your noodles, Flash Fan? Getting hungry myself, and I just feel like I've been grazing all day. And I don't think it's going to storm. I think it went by, but that's good. Okay, that's where I remember that. That's okay. I do know who you're talking about. I probably have seen him other places. Just that's where I remember him from. I hope you were able to eat them and not hurt your teeth. They surely are they. How are they doing that? They surely are not going to fill them all at once. It's a lot of work. A lot of work. All right. Well, what shall we do now? Anyone? Any thoughts? We don't have long. It'd probably only be like 10 minutes. Court TV didn't say when, but Oh, Phil Spector. Yeah. I can't think of the channel. I think Gabby watches that channel. Is it like Unaliving Church, but they don't say unaliving? Although, I think when the judge asked the defense attorney who he had left to, who he was calling this afternoon, he listed 3 people. So maybe he's done. But again, he should have ended with Ashley and publicly buzzed. Yes, Gabby does watch that channel. I've not yet. Do they do like something church on Sundays? Or is that just a whole different channel? I don't know. Sometimes they run together. But I think he should have ended on Ashley's testimony because that would have been fresh in the jury's mind. Now it's gone. Now they've got all this other stuff and objections and sidebars and everything that's just all jumbled up in there and not ending on a strong note, which was her breaking down on the stand after the state made her reenact what happened. That's where they should have ended. Yeah, 100% Bob. Sorry. Not sure why they can say it, but I'm not going to.
Who's this last witness going to be?
This is Dr. Emma Liu, Your Honor, LEW.
Well, don't bring her in yet. I was just asking.
I'll bring her in because I know the state's going to object. We're going to have like sidebars and bench trials and bench conferences, and there's going to be a lot of stuff at the bench.
While we're on the subject, how long do you think she's going to be? More than an hour?
Probably not. I would say maybe 45 minutes, my best guess.
No problem. I just versus 4 hours.
Correct. All right. No problem.
State, have you already deposed her?
Yes.
All right. So you know
Yes.
she's going to say,
Yes.
presumably what your question is going to be.
Yes.
I only ask because that will take us, assuming we start in the next 5 or 10 minutes, 5 minutes, to 4:20. And I guess at that point, probably let the jury go for the evening. Well, you can announce you rest. We can let the jury go for the evening. You guys can say if you're going to call any rebuttal or not, but then maybe one pass through the jury instructions. I'd appreciate that.
So would I.
Okay.
Judge, the last thing the state wants to bring up is that we didn't bring it up during the question, but I think that Your Honor had clearly told Mr. Taylor at the bench what he was allowed to ask Detective Warren. And that did not include, don't you find it odd that the state did not call you as a witness? And I think we had litigated close to that issue, if not directly on point. And then you directed him not to. And
he did.
I know we're down to a few witnesses left, but it's been an ongoing attempt to subvert justice by Mr. Taylor to continue to do things like that, speaking when we've objected and continuing to speak. And as to the don't you think it's odd, it was actually Mr. O'Keefe who told Mr. Taylor, hey, you need to object to this. So that's a whole different objection I have that Mr. O'Keefe continues to practice law in this courtroom. But I just think that
shut up.
At this point, the state is asking for you to sanction Mr. Taylor in some capacity about disregarding your continued rulings. And I understand that that may not be something we address right now, but it seems to be an ongoing issue in the state. That last one with Detective Warren was the most outrageous.
Okay. I'm not going to take that matter up right now.
Yes.
We got witnesses and other matters to deal with. So
I just wanted to get it on the record before we move too far away from the witness. Thank you for letting me be heard.
Absolutely. All right, looks like we've got everybody back.
It's like, okay, now be quiet so we can move forward. I get it.
Is Dr. Lou ready?
Maybe. We can only hope.
Staten, you ready?
Only hope.
Yes, thank you.
All right. What do you
So, Mr. O'Keefe back there, he's only a paralegal.
need,
That's why he's not sitting at the table, because he can't sit up there because he's not fully licensed. That's why she's mad, because he said you need to object to that. Blah, blah, blah. Blah. Again, I know she's just doing her job, but they have just become so annoying. Oh, I do too. But the state does it all the time. And they just expect to be able to. So it's like, and some of the times where she says objection, he's not even finished the question yet. So he just finishes the question and then the judge rules. Welcome to us, Sharon. Glad you got caught up. I think that's that guy's name, O'Keefe, not John O'Keefe. We're not talking about him, but I think that's like Jamie, maybe. I'm not sure what the lesser included are.
Welcome back, everybody.
I mean, it's
Any
only
deliberations,
second
contact
degree.
outside the
She's not
door about
charged
the
for
case or
first.
research.
So
Everybody says no.
not that
All right,
only.
Mr. Taylor. All your
I
next
wouldn't want
witness.
that. I'm sure they've got some lesser included thrown in there. I don't like lesser included. I think you should just charge what you're gonna. This is what we're gonna prove. This is the charge. No compromise verdicts.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
But I'm sure an attorney can explain to me why they are there.
Good afternoon, Doctor. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. Just speak in a loud, clear voice. It does adjust up, down, left, right if you need it.
Yes, thank you, Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you tell us your full name and spell your last name, please?
Yes, my name is Emma Lew, L-E-W.
And do you hold any professional degrees?
Yes, I am a licensed physician in the state of Florida, so I have an MD degree.
All right, Dr. Lew. Let's take a moment. Let me just run you through your undergraduate education. Where
Yes.
did you receive that?
I graduated from the University of Saskatchewan College of Medicine in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada.
Following
Maybe with Benny.
your
I would
college
do one with
degree,
Benny.
you attended professional school?
I did a one-year rotating internship in Vancouver, British Columbia, and started my pathology training in Vancouver. I completed my pathology training in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, worked for 3 years as a staff pathologist at the Royal University Hospital, then came down to Miami in July of 1991.
And with respect to your work experience, what brought you to Miami-Dade County, Dr. Lew?
I wanted to train in the best facility that there was for forensic pathology, and everyone in Canada and in the States said, go to Joe Davis in Miami. So I did.
And did you eventually rise to the position of the medical examiner for Miami-Dade County?
Yes, when I was in training, I was an associate medical examiner. Then Dr. Davis offered me a permanent staff position, and I was an associate for 10 years.
I want to ask you if you can tell us, if you can approximate the number of autopsies that you've performed.
In Miami-Dade County, it should be at least 5,000.
As part of your duties as a medical examiner in Miami-Dade County, Dr. Liu, did you also respond to crime scenes?
Yes, we responded to scenes of violent and suspicious deaths.
Would you tell us why? Well, first, let me ask, is it typical for the pathologist to respond to crime scenes? And depending on that issue, why you chose to do so?
Yes, in Miami-Dade County, when law enforcement needed a medical opinion, whoever was on call as the medical examiner would respond. And the purpose is twofold. Number one, so that we can provide an opinion about the circumstances of death or the types of injuries on the body, and also for our benefit, so that I can see or we can see the body in the context of its surroundings and be able to better interpret our findings at the time of autopsy.
Do you teach any courses?
Yes, I used to teach in the medical examiner death investigation course, and I still teach for the Carnival Cruise Lines security conference, and I will be lecturing in the Miami-Dade Police Homicide Investigations course.
And how about gunshot wounds? Have you taught courses in gunshot wounds?
Not entire courses, but I have taught the section about gunshot wounds in death investigation courses.
Let's not take anything for granted. If you'd be kind enough, would you explain to us, Dr. Liu, what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is the examination of a dead body. It consists of two parts. One we call the external examination, and that's when we look at the outside of the body and describe such things as height, weight, color of hair, eyes, scars, tattoos, any evidence of medical intervention, that is, any evidence that paramedics or doctors and nurses may have treated the decedent, and then any evidence of injury. After looking at the outside of the body, both front and back, and in the orifices, then we do the internal examination. And that's when we open up the body cavities to examine all of the organs and tissues inside the body cavities, from the brain inside the head down to the pelvic organs. That is an autopsy.
Dr. Liu, were you asked to assist in this case?
I believe I was, yes.
Would you tell us how?
I believe you contacted me.
And what did you do in preparation for your testimony here today?
I reviewed the autopsy report. I reviewed some of the autopsy photographs, and then other circumstantial evidence, as well as having spoken also with Mrs. Benefield.
Okay, I need you to try to keep your voice up. Did that include being present for Miss Benefield explaining what had happened?
Yes, I had made a previous trip to Bradenton and had met with Mrs. Benefield.
I'd like to ask you, Dr. Liu, about the gunshot wounds in this case.
Yes.
Will you tell us how many there were?
There were 3 separate gunshot wounds.
And would you please explain them?
Yes. One was a superficial gunshot wound on the right upper arm. And that we call a grazed gunshot wound. That was one of the gunshot wounds. Shall I explain the direction?
Please.
Now, you probably heard about pathways of gunshot wounds from Dr. Vega. But as a quick refresher, if, for example, a gunshot wound was from front to back and right to left, that is relative to the person shot, not to you, not to Mr. Taylor, but relative to the person shot. So if it's from front to back and right to left, it is coming in from the victim's front towards the back and from his right side towards his left side.
And was there another gunshot wound?
Yes, there was another gunshot wound on the right side of the chest, just outside of the right nipple. The
Please, the
And
trajectory.
yes, the pathway of that gunshot wound happened to be from front to back and right to left. And I'm sure Dr. Vega told you it just nicked the bottom of the right fifth rib, went through the right lower lobe of lung, then through the part of the spine, the bone of the spine, then the left lower lobe of lung, and then nicked the back of the left 10th rib.
And
You need to
lastly,
apologize.
was there a third gunshot wound?
Yes, there was a gunshot wound. This time it was a through and through gunshot wound, or what we call a perforating gunshot wound that entered the inside back of the right thigh, went through both right lower leg bones, and came out the outside of the right lower leg just below the knee. And that pathway was from back to front, left to right, and upward through the right lower leg.
Let me, if I may, using the easel, show you picture.
Good morning, Brian. She is better. And I think she's done more autopsies than he
And
has. Not
have
that
you
that necessarily
explained
matters,
to
but
the ladies and
quite a
gentlemen
few.
of the jury, you mentioned that the abrasion wound to the arm, did you tell us what the trajectory was for that?
In my opinion, the pathway of that bullet was from front to back, upward, and slightly left to right.
Okay, so how, Dr. Lou, are you able to reach a decision like that on something like an abrasion wound?
Through experience and training, having had hundreds of gunshot wound cases and seen thousands of gunshot wounds and supervised hundreds more cases.
Okay, let me show you these two demonstrative aids and ask, with court's permission, if Dr. Lou could step down. I wonder if we could have the easel so I could set these up.
While he's doing that, she at least touched on the one that hit his bicep, because we just don't hear about that one. And that one, to me, is important because that could shift how he was standing.
Dr. Lou, here is a pointer that will help you.
State, feel free to reposition as you need so you
No.
can see what's going on.
Thank you, Judge.
With
It's
court's
not even
permission,
first
Yes,
I
ma'am,
degree.
you
ask
can
Dr.
step down.
Lou to
It's
step
only
down.
second degree. So they did not think there was premeditation there because they
State,
didn't
have you
charge.
already seen these?
Yes. Not until now, but I just saw them.
Okay.
You have preference of which one you'd like to start with. Okay, with this one. All right, would you tell us what that represents, Dr. Luke?
This is the graze or superficial gunshot wound on the outside of the right upper arm. I know there's a
Yes, a rod.
point, a rod I will use.
We have three.
Now, the reason I know that this is a graze gunshot wound is, from training and experience.
Let me know if I need to turn it up.
This projectile. You see, this edge is a little bit more rounded, and because it's a deeper red, I know it's a deeper part of the wound than here, for example. Now, as the projectile skips across the skin, because it's so superficial, it causes skin tears and raises skin tags. Now, there's some skin tags here, but the best one is this one right here. You see this D-shaped tag? And for simplicity, how I remember pathways of graze wounds is that the skin tanks point toward the gun. So if it's pointing in this direction, the gun is somewhere along this line here. So the bullet, therefore, is coming in this direction, going from front to back. This is the front, this is the back, going from front to back and upward. And because it's on this part of the arm, you can see it's slightly to my left, to my right. So this is from front to back, upward, and slightly left to right.
If I may.
This is the gunshot wound that we just spoke about. You can see how it's going front to back and upward. This is the right nipple. This is the second gunshot wound. But it's been a bit changed or altered because this back portion that's straight was an incision made by the doctors in hospital. So the gunshot wound itself is this round part. Now this is the one that goes from front to back and right to left. The bullet was found by Dr. Vega on the left side of the back. Now, there's something special about this gunshot wound that Dr. Vega may have told you already. After going through the nicking the right fifth rib and the right lower lobe of lung, it then hits the spine. Now, the skull closely surrounds the brain and protects the delicate brain. The spinal cord is an extension of the brain, and the spinal cord is protected by the spine, which is made up of multiple blocks of bone. When a projectile cuts across the bone of the spine, even though it doesn't touch the spinal cord, the energy that is expended by the bullet impacting the bone is transmitted to the delicate spinal cord. And what this wound will do, because the bullet went across the bone of the T10 vertebrae, it causes a spinal cord shock. And the result is paralysis of the legs. I know because I've had cases like this where a bullet not even going through the bone of the spine, just passes by the side of the spine, caused the man to fall on his back, and he was heard to say, "I can't feel my legs." So that's something that's significant and important about this gunshot wound.
All right. I think you can probably return to your seat if you like.
She's not asleep.
Does it have some water in it?
Welcome back.
It does. It's too complex for me.
Let me see if I can help.
It's been lonely. They were showing pictures of his wounds.
It's me. I'll leave it right there in case you.
Dr. Lou, did you have an opportunity prior to your testifying here today to meet and observe and listen to Miss
don't know what
Benefield
that is.
explain the events that took place on that day?
Yes, I did. It may have been last year that I did that.
Is there anything at all with respect to your findings that is inconsistent with the explanation Miss Benefield gave?
I believe that Mrs. Benefield's account is consistent with the evidence on the body, and I can demonstrate that.
At the time that you observed Miss Benefield explain these events, did she know what the actual physical evidence was, the actual
Objection.
forensic
hearsay, Judge.
evidence?
If she can answer without speculating.
I do not know. However, usually the person doing the shooting does not know about the autopsy results. And even if they got the autopsy report, they would need someone to translate the autopsy report for them. So I doubt it, but I am speculating.
Were you struck by the explanation you received in light of that?
Objection relevance.
I'll sustain.
You know, if she can't make her own objections, then
One last question, Dr. Lou, if I may.
she shouldn't be allowed
How
to
many
do that.
times,
The
if
other
you
one
can
is telling her
approximate,
what to say.
have you appeared as an expert pathologist and testified in court?
During my career, at least 500 times, and then maybe 20 some times more after I retired.
And the vast majority of those occasions, did you testify for the defense or for the state?
Most of those times I testified for our state attorney.
I have nothing further, Dr. Lou. Give me just a moment, Your Honor.
I think the blonde lady is the lead prosecutor. I think Skunk Lady is not. Because I think it's the blonde telling the
Dr.
other
Lou,
one
would
what
it be
to say.
helpful if I were to volunteer my law clerk to come up and allow you to show with the trajectory rods the wounds that were sustained by the deceased?
I believe it would add a new dimension to my testimony. Yes.
Okay. Judge, with your permission, may I?
Yes.
Come on up, Will.
Her hair is very pretty.
May I step down, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Please do.
Admiring
Hey,
it.
Dr. Lou, step down.
But I don't, it's like the other attorney telling, if you don't know it, then maybe you shouldn't be sitting in that chair.
Now, I believe that the Grace
It's very pretty.
was the first gunshot wound because Ms. Benefield indicated that Mr. Benefield was coming towards her.
Objection, Judge.
I'm going to sustain.
Go ahead, Dr. Lou. You just can't say what Ms. Benefield told you,
Okay.
just based upon your conclusions.
I believe the first gunshot wound.
Maybe.
I would object to that opinion, Judge.
She's been doing it.
I'm going to need you to approach, please.
That's not my phone, by the way. Somebody else's phone is on vibrate by the microphone. Not saying my phone hasn't gone off today, but that's not mine. I get it. I'm not trying to be too harsh. It's just she bitched about old paralegal back there saying something. I know she's different because she's fully licensed. I understand. But it's like you haven't been able to make one objection so far on your own. She's been whispering it to you the entire time. Even when she's been making arguments to the judge, she's been whispering to her. That should not be allowed. Or maybe I'm just ready for this trial to be over. There might be a better one. No, I'm live, so I can't L because I'm live.
Dr. Lou, without regard to anything that Ms. Benefield may have said that you heard, based upon your expertise and your own conclusions that you've reached, do you have an opinion as to which one of these shots may have been fired first?
It's not me.
I
I'm not.
believe that the right upper arm grazed gunshot wound was the first shot.
Are you able to say why, what independent evidence exists that leads you to that conclusion?
I have based my opinions on the circumstances provided to me.
Okay. And would that be consistent, the upper right arm wound, would it be consistent with the bullet that went down the hall, for example, and lodged in a book?
Yes, it would be, because it didn't go into the body, it just went across the skin. So the bullet would be free to continue on into another wound.
Okay, and because it is just a graze, it would not have any tissue effect or mushrooming, as they say, correct?
Objection.
If she can testify to that from her knowledge and experience.
Because it only grazed the skin, nothing went into the hollow point nose of the projectile to cause deformity or mushrooming of the projectile. So it would be more or less pristine.
All right. Now, you've told us, Dr. Liu, about the shock to the spinal cord from the shot that entered the chest.
Yes, going from front to back and right to left.
Would that have, in your opinion, affected Mr. Benefield's ability to stand?
Yes, as I explained earlier, it would cause a spinal cord shock, causing paralysis of the legs and causing the
Sure.
to fall.
And in falling, would it be consistent that his legs would go up in the air almost as if he slipped on a banana peel?
Yes, that would be consistent, and I can demonstrate.
Please.
The right side facing the
Judge, with the court's permission, could the jurors perhaps stand so that they could see this demonstration?
I think
I'm confused as to what we're demonstrating.
We're demonstrating the shot to the leg.
Oh, the shot to the leg.
Yes, sir.
Okay, folks, if you need to stand or reposition yourself.
Now, the entrance was on the right side. The entrance was on the right side of the back of the cab, and the exit was here. Now, you can see that the gun would be somewhere along here. So you can see how consistent this pathway would be from getting shot while he's on the ground, with the gun being in this position. So it's going in here and coming out here.
Okay, so this would be, in effect, a snapshot in time.
Yes, it happens very quickly.
All right. And would it be consistent, Dr. Liu, with the shot to the chest, paralysis, Mr. Benefield falling backwards, his legs going up in the air, and another shot going through the leg?
Yes.
All right.
The evidence on the body, which consists of those gunshot wounds, is consistent with that.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Will. I have one last question for you, Dr. Liu. You can take the witness stand. Do you recall whether there was any other injury to Mr. Benefield that would be consistent with his legs going up in the air and him falling backwards so that his head would hit a tile floor?
Yes, Dr. Vega found an abraded contusion on the back of the head. A contusion is a bruise. An abraded contusion means that there's a little bit of scraping of the skin or crushing of the skin in the center of that bruise. That is entirely consistent with Mr. Benefield's back of the head striking either the wall or the floor as he fell on his back.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liu. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I bet she asked her how much she's getting paid.
I just want to ask you about the leg wound.
Yes.
For a moment. You're not saying that that is the only position that he could have been in, are you?
No, I am not saying that.
Okay. So there are other positions that maybe could have produced that wound path.
Yes.
Okay. The one that you are describing is just one that is consistent with it.
That is correct.
And when you said his spinal cord would be, I don't know what you said, shocked, maybe?
Yes.
Concussed? I don't know what you said. And his legs would go paralyzed.
Yes.
Does that normally mean that they stiffen, they straighten? Does it mean they crumble? What does it mean?
Different people react differently depending on the position that they're in. And paralysis usually means just not being able to move.
Okay. So
Nice
depending on maybe what movement they're doing at the time, that's what they're going to continue to do.
Possibly,
So,
yes.
Possibly. So if he is walking towards someone, would he fall backwards with paralyzed legs?
Well, we weren't there, so I don't know exactly his body positioning and movements.
Okay. And you spoke about the abraded contusion on the head, and that can be consistent with falling.
Yes.
From a gunshot. Can it also be consistent with being drug out of the house by EMTs?
Not unless that part of the head would be struck on something, because the contusion is a bruise which requires blunt force.
Right. So if, for instance, he was being drug out and hit the door jamb or something, bounced his head, could it have caused that kind of abraded contusion on the head?
Well, done with enough force, that is possible.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Direct. One.
If the EMTs did that, wow.
To the right arm of Mr. Benefield be consistent with him lunging towards Miss Benefield?
Remember, the pathway is from front to back and upward. So if he was lunging and you were the shooter, you can see how that would be consistent.
That's all. Thank you.
Do you have any questions on that?
No.
All right, can this witness be released? Can the witness be released?
Yes, sir.
State? Ma'am, you're releasing your subpoena, you're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
So is the lead investigator the only person he didn't release today? Don't talk to anybody. He's not going to recall him. Okay, maybe he will.
All right, Mr. Taylor?
We have this one issue left.
Okay.
Gonna have to approach.
All right, members of the jury, there's a legal argument I need to take up. If you could step out for about 10 minutes for me.
Sure.
I will do that, then we'll bring you right back. No deliberations, no communicating with anybody about what we've talked about the case, and don't do any research on any of the issues. We'll get you right back as soon as we can.
He's not gonna call him. I think he was just being a jerk. Carmen, it's too late in the day. Ow.
Okay, oh, you all can have a seat. The jury's out. And was this the issue, the Richardson?
No, this is the DNA issue.
Oh, yes.
And I have the following case for the court.
He might recall him if he's talking about this DNA, because he couldn't ask him about that.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I hope it's not today. Judge is like, I'm retiring after this case. It broke me. Oh, another argument. If I was on the beach right now, I would just get on a raft and float away. Flashman, your teeth, your teeth. They need a break. They need a break. Beef jerky is yummy, but his four teeth need a break. I do wonder if when the jury does finally get this, if they will deliberate for a while or if they'll be quick about it. I could see it going either way, which doesn't really say much. So that's how most juries go. Yeah, well, you might feel it later, Flash Van. Ew, Gabby. Applesauce. Texture. It's just a texture of applesauce. Yucky. Oh, and you drink it? Ew. Can't do it. I couldn't do it. Well, and neither can Flash Fan. Please don't do that then. If you are allergic to apples, please do not drink applesauce. Will her braid be on the other side tomorrow? Will she braid both sides tomorrow? Wonder if they told her not to color her gray. Just let it come in for court. She didn't have a lot, but she's getting some. She probably didn't have any before this happened. Well, that would pineapple juice. I don't know though. Maybe not cold. I don't know how sensitive your teeth are right now. You know, if you're sitting there and you're her, you're probably ready for this to be over with and then probably not ready for this to be over with all at the same time because you could walk out free or you could never walk out. Oh. I saw that, Sharon. Fortunately, there's lots of breaks that help catch up. I mean, if she is found guilty, I do think she could have a chance for being released. But she also has a chance of serving life. but maybe with the possibility of parole. I'm not looked into it that much. I could see the chips because maybe they don't want them in to get in your teeth. Maybe the same with fried foods. They just don't want pieces getting down into your teeth. I don't know. I would think sweets would be the thing. A sandwich and a can of Ensure, Brian. That's a lot. And if it's windy outside, she might blow away.
She might be only able to drink
Sure.
that half of can of Ensure.
There's a voice from the great beyond.
Hello, 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 hello.
Oh, she's a dancer's body for sure. Ballerinas are typically very, very thin.
Would you like a piece of lettuce, sir?
No, that's too much.
An olive, then?
Maybe a half.
Oh, my.
Well, Flash fan, you're going to have to figure something out, man. There's nothing. Well, a rib. I guess you could grab onto a rib.
Like handlebars?
Yes. Spin her around. It's like, your bottom ribs are sticking out. I shall use those to grab onto. Well, there could be lots of things, but I'm not going to give my thoughts on it. Because I'm not a doctor, nor do I play one on TV or anywhere else. How was your journey wherever you went, Gabby?
Me?
Yes.
Fabulous.
It's fabulous.
So much fun. It was the land of candy and dreaming.
I have a feeling that is lies, all lies.
Bread and water. Oh, God.
Court TV keeps almost like flashing members' chats up. It's hilarious. Because you can only chat if you're a member. They're kind of trying to be like us. No.
All right. Go ahead, sir. I've had a chance to review shorter.
The judges' faces.
Okay, so this was a DNA report, precisely what the circumstances are here. The state initially wanted to introduce it, but then changed their mind because it didn't have any inculpatory conclusions for purposes of the defendant. At that point, the defense
DNA
moved to introduce it because it was exculpatory. The court allowed the admissibility as a business record, distinguishing it from Crawford because since it was the defense that was seeking to admit it, the confrontation issue was not essential. And on appeal, the appellate court sustained that admission under the business record exception, which is precisely what the circumstances are here, Your Honor. So I can't imagine that the state is going to, and I would further say to the court, the chain of custody is irrelevant. We're not objecting to the chain of custody. I can't imagine that the state would object to their own chain of custody. So we think that the Shorter case clearly establishes that the court can admit that DNA profile, the results, as a business record.
Judge, I thought I made it abundantly clear. I'm not objecting to it being a business record certification. That's what I said 6 times. My objection is that there has been no foundation laid to then make that report relevant. That is hearsay in the report. The fact that those swabs are identified to Ashley Benefield or Doug Benefield is hearsay to DNA labs. That means some crime scene tech who did not testify before this jury went and collected his DNA stain card. A different crime scene tech who testified she swabbed her but was not shown swabs to make sure those are the correct swabs, then swabbed her and put those in property evidence. That's all. We don't have any evidence that the same swabs that she was collected then went to DNA labs. And that's what you have to lay the proper foundation. And this is the case I was referring to when I didn't refer to it by name, but this is what I read when I made my objections, because my objections are what I've already stated, but also 403, just that lab report in evidence. This is very confusing. It's DNA, and it's overly prejudicial to this jury for what I think what it says is this state didn't argue, and I am arguing how the forensic case was.
Right? I was thinking the same thing. If you guys didn't send them off, okay, so somebody else did. Are you saying that you can't trust what was put into evidence? Because that's basically what she's saying. We don't know where they came from. What do you mean you don't know where they came from? It's weird to have this argument come from the state because they didn't put their lead detective on the stand. It's so weird. This whole thing is weird.
Work would be unfairly prejudicial or confusing in regards to the work of the jury. This is DNA. I don't know. They sent us the bench notes and the report, but there's no explanation of the statistics, how they came upon those statistics, where those swabs came from, all those things. And I think that would be very confusing to the jury without somebody here. So I'm not making a certified business records objection. I'm making an objection to the contents, and that there hasn't been an adequate foundation, and that they're confusing.
Sure. In rebuttal.
Yep. So the court recalls that Detective Warren sent the swabs to the lab. Megan Dorvac testified that she swabbed Miss Benefield. I asked her why. She said because it would show who had touched her. The court should recall, consult your notes, Your Honor. Miss Benefield testified that Douglas Benefield grabbed her by the hand and spun her around as she tried to leave the house. This report corroborates that to the extent of, I think, 720,000 times more likely. We think it's an essential component of our defense now. We don't have any, chain of custody is irrelevant. Even though they've just basically undermined their own chain of custody, it's not an issue. It's the result that for our purposes and our defense is essential.
What it sounds like to me.
This case allowed it to be admitted as a business record. The assistant has made eminently clear that that is not why she's challenging it as a business record. I don't seek to introduce the entire report. I will be quite happy reading these 2 sentences, if I may.
Thank you, because I haven't seen this. Thank you.
I mean, it's kind of
Final
crazy.
thoughts? Is that everything?
Yes, sir.
This is, what I've been handed is not marked as an exhibit. It's a 5-page document from DNA Labs International. It actually, it's a letter or a report to Detective Justin Warren and a sergeant at the Manatee County Sheriff's Office. And it is signed by Jerome Rem, R-E-M-M, forensic DNA analyst. It lists a number of items. $14 different items that were apparently sent to DNA labs for DNA testing. And the particular section the defense says they want to admit is agency item number MRD5, which would correspond to DNA Labs International item 20-10880, swab from suspect's right hand. And it says that the testing was done. Mixture of 2 individuals, at least 1 male contributor. And it says Doug Benefield and John Sant could not be ruled out as possible contributors to this foreign DNA profile. And it gives, based on its testing, 2 different propositions that were considered to explain the results. One is the DNA profile obtained from the swabs is 720,000 times more probable if the sample originated from Ashley Benefield, Doug Benefield, and 2 unknown persons than if it originated from Ashley Benefield and 3 unknown persons. So there's strong support that Ashley Benefield, Doug Benefield, and 2 unknown persons contributed to the profile rather than Ashley Benefield and 3 unknown persons.
Judge, I would ask you to read that next, sir.
I am. I'm reading it as I go.
Okay, thank you, sir.
If applicable to the case, it is recommended that reference standards from any first-degree relatives of Doug Benefield be submitted for additional comparisons. And I think this is the second proposition that DNA Labs is considering. The DNA lab profile obtained from the swabs is approximately 75 million times more probable if the sample originated from Ashley Benefield and 3 unknown persons than if it originated from Ashley Benefield, John Sant, and 2 unknown persons. Therefore, there is extremely strong support that Ashley Benefield and 3 unknown persons contributed to this DNA profile rather than Ashley Benefield, John Sant, and 2 unknown persons. The DNA profiles of additional contributors to the mixture were not determined. However, there's results that are suitable for comparison. All right, so obviously those of us who have done a number of these cases understand what those statistics mean when you're looking at known standards versus unknown DNA samples or swabs and the comparisons. I am not sure, and I do not have the belief that the interpretation of DNA results as outlined in this DNA Labs report, is within the common knowledge of a lay juror, a regular juror. That's why the standard we usually see is one of the parties, whoever it is, whoever the proponent of the evidence is, calling the DNA analyst, generally after showing and evincing whoever took the sample, packaged it, where it was stored. It was then sent from the property and evidence room to the DNA lab. Then the DNA lab analyst will say how they went and got it. And I'm just going to disagree that chain of custody is not important. That's why we have it, and that's why we have certain predicates to establish evidence from a crime scene to court and who touched it and how it changed and what was done to it. So I disagree that that's not important.
Isn't that when the defense contests?
In the problem, well, I gave everybody the chance to argue. So,
Okay, but generally the state is the one that puts on that evidence. They chose not to. Do you think that the defense can just call up these people that work for the state and be like, hey, we need you to come in and testify? And they'll be like, sure, fine, no problem. That's not going to happen. I don't know how they could do that. I mean, I guess they could subpoena them and then they would have to come in, but it's weird that the state did not introduce that evidence. They always introduce that evidence, even when it doesn't matter. I have seen them introduce that evidence. But he's obviously not going to allow it. Chain of custody is important. They're the ones that just said that they can't trust their crime lab. You gonna ignore that, Judge? Yes.
So I got a chance to read the shorter case, and the shorter case supports what the court is saying. It says that they leave the issue for another day, whether it could qualify as a business record. However, there remains, and this is at 692 of the decision. However, there remains a very significant section 90.403 concern about the admissibility of a DNA forensic report if the expert preparing the report does not testify. And the reason the fourth DCA, it says so in the very next paragraph, the reason the fourth DCA upheld the admission was for that very reason, that the state did not argue 403.
Are you serious, Flashman? Oh my gosh. That's a big mix-up.
And here they are. Here the state has argued the 403 for a jury to understand what these mean, what these findings mean. I don't find that the probative value is, I do find the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of the confusion of the issues, the misleading of the jury to try and understand what this report says, and be subject to cross-examination from, well, this time it'd be the state, but it's usually the defense, to explain, where do you get this? How do you get 720,000 times? How many loci were matched? How did you conduct these evaluations? And then what does it mean, the very strong support?
That is.
And then it's also, you've got, the other problem is, Mr. Taylor, You're telling me you only want to read this, you said 2 sentences. Yeah, these 2 sentences that are highlighted.
Correct.
But that's only one of the 2 sets of propositions that could potentially explain this. In the first proposition you want to use doesn't even mention Mr. Sant. And if I'm reading this correctly, there's also a recommendation that there should be some additional testing. There's also additional DNA profiles that are in these mixtures from Ms. Benefield's right hand that are suitable for comparison and have not been compared. So, I mean, I have significant concerns about the misleading of the jury by putting this in.
All right, can I make my
It would, if it would, so, no, sir. Based upon the request that's before me, which is only to put in and read into evidence these 2 sentences regarding one of the propositions that was considered by DNA labs and interpreting their test results, certainly that would be even more misleading because it doesn't get into the other proposition and the other testing that needs to be done. So based upon that, do you want to have this marked and put into evidence?
Yes.
As a proffer?
I'd like to proffer for the record, Your Honor.
Do you want to put a number on it? What's your next number?
It's 29, but this is the whole record.
Well, hold on. You're handing me a stack of paper that's about, what, 1.5 inches tall?
Yes.
And the only thing you said you were going to enter was this 5-page.
Well, no, I said the only thing I wanted to enter was to read those 2 sentences. This is the full report.
All right. So it would be your intention to admit into evidence Defendant's Exhibit 29. Is this in here, or does this go in here?
Yeah, no, that I believe is in there. This comes back. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I stand corrected.
I'm sorry. You summed it up perfectly, Brian.
I'll let you put it where you want it.
But also,
Can I
I know.
make a proffer for the record?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Oh, wait,
That's
beyond, I thought you already did. This is the proffer.
Well, I'd like to make a verbal proffer as to precisely why I think it should be.
You're wrong.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so unlike a DNA report that's inculpatory, which requires a chain of custody so that justice is established in the admission of inculpatory evidence, in this instance, Judge, we believe this DNA report is exculpatory. And we believe it's exculpatory because it confirms Miss Benefield's testimony that Doug grabbed her by the hand and spun her around as she tried to flee. It's independent evidence that not only corroborates Miss Benefield's testimony, but also corroborates our defense. And because it is exculpatory, chain of custody is irrelevant. We are making no objections to chain of custody. The case law that I submitted to the court, the shorter case, clearly would allow it. And it would be my intention, which I don't think is confusing at all to the jury, to tell them the DNA, reading from the report, the DNA profile obtained from the swabs is approximately 720,000 times more probable if the sample originated from Ashley Benefield, Douglas Benefield, and 2 unknown persons than if it originated from Ashley Benefield and 3 unknown persons. Now, maybe I misunderstand this, Your Honor, but to me, what that says is there's 720,000 times more probable that Doug Benefield touched Ashley Benefield's hand. That's what I believe this says, and that's what I think we should be entitled to get to the jury.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Do you want that right after the first page?
You can put it right on top, Your Honor.
It'll cover up the exhibit number then.
Oh,
okay.
So I'm just putting it right behind it.
You're right.
And as I said in my ruling, I think that those questions and what that means and how it's interpreted and how the jury can use that to be relevant to its deliberations and its findings. I'm not saying it's not relevant. I'm saying the problem is 403, as the 4th DCA recognized, not having that analyst causes significant 403 problems with confusion and misleading. So that's the basis of my ruling.
What if I told the court that the actual DNA lab expert is available, but not until after 2 tomorrow? And it would have to be by Zoom.
There's motions that Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.116 defines how and when that can happen. So I just need to bring the jury back in, and I just need to know if your intention is to call more witnesses or if you're resting.
Well, I make a formal request that the court abate the proceedings so that we could call the analysis. If the court denies that, then we will rest.
All right. Well, there's Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.116 is very specific. It just came into effect. It was just substantially, I'll say substantially, amended effective July 1st of this year regarding the use of remote technology. If you want some time to look at that, I can certainly give you that.
I'm familiar with it.
At least I can go there and live, Gabby.
So do you have a...
We'll rest.
Actually,
Okay.
oh, there we go.
Let me bring the jury in.
There we
I will...
He's going to
You
rest.
can do that, then I can let them go for the evening.
And
I'll tell them
you
to be
don't let
back
us
tomorrow
go too,
morning at
'cause I'm not
8:45,
listening
just
to
like
you
we've been doing
go
with
freaking
the 9
jury
o'clock
instructions.
start.
Ah. You'll have to go over and have dinner at our house sometime, Brian, because you're the closest person. Let us know how it is. I noticed even Jules left the
Just so you
courtroom.
know also, we had submitted, the court may recall, requested copies of the proposed homicide charge. And we had submitted our version to you that we thought would be appropriate. And I did not save a copy of it, so I wonder if the court has it.
I will have to look.
Oh my goodness.
Did you send it by email?
No, I believe we handed it to Your Honor.
Why would you not save a copy?
No one has no idea what's going on in this courtroom. None of them.
Welcome back, everybody. Y'all can have a
Did
seat.
you deliberate? No.
All right,
Okay.
anybody do deliberations, talk with anybody outside the jury, or do any research?
No.
All right, everybody says no. Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor, Ms. Benefield has no further witnesses and we rest on her behalf.
All right, so folks, at this point, it's 4:30. The attorneys and I have some work to do before we can get things going again in your realm of the case. So what I'm going to do is let you go for the evening. If you could please be back tomorrow morning at the jury assembly room around 8:45.
Yes.
Just like today. There's there were probably people down there today. I don't think.
Carmen, you have no idea.
There might be a smaller group tomorrow. There might be some judges in civil court picking some juries.
Gonna dismiss him. Go home. That's what he's gonna say. I understood what the judge was saying and why he's not letting that stuff in. However, I think most people just through TV and true crime on TV, where you hear DNA stuff all the time and you don't have the person there that's like, I did the swab and I opened the package and I took out this thing and I scraped the sides of the mouth. They're not there. They just say this is what it came back as. I think a lot of
Yeah,
people would
swab.
understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, Shay, swab it.
Just swab it. But it doesn't matter. I think this might, maybe. I don't know. I don't like to make predictions on how long a jury deliberates because I might be wrong. I don't think they'll care and read deliberate, but I do think they might take a while, depending on what time they get it tomorrow. That's right. That's what she said.
Yeah, he knows what I'm talking about.
Maybe we'll get a verdict tomorrow. Maybe. But why would you give the judge something and be like, that was my only coffee, judge? Uh-oh. Flash fan. Be careful. We call it BK and a felony for a reason.
Flash fan, no!
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't go. I'm just hanging onto your ankle. You'll have to drag me with you.
Please be careful. People either go there after they've committed a felony, while they're committing a felony, or before they've committed the felony. But just be careful. Wow. All right. Go Pizza Hut instead. I have nothing on that except they're closing a lot of their stores. I don't think any have closed here, but that's all I got. All right. So Jody is hosting tomorrow. She is starting. It's a really big seal. I know that's what she said. She will be hosting tomorrow. We'll be starting at 8:45. Hopefully they will get jury instructions done tonight. And I think they will. Otherwise, he would not have told them to be back at 8:45. So hopefully then we will do closings and get this to the jury. What we do while it's in the hands of the jury, I don't know. Jody's hosting tomorrow. I will be on and off. I will be at my dad's, so I will be on and off all day. I don't think unless I go over there and he surprises me that we have something to do, I think we should be around his house most of the day tomorrow. So I will definitely be in chat, but I will see you tomorrow morning before I have to leave. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you to Brian and Jody for gifting memberships, and congratulations to Kim and Charles, I think are the two that got them. So again, if you haven't been over to Jody's channel, please go over there and subscribe. She's trying to work her way towards monetization, and it doesn't cost you a thing. So those like buttons, those subscribe buttons, those share buttons, you just click it and it helps all of us out a lot. Other than that, I think that's all I have. Gabby, you got anything? Are you listening to me?
That's all, folks.
Bye-bye. That's what I should say.
Bye-bye.
All right. That's it. See you guys all in the morning. Be careful. Be safe. Make smart decisions about things. Like Chick-fil-A over Popeyes. I'm just saying.
I will promise nothing.
I know you won't, and I would expect nothing less. So, see you guys all in the morning. Have a great rest of your evening.
Jody and Debbie here. Fill your screen with cheer. Hit like and tap subscribe. Join